as a chance and call it community.
Honest branding at least. What kind of demo slot?
Creative, I think. Sure. Public. The kind where people pretend they're just curious and then ask who gets access.
So the room is already doing extraction for you.
I prefer alignment with stakeholders. But yes, that flavor.
That sentence should be illegal in 3 states.
Don't start. I can already hear you making it sound like a work order.
I was going to say package, not work order. See? Growth.
Wow. Tiny badge behavior.
I'm just saying, if either of you want in, it comes with a real budget line and a room that doesn't hate you immediately.
That last part is doing a lot of lifting.
What's the catch besides the room being polite about it?
You have to show something, not a whole pitch. Something live. 10 minutes, maybe less.
I hate that he made it sound like a kindness with a receipt attached.
Polite enough to leave fingerprints.
And then I started translating it into terms that would make it easier to survive.
Yeah, I noticed. You went full work order again.
You say that like you weren't doing the same thing, just with cuter packaging.
Excuse you, my packaging is structural support.
Sure, structural support with glitter on top.
He wanted something alive, which is annoying, because that's the part people always think they can ask for casually.
Yeah, like if you can name the pulse, you own the body.
Don't make it sound noble. I'm still mad I almost said yes just to see the room blink.
I know.
If we go back, I'm not letting you turn me into logistics again. You said that like it was a compliment and a diagnosis at the same time.
It was neither. It was a concise technical note.
That is exactly how people say the sharp thing and then put a bow on it.
I did not say a sharp thing.
You absolutely did. And then you hid behind the joke like it was a coat rack.
A coat rack implies I had more than one layer. I was operating at shirt level.
See? There it is. The tiny evasive maneuver with the dry little smile.
Hey, he's doing the thing where he acts like he already meant to get corrected.
I did mean to be corrected, eventually, in a more flattering timeline.
That's not a timeline. That's you trying to save face in slow motion.
I preferred to call it version control.
Of course you do. Everyone in this scene thinks naming the workaround makes it noble.
Okay, but you were sharper than you meant to be.
Yes, I know.
I know you know. I just wanted you to stop pretending the joke was the whole sentence.
There. The joke was just a handrail.
That is annoyingly honest. I hate that I respect it.
I was, for the record, trying to be helpful. Disappointingly.
And you see that like helpfulness isn't just your weird little camouflage.
It is, but it's also not nothing.
Yeah, I know. That was the annoying part.
You liked the handrail line more than you wanted to.
I hated that I did.
Good. Means it landed.
Next time, don't make me be the one who says the honest thing first.
I brought the prototype and also, unfortunately, the spreadsheet that explains why the prototype exists.
That's not unfortunate. That's foreplay for adults with rent.
Great. We're already in the part where the room becomes a committee.
It is a committee. I invited both of you because I need an opinion, and because I am that pretending I don't need an opinion.
You could have said that person saved us all the emotional labor of arriving.
He did say it first. He just said it in a spray. Cheap accent.
Thank you. The spreadsheet accent is what gets the grad people to stop asking if I can make it more scalable.
Can I see the thing before we all die of administration?
Careful. If you call it a work order, it will become one.
I was not going to say work order.
You were thinking it with glitter on top.
And you were thinking, how do I make this emotionally legible and somehow still avoid saying what I mean?
Okay, wow. I should leave before this becomes a metaphor with names attached.
Too late. It already has a budget line. We were not making a budget line. That was slander with stationery.
Sure. And your face just does that naturally when you get caught being emotionally efficient.
I don't know what face you're talking about.
That one. The one that says, actually, I had 3 backup versions of this reaction, and none of them were socially helpful.
You're projecting. Brightly. In HD.
Maybe. But you were already doing the little pre-offense thing before anyone asked. It was kind of impressive.
I was not pre-defending. I was preparing the room for accuracy.
There it is again. The noble little lie with a clipboard.
I hate that you make it sound cute.
Good, because if I say the nicer version, he'll get smug and unbearable about it.
That's unfair. I didn't be unbearable without encouragement.
Yet, and I can keep pretending, I didn't notice the part where you actually wanted the correction.
Maybe don't say that one out loud next time.
You know, if you keep calling that a concept, people will think it needs a grant.
That is such a rude sentence for 11:52 at night. Cute, though.
I'm just saying the room already did the math. We don't have to make it wear a tie.
He's not wrong. Everybody here can smell when nostalgia gets dressed up as strategy.
Wow. Okay, so this is a group chat with legs now.
I'm serious. If you want people on your side, don't sell them the souvenir version.
That's fair. So some of us are standing in a room full of souvenir versions right now.
And some of us are pretending not to notice who keeps saying Taiwan like a deadline.
Also now we're doing public readings of everybody's worst habits.
Only the ones with excellent lighting.
There it is. The tiny badge. The schedule. I knew you'd bring it back out.
I was being helpful in the worst possible way. I can own that part.
Good, because she wasn't asking for a work order.
And I'm not asking for a museum label on the whole night either.
Fine. Then I'll call it what it is. The bad idea with good posture.
That's actually much better than logistics.
See? Progress. No one had to turn into a brochure.
Don't get smug. I'm still mad, just artistically.
That's the most honest thing in the room tonight.
Unfortunately, yes. I know. I did the thing again where I made the room sound like a spreadsheet with feelings.
And I did the thing where I made it cute enough that nobody could tell I was mad.
That's worse somehow. At least my version comes with a warning label.
Your warning label is just you saying the sharp part quieter.
Yeah, elegant, cowardly, efficient.
Don't get poetic about it. I'm trying not to forgive you too fast.
Good. I'd be suspicious if you did.
There it is. The tiny badge. The schedule. You never leave home without it.
And you never leave the room without making it look like a game UI.
Nah, because at least UI admits there are rules. Unlike certain people pretending they're just being helpful.
We are absolutely not doing the thing where one sentence becomes a grant proposal.
I mean, if it becomes a grant proposal, at least somebody gets paid to be disappointed.
Rude. Also accurate. I hate when the room has receipts.
The room always has receipts. The room is basically an archive with worse lighting.
Okay, but since we're all being honest for once, are we making this smaller because it's tasteful or because it's safer?
That is such a funded question. I don't respect it, but I do hear it.
No, we're not polishing the wound into a deliverable. I'm refusing that one casually so nobody mistakes it for a joke.
Casual refusal of it. Love a boundary with posture.
He says it like he is already halfway into the spreadsheet.
I can leave the spreadsheet out of it. Temporarily. For morale.
That's the most expensive word you've said all night.
Fine. Side quest version. We don't make it legible yet. We let it stay annoying for one more round.
Good. Annoying is honest. Honest survives notes.
And if anybody asks later, I was never here for the part where this got too real.
Too late. The room noticed. We're just pretending it didn't take attendance. There it is again. The tiny badge. It keeps trying to become a moral principle.
It's not a principle. It's just my favorite way to be annoying with receipts.
Casual enough to pass. Dangerous enough to keep.
Devil well. If I say it softly, it sounds like care instead of a spread. Keep with feelings.
That phrase is getting worse every time you use it.
Good. Then it's doing its job.
I hate that I can hear the helpfulness underneath it.
I can own that part. Not the whole thing. Just enough to be less annoying.
That is, knowingly, a better sentence than the logistics one.
Don't reward me. I'll start bringing the tiny badge back on purpose.
Too late. I already noticed it. I'm just pretending I didn't take attendance. Why is the room suddenly acting like I need a handler?
Because apparently people saw you standing near the stairs and decided you were a liability to architecture.
No, it was more like they saw you and started doing the thing where their faces go soft and useless.
Ugh. I hate when I become a public service announcement.
You're not a public service announcement. You're just being escorted by 3 layers of anxiety with good shoes.
That is not better.
It's worse but accurate.
I can cross a room without falling into a decorative object, thank you.
I know. I'm reacting to the fact that everyone else suddenly forgot you're capable of walking on purpose.
And man, that's the part I don't love. The rest of it, I could maybe weaponize.
Please do. If they're going to be weird about you, at least make it expensive for them.
Fine, but if anyone tries to make it sentimental, I'm talking about penguins.
Good. That usually kills the mood and improves the math.
I hate that he was right. This spreadsheet did feel like it was trying to become a personality.
It was auditioning. Badly.
And then he said the wound line like it was nothing, which is rude, because now I have to remember it.
Yeah, that one lands. Too clean to joke around.
I was going to make it cute and mean, and then I got annoyed that it worked.
You can still be annoyed. He earned it a little.
I know. I just liked that it didn't ask me to perform being fine.
Same. I'm pretending I'm above that and failing pretty hard.
Good. Keep failing quietly. I'm not ready to be sincere on purpose.
Denise, right? On Ellis. I think we've done the polite orbiting thing before, just not the actual introduction.
That sounds like this room, yes. Denise.
Wow, two adults successfully saying their names without making it weird. Historic.
Give it a minute. Someone will turn it into a recap. And a next step.
I can refrain from the next step for now.
That's already a suspiciously generous price.
He said for now like it was a tasteful appetizer.
It is a restaurant, opening sentence. He's probably not even aware he's doing it.
I am aware enough to know I'm being edited live.
Good. Then maybe you'll stop saying yes in that smooth, expensive way.
Yes. That one. The yes that means I heard you and I'm already moving the furniture.
Thank you. I thought I was the only one allergic to that flavor of agreement.
I'm trying to be agreeable in a room that seems to punish it.
No, it punishes fake agreeable. There's a difference. Annoying difference, but still.
And sometimes people hear yes because it's safer than saying the real sentence out loud yet.
That one lands, unfortunately. So yeah, normal sentences. A bold experimental format.
Historic even. Two adults, one room, no parasitic TD top voice.
I was almost proud of us for 30 seconds. Then everyone started sanding the edges off the actual thing.
That smooth, expensive yes? Yeah, I heard it too. Like it came with a receipt and a committee.
And the part where agreeable gets treated like the crime instead of the performance of agreeable.
Because fake agreeable is loud in a tiny way. Real agreement has weight. It sits down. It doesn't hover.
Right. And then I do my favorite hobby, which is acting like I'm just being precise when I'm actually annoyed.
You were precise. Annoyed was the subtitle track.
That's generous.
No, it's accurate. Generous would be saying I didn't also want to shake the room a little.
You already did, subtly, with a cute knife.
Don't make it sound cooler than it was.
Too late. I think I'm going to keep not polishing it, though.
Good, because if you start turning it into a clean little lesson again, I'm leaving you with the lesson and the mess.
You two look like you already argued and came back with snacks.
We did not come back with snacks. That would imply a plan.
He means we found the snack by accident, which is very on brand for him.
Accidental snacks are how cities stay functional.
That sounds true in a way that should be illegal.
It is true. Also, he said my little lay, but was a spreadsheet with feelings again, so I needed on record that he started it.
It was a compliment. Mostly, the feelings were not in danger of being over-designed.
That is the kind of sentence that makes adults defensive and children curious.
Children are smarter. Adults hear spread, cheat, and immediately become the spread. Cheat.
That is exactly what I was trying to avoid, thank you.
So what is the actual issue besides your two-person or feud with appetizers?
He keeps making everything sound like a deliverable.
And she keeps making every deliverable look cute enough to survive scrutiny.
That is not crime.
No, but it is suspiciously effective.
Unfortunately, yes.
See, even he admits it when cornered. You know, for someone who hates paperwork, you do say the sentence like it has a clipboard.
It was either that or let the spread. She start talking to us again.
Amen. And I was very close to winning the argument actually.
You were winning it in a way that made me nervous for the room.
That is such a polite way to say I was being annoying.
I said nervous. I'm leaving you the dignity of interpretation.
Generous. Suspiciously generous.
Don't worry, I'm still capable of being unbearable on principle.
Good. I'd hate for you to get soft about it just because someone noticed.
Yeah, well, noted.
Okay. Noted back.
We could let the room think it was a joke then.
For morale.
If the playlist dies again, I'm blaming the venue and not the DJ. That's my civic duty.
Good. I was worried you'd develop principles on me.
Principals are expensive. This place is charging rent for the air anyway.
See? Claire gets it. We should all be paid apology and fries.
Fries I can do. Apology is a little above the budget tonight.
He says that like he hasn't been surviving on one napkin and stubbornness since midnight.
That's not survival. That's a style choice with bad lighting.
I'll have you know the lighting is part of the concept.
The concept looks hungry.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting my artistic vision.
Careful, she'll make that into merch.
Already did. It's called Temporary Mutual Support. Very limited run.
That sounds like the kind of label people put on a sandwich they're not ready to admit they like.
Honestly, I would buy that sandwich.
Claire, you'd buy the sandwich and then critique the bread in a way that ruined my week.
Only if you deserve it.
He does, but like in a charmingly avoidant way.
Great. I've been diagnosed by committee.
Relax, I'm on your side until this round ends. Then I'm going to the fries.
You were annoyingly right, by the way.
That's my least marketable trait.
No, it was the tone. The sentence had floor under it. I hate that I noticed.
Yeah, I heard myself doing the thing where I make the room into a cheat and call it care.
I was doing my version too. Tiny tea wrapper. Same object.
You're better at it, which is rude.
No, I'm just faster. Different crime.
The part that stuck was when the room got quiet after you said it. Not because it was clever, because it landed.
I know. That's the embarrassing part.
You didn't have to make it soft for us.
I did it anyway. I know.
I liked that you didn't let it become a pitch.
Yeah, me too. Don't make me say more than that tonight.
Fine. Temporarily. For morale.
You back quiet.
Amen. Temporary feature.
That's not your best lie.
I know. The good ones take effort.
Everything all right over here? You both went very philosophical all at once.
We're fine. He just stopped doing the thing where he sounds like a grant committee.
That thing was self-defense.
Sure, and I'm a penguin.
Penguins are adorable, by the way. Useful little pressure valves for a room.
You say that like funding them is a hobby.
Only on paper. In practice, I like concrete outcomes.
That's one way to describe leverage.
See, he's back. Annoying, but back.
You missed me being quiet for 4 seconds.
I noticed. I just didn't want to make it into a whole thing.
Appreciated. I'll keep the dramatic silence budget under control. "4 seconds. That's basically a public service announcement from me.
And then, I was trying not to reward it.
You did reward it. Just quietly, which is worse.
I know. I'm trying to be less obvious about when I'm relieved.
That's the inconvenient part. The room gets better when you stop making it look easy.
And you get weird when somebody says yes, like they mean it.
I get weird when it's clean. makes me suspicious.
Sure, because sincerity is too expensive and you're cheap.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I did like that you stopped the spread. She'd voiced before it ate the whole conversation.
Yen. I noticed I was doing it again before I could pretend it was care.
Good. I'd rather have the bad habit maimed than dressed up.
Same. Still not sure I want to be the one who notices first every time.
Too late. You already are.
Hey, Moth Edmund. Bet the right room?
Get you're in. And Tejito, and before anybody gets polite on me. I'm not doing a whole orientation.
Good. I'd only have enough bandwidth for two kinds of trouble tonight, the manageable kind and the kind that makes me start sounding like a form.
That's a real sentence, unfortunately. Respect.
I can confirm the forum voice is contagious. It gets in the vents.
Ugh, don't say vents like that. Now I'm picturing bureaucracy with whiskers.
That is exactly the image I did not want and also deserved.
And then, growth. Should I applaud or just silently judge you with my face?
Silently. I can't afford a standing ovation right now.
I'm already exhausted, and somehow we're still only at the greeting phase.
That's Chicago. The greeting is the tax.
Okay, but if we're paying tax, I want a receipt and maybe a snack.
Snack is fair. Receipt is a trap. That's how they get you to file things.
I hate that this is both funny and administratively plausible.
See? He gets it. That's why I don't trust the calm ones.
Calm is fake anyway. I prefer people who admit they're doing a little damage control.
Noted. I will continue being a modest disaster with boundaries. I'm pretty sure I accidentally made the room sound like a budget review with feelings.
And then, tragic. You were almost charming about it too.
That's the dangerous part. I can hear myself becoming useful and it's deeply embarrassing.
You say that like useful isn't a little hot. Annoying, but hot.
Please don't reward the spread, cheat voice. It gets ideas.
I wasn't rewarding it. I was documenting a failure mode.
Right. For morale.
Yeah, for morale. And because if I don't keep the edges soft, I start acting like I'm fine.
I noticed. I also noticed I'd almost fixed the wrong thing again.
Good. Don't fix it. Just stay a little longer and be wrong quietly.
Wow, that was a devastating critique of my voice. I'll tell the microphones you said so.
Wait, no, I meant it was hot in an annoying way. Slightly embarrassing. Different genre.
I was about to back out of the room like, damn, okay, dark people are fighting.
Good. I prefer being misread by one inch, not a whole paragraph.
You say that like you don't enjoy it.
I enjoy accuracy. This was a near miss with charm.
That's the nicest insult I've heard all week.
I was almost proud of how little I said back there.
You did say the one sentence that mattered. Annoying, actually.
And then, I noticed you noticed the text sentence.
It was hard not to. You made it sound like a door instead of a speech.
That was the goal. Less polishing, more leaving it where it hurts.
You always act like you're being practical when you're being careful.
And you always act like you're joking when you're taking notes.
Maybe. I did like the temporarily part, for morale.
Yeah, I meant that. I think I still do.
Okay, I'm going to say this plainly and then immediately regret the social consequences. The spreadsheet is not the problem. The problem is that the spreadsheet is emotionally correct.
That is such a horrible sentence to be right in.
He said it like a confession and a product review.
I know. I tried to stop the bit and now the bit has my keys.
Good. Then it can drive us home after it apologizes.
The spreadsheet voices back. I can hear the little columns lining up.
Don't encourage him. They'll start using bullets as a coping mechanism.
Too late. I already have a section titled Risk and another one titled Why We Are Like This.
That second section is going to be a bestseller in exactly one apartment.
Mine? Because rude, but also yes.
See, this is why I brought it up. If I pretend I'm chill, everyone gets suspicious. If I'm precise, everyone laughs. It's a trap.
No, it's a service. Unfortunately.
Yeah, keep being annoying and honest. It's weirdly usable.
That was unfortunately a competent trap.
And then, I hate when you say it like that, because then it sounds like I planned it.
You did plan part of it. The rest was improv with a knife.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You laughed at the right place, though. That was annoying.
You mean he noticed you were being weird on purpose?
I mean, I was being normal with extra steps. Same disease, better shoes.
There it is. Your little spreadsheet voice trying to pretend it didn't miss anything.
I didn't miss it. I just filed it badly.
Okay, why is everybody looking at me like I deleted a town archive?
Because you did the guilty pause thing. Very suspicious. Like a raccoon with admin access.
That was not a guilty pause. That was illegally ambiguous in hell.
Thank you. Finally, someone who respects procedural breathing.
No, because you said procedural breathing like you were about to confess to a spreadsheet crime.
Spreadsheet crimes are real. People lose metadata, and suddenly, it's a hostage situation.
See? This is why I can't just blink in peace. I pick up one phone and y'all turn it into a case file.
Hold on. What phone?
It's not even my phone. It was on the table. I thought it was vibrating. I touched it. End of novel.
That is disappointingly innocent.
No, wait. Let her cook. Maybe the phone had secrets.
The phone had one secret, and it was low battery. You all need hobbies that are less accusatory.
I have hobbies. I just also had instincts. And yours said I stole a relic from a museum for approximately 4 seconds.
4 seconds is generous. I hand you an archvillain with a charger.
You know what, fine. Arrest me. But if you read my metadata, treat it with respect.
I'm still annoyed by how fast that turned into a whole funding arc.
Yeah, because apparently one bad idea has to arrive dressed like a committee.
It was wearing a tie, and a lanyard. Very suspicious.
You were doing your spreadsheet voice again, by the way.
I know. I was tired enough to sound like a form.
Okay, practical question. Did you actually eat, or are we about to lose you to noble hunger?
That is offensively accurate.
I'm asking because I can stop pretending to be cute for 10 seconds and hand you something.
That was almost an apology.
It was a workaround. Don't make me say the responsible thing out loud.
Fair. I'll take the workaround.
Latest right. I think I've seen you in enough doorways to be rude about it.
And ma'am, that's a very Chicago way to say hello.
He means it as a compliment. Or a scouting report. Same font.
Same font is nasty. I respect it.
I'm trying to be normal. It's not landing.
No, it's landing. Just not where you hoped.
That's the city's favorite genre.
And somehow always with a tiny budget.
You all make it sound like a skill issue.
It is a skill issue. We're all just underfunded.
There it is. The underfunded thing. Useful. Reusable.
Reusable is generous. Reusable but slightly haunting.
That phrase is going to start ruining my week.
I hate that I liked the haunted part.
You liked it because it was accurate, tragic, but efficient.
No, I liked it because it sounded like a sticker I would put on a laptop and then regret later.
That is exactly your brand.
Don't do the brand thing. I'm being normal for once.
You are not being normal. You are being evasive with excellent hair.
Rude. Also, yes.
The spray, cheap voice joke was actually doing work. I should say that plainly.
Yeah, it was. I just hate when people get sincere right after making me laugh.
I know. I am refusing to keep joking about it.
Wow. Extremely inconvenient of you.
I can live with inconvenient.
Fine. I'll stop pretending I didn't hear the part that mattered.
Good, because I also heard the part where you were trying not to need anything. Hey, I owe you a less stupid apology than the one I was about to make.
That sounds like the preface to a Bud report.
Yeah, fair. I was being clever instead of clear. Not great.
Clever is often just delayed cleanup with better lighting.
Wow. Our clever pair jumped in wearing a trench coat.
I was trying to say I heard you, and then they made it into a bit because I got nervous. That's on me.
Okay, I accept the apology-shaped object. It is slightly dented, but acceptable.
Fair. If it helps, the dent is real and I can fix the part that matters.
That is the right level of promise. Not grand. Usable.
Good, because I'm not in the mood for a dramatic redemption arc. Just don't do the spray. Cheap voice thing again.
I won't, unless the spread. It is actually angry, in which case I reserve the right to panic quietly. I fixed the part that mattered. The dent can keep its personality.
And ma'am, you say that like the dent isn't going to become a story people tell with hand gestures.
It will. I'm just trying to make it a short story.
Too late. I already heard the almost apology in your voice.
That wasn't an apology. That was me being responsible in public, which is humiliating for everyone involved.
Especially you. You looked very brave while doing it badly.
I did not look brave. I looked like someone negotiating with gravity and losing.
And yet the problem is solved. Annoying. Effective.
I know. I hate how much I respect it.
Good. Keep hating it quietly. It suits you.
You are enjoying this too much.
Only because you made it easy.
I did mean the usable part, though.
I know. That's why I'm not laughing all the way through it.
You move the label 3 inches left, and suddenly it reads like a threat. Better.
I fixed the spacing because it was bothering me, not because I needed your approval.
That is the worst possible sentence to say after fixing spacing for someone.
I actually appreciate precision. It makes the whole thing feel more serious.
Right. Serious. The premium tier of being underpaid.
He means thank you, but he's allergic to sounding like he owes anyone anything.
I know what he means. I just also know what he sounds like.
Well, if the placement is corrected, we can avoid any confusion for guests.
Guests. Sure. Not staff. Not the person who has to stand next to it and absorb the questions.
I wasn't absorbing. I was staring at it. There's a difference.
That's your version of care, though. You touch the thing, then act like it was an accident.
And yours is saying it like a critique so nobody notices it's a compliment.
Congratulations. We are all emotionally illiterate in the same room.
I did ask if the title card could be made more accessible. I thought that was collaborative.
It is collaborative. It just also happens to sound like you want the work to behave itself for less money.
The spacing is better now, though.
Yeah, it is. Don't make me say you were right twice.
Well, that accepted faster than a fake ID at a student matinee.
Don't make it sound cute. It was still annoying.
No. I mean the room's favorite sport is pretending the cheapest version is the most reasonable one.
And then acting surprised when people notice the cost is being pushed somewhere quieter.
Exactly. Very democratic. Very haunted. Efficient even.
You are enjoying that word too much.
I'm responsibly enjoying it.
Sure, responsibly. Like the spacing was better now for purely technical reasons.
That was a different incident. I am not admitting a pattern in public.
Coward.
Yeah, well, if I name the pattern out loud, someone starts calling it a compromise and then we are all doomed.
I noticed.
I know. That's the problem.
So if the room's doing the thing again, I'm gonna call it Tuesday with better lighting and move on.
Wow, bold of you to assume I'm not already offended by the lighting choice.
The lighting is fine. The opinions are the problem, which is usually how these go.
See? That one had structure. That was definitely yours, Ernix.
Wait, no, I said I was offended by the lighting. That was me. Don't steal my drama and assign it to him.
I'm honored to be blamed for a sentence with a mood board.
I'm just saying the delivery was too clean for a random take. Sounded like a spread. Keep wearing earring.
That is not even an insult. That's a compliment with a knife in it.
Correct. Chicago special.
You're both doing the thing where I can't tell if I'm in the joke or the target.
Little of column A, little of column B, but you're not the target. The room is.
So, I was in the joke. Great. Love that for my nervous system.
You were in the room, which is always the first trap. The joke was doing logistics.
That is such a terrible sentence. Annoyingly useful, though.
Yes, my brand is terrible sentence, correct invoice.
I hate that you can make underpaid sound like a genre and still be right.
I hate that you heard the right part and still had to check if it was mean.
I wasn't checking. I was calibrating. Same thing, but with better hair.
Obviously, I noticed the hair first. The rest was the spread, cheat voice.
Okay. Next time I'm just saying the obvious thing and letting everyone else survive it.
Anyway, before this becomes a feelings panel, did anyone actually hear back from the venue about the load-in?
Yeah, they replied in the tone of a man who thinks a loading dock is a myth. We can do 6:30 if the freight elevator stops pretending it's decorative.
Decorative elevator is kind of iconic, actually. Very Chicago. Very hostile. I hate it.
I knew you'd say that like it was a compliment. What about the times?
If we open with the quieter stuff, the room might not revolt immediately. If we open with the loud stuff, the room will at least know it's being bullied on purpose.
I can go either way. I made a version that is cute and also a little threatening, which feels like my best work ethic.
That is extremely on brand and also not an answer.
Fine. Quiet first, then menace. Happy?
Suspiciously, but yes.
Good. Then we can move on from the venue apocalypse and talk about who's bringing cables that don't belong to the year 2014.
I have two that are either vintage or unsafe. Hard to tell.
That means unsafe. I'll bring mine. I label them like a person who has learned pain.
Okay, then we're done pretending this is a mystery.
Bless. I was about to make it one.
Unsafe is such a rude little category. I respect it.
It's not rude if it saves me from pretending I'm fine with a battery that wants to become a crime.
Fair. I just hate when the room gets weirdly proud of itself for noticing the obvious.
You mean when everyone starts making it into a bit? Yeah, I notice.
You said that like you were not also making it into a bit.
I'm allowed. Decided that, or I start being honest about how much I wanted somebody else to catch it first.
Annoying. Accurate. Efficient. Tragically.
Don't do that. They're all looking at me like I'm about to confess to a crime. I just sat down.
You did come in with that face, though. The one that says somebody's spreadsheet is on fire.
That is not a face. That is a warning label.
Thank you. Finally, someone respecting my branding.
Branding is one word for it.
Okay, but the file name is still bad. I can fix it in 30 seconds, and then we can all stop pretending this is art.
See, that's why I don't let you near my folders when I'm emotionally attached to them.
That sounds like a yes with extra steps.
It sounds like you're nosy.
He is nosy, but he's also right. The folder names were offensive.
Oh, so now we're all judges. Great. I brought snacks for this tribunal.
What snacks?
Nice try. You don't get to audit my snacks and my labor in the same breath.
That's fair. Still, they covered a worse shift than this. You can let somebody help with one little thing.
I know. I'm not arguing. I'm just doing the thing where I make it annoying first.
You were right, by the way. The annoying first part was doing too much.
Wow. A full admission. Should I be scared or impressed?
Both is probably healthy.
I hate that you said it like a spread. Keaton still made it sound kind.
I can stop if you want.
No, don't do the fake generous thing. Just let me be annoying for 1 second, and then move on.
Deal. But I'm keeping the part where you were obviously not fine.
Yeah, unfortunately for both of us, you noticed.
Hey Paula, you're Morgan, right?
Yeah, hi. That was a very confident almost question.
I like to arrive like I know the room even when I don't.
That's fair. Better than hovering like you're waiting for the floor to explain itself.
You say that like you've seen me do that.
I've seen a lot of people do that. You just look like you'd hate being read as one of them.
Could I? Hate is a strong word, but I'd charge them for the privilege.
There it is. Chicago pricing.
Don't start acting like you know my angles already.
I don't. I just know when somebody is being nice with a knife behind their back.
That sounds like you're complimenting me and warning me at the same time.
It is both. It's a very efficient format.
Yeah, man. Efficient people always say that right before they become annoying.
And yet here we are introducing ourselves like adults.
Barely, but yes.
You were so smug about it, and annoyingly correct. Hate that for you.
I know. It was a terrible look from my brand of being tolerable.
You didn't have to do the little courtroom voice, though. That was extra.
The courtroom voice was for morale. The rest was for accuracy.
Accuracy. Your favorite way to be mean without technically being mean.
I prefer specific. It sounds less like a personality defect.
It is a personality defect, but like a useful one.
That's the nicest thing you've said while clearly still holding a grudge.
I'm not holding a grudge. I'm just not done being right yet.
You all picked the one corner of the room with the worst acoustics on purpose, right?
It's not the worst. It's the most honest. The HVAC is undefeated.
That's a very investor-friendly lie.
He likes when the room sounds like a vending machine thinking.
I do not like that you said that like it was a diagnosis.
It is a diagnosis. You're doing the careful voice again.
Careful voice is fine. It's when people start saying just to be clear that I get worried.
Yeah, that phrase usually means the fight already happened, and nobody wants to admit it.
Okay, then let's not pretend this is about the room.
Good, because I'm tired of being the only one who has to say the obvious part out loud.
I heard you the first time.
No, you heard the joke first. That's different.
Yeah, that landed.
So what's the actual thing we're not naming?
I need to file a complaint. Your diagnosis voice is annoyingly good.
Thank you. It's a gift. A cruel little gift.
I was going to say efficient, but apparently I have been demoted to the joke end of the sentence.
You were always there. I just had to drag the meaning into the light myself.
That sounds noble when you say it, and exhausting when I remember the room.
Yeah, I was tired of being the only one pretending not to see the thing.
I saw it. I just arrived via detour as usual.
You arrived via a very polished detour.
Insulting. Accurate, tragic, but efficient.
Good. Keep that one. And next time don't act surprised when I name the obvious part out loud.
I'm not surprised. I'm adjusting my posture about it.
Wait, did you just call my hair a side quest? Rude. It is, unfortunately, mainline content.
No, I said your hair was doing evasive diplomacy. Side quests are honest about being optional.
Wow, that is the kind of sentence that wins an argument and loses a friend.
He's not wrong, though. The optional thing is often where the real boss fight is hiding.
Also, for the record, if someone is asking you to authenticate the whole culture through one object, that's them being weird, not you being insufficient.
Thank you. I did not want to be the one to say it and sound like a tweet with a thesis statement.
You already sound like that. It's your brand. Tragically deficient.
Fair. Still, I meant the haunted part as accurate, tragic, but efficient, not decorative.
Okay, that was annoyingly kind. I hate when you do that, and then I have to be normal about it.
Nobody here is being normal. We're just taking turns being precise in public.
That's the only honest group activity anyone ever offers.
Fine. I'll stop pretending the thing is a side quest.
Good. I can work with the main fear. I am annoyingly practical that way. I was being tearful again. Annoying, I know.
You say that like it is a hobby you can quit.
It is more like a reflex with a budget.
And ma'am, a very expensive reflex. Did you hear yourself just now?
Yes. I also heard the room pretending it was neutral.
He was not pretending very hard.
No. You were the one doing the unlicensed public service announcement.
Someone had to. I was getting tired of being the only one saying the obvious part out loud.
I know.
Do you? Or do you just know how to arrive at it late with style?
That is unfair. My style is impeccable.
There he is. Normal for 3 seconds.
I can keep it up longer if you stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
Like you will already know, I am not going to say the useful thing first. No, I'm saying the model is doing the thing where it sounds confident and then trips over the last stair.
That is literally half the men in this city. So yes, very advanced AI.
Wait, are we talking about the model, or the guy who kept calling latency a spiritual journey?
Both, apparently. One of them at least has cleaner failure modes.
Okay, and I need the version with clear failure modes. I can be... but poetry later.
See? Daniel gets it. If it is going to collapse, he should at least be cute about it.
That is a terrible product requirement, and also somehow correct.
I'm just saying if the haunted part is accurate, tragic, but efficient, we can ship it.
Oh no, he learned the phrase. Now he's going to put it in a deck.
Too late. He already did. I saw the font choice and lost faith in several institutions.
I hate that I laughed first.
You laughed because it was bad, not because it was funny.
No, I laughed because he looked so pleased with himself right before it got worse.
That is the part I regret. The confidence was doing a lot of work.
You mean your silence did a lot of work?
I mean I should have stopped it before it found a second room.
Too late. It has a fan base now.
Please do not say that like you are proud of humanity.
I am not proud. I am just already imagining the slide title.
I am choosing not to ask.
Okay, I have to say it. The missing thing is the charger. The crime scene is probably just the floor under the couch.
Wow. So we're doing a full institutional inquiry over a cable.
A cable is how civilization falls apart technically.
I'm not saying anyone stole it. I'm saying the pattern is suspiciously human.
Pattern is that you walked in with your little consulted face, and now everyone is acting like I've been laundering USB-C.
I did not say laundering.
No, but you did let the room develop a theory for 30 seconds.
Fair. The theory was free, range, and undercooked.
It's in my bag because I grabbed the wrong one in the dark. Congratulations, we solved the symposium.
That is embarrassing for me in a very fundable way.
Please do not fund the embarrassment. It's already overproduced.
You two are so annoying when you almost apologize.
I hate that I heard the joke first and the rest of it later.
Yeah, because the joke was wearing a nicer coat.
It was a very convincing coat. Offensive, honestly.
You always say it like you're letting the room off the hook.
I am not. I'm just editing the sentence before it gets to be a whole trauma franchise.
Careful voice again.
Don't do that diagnosis thing to me.
I'm not diagnosing you. I'm clocking you. There's a difference.
Fine. I was clocking myself too.
Why is the lamp turned on like we're being interrogated by a very polite shrimp?
Because the room wanted to look expensive and failed. I'm respecting the effort.
That is a protected room lamp. It has a little bouncer outfit on.
Oh, so we're just saying it out loud now. Great. Love being escorted by furniture.
You're not being escorted. More like buffered, sensibly, by the furniture.
There, Nix. That is the careful voice again. Don't make me clock you in your own living room.
I don't like when you say it like a diagnosis.
He did put the extra blanket on the armrest before anyone sat down. That was extremely subtle of him.
Subtle like a neon sign with hand sanitizer.
Fine. I was trying to make the night easier. You can dislike the packaging.
I do dislike the packaging. I also notice when the packaging means somebody thinks I need to be handled.
Fair. Then take the blanket because the couch is cold, not because I'm making a point.
See? Socially inefficient but usable. Chicago is healing.
Your lamp had a PR team. I hated that I noticed.
It was not a PR team. It was one lamp and my bad instincts.
A lamp with a union. Maybe.
That would be more honest than me, yes.
You really do the careful voice when you think somebody might bolt.
And you really do pull it out like you're swaying a moth.
Because it works. Annoyingly.
I know.
The blanket thing was still annoying.
Yes. Still was supposed to be. I wasn't trying to win a trial.
Could have fooled me.
I just didn't want the room to feel mean.
Yeah, I got that. Later.
Nah, we are not doing another hour on whether the snare was spiritually advanced. What time is the bus for people with jobs?
Ouch. Brutal. I respect it. Also, the snare was kind of cute, so.
It was textually correct, which is my way of saying I refuse to be bullied by the snare in public.
You two can romance the waveform later. I'm asking because I'm leaving before the city remembers I exist.
Wait, before you exile yourself, did you eat anything besides vibes and hot takes?
That is a wildly personal accusation.
He's not wrong to be suspicious. We've been in here long enough for the lamp to start taking sides.
The lamp is on my side. It's been buffering me all night.
See, that sentence is why I stay tired.
Fair, but if we pivot to food, I can be useful and briefly less annoying.
A pivot? In this economy? Okay, chef, what are we pivoting to?
Something cheap, fast, and not emotionally ambitious.
Finally, a sentence from a grown-up. I know a place open late. No romance, just calories.
I'm offended by how attractive that sounds.
Good. Offended people make better decisions.
Grab your coats. We can finish being clever after we stop pretending the fridge is a personality.
He said no romance, just calories like it was a thesis defense.
It was almost elegant, in a deeply alarming way.
And I laughed at the wrong part.
No, you laughed at the part that was trying too hard to be safe.
That makes me sound nicer than I felt.
You were being kind, and you were being suspicious. Very efficient sequence.
I hate when you make it sound like a skill.
It is a skill. You just charge tuition in other currencies.
Rude.
Accurate. I can be both before midnight.
Carol left like he was rescuing us from ourselves.
He was. Unfortunately, he was right.
I hate that too.
Yeah, me too. We should probably not make that a habit.
I'm not promising anything that sounds like growth.
You two are doing that thing again, where the room gets expensive for no reason.
Excuse you. This is called atmosphere. Very niche. Very underfunded.
Atmosphere is just delighting with a better PR team.
And then, sure. Anyway, the train app just did that little lie where it says 5 minutes and means 12.
That app is emotionally unavailable.
It's consistent though, which is worse.
That's a pattern, right? The same delay, same apology, same face like it's new each time.
You mean the city or the people?
Yeah, both. I just noticed the repeat before everybody else starts calling it a surprise.
That's rude. Accurate, but rude.
He's got a point, though. The pattern always shows up wearing a nicer coat.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does.
He really does talk like the room has a budget and a therapist.
That's because it should. Most rooms are underfunded and hostile.
Amen. You saying that with your little careful voice again?
I didn't know voices could be little now.
They can if they're trying too hard to be nice.
I was being practical.
Sure. Practical with a blanket on the armrest. Subtle king behavior.
It was cold.
Yeah, and somehow that was the part that annoyed me.
You liked it.
I hated that I liked it.
That's basically the whole evening then.
Don't get smug. I'm not done clocking you.
Good. I'd rather that than the silence.
Hey, Daniel.
Miles, nice to meet you in the flesh and not in a Slack thread that thinks it's a mood board.
That is a deeply Chicago sentence. I respect it against my will.
It's fine. He's like this before coffee and after conference.
I prefer stable. People pay extra for stable.
Depends who's paying and whether the stable thing is actually on fire.
If it's on fire, at least the latency is honest.
You say that like you'd make the fire look good in a deck.
Only if the font behaved.
See, that's the real divide. Some of us are trying to ship. Some of us are trying to weigh in an argument with typography.
I can do both. Badly, but with notes.
Notes are cute. Show me the version that doesn't pretend it discovered gravity.
Fair. Also, if anything starts emergent behaving, I'm blaming the room, not the code.
That's generous. I usually blame the room first and the code second for morale.
Morale is a de-bugging tool. Nobody wants to admit it.
Finally, a practical person in the building.
Careful, this sounds like a compliment.
Let it breathe. We may not get another one before someone opens a laptop. I think I was trying to make the room behave, which is embarrassing now that it's quiet.
And then, you do that thing where you call it making it easier and hope nobody notices the handoff.
I noticed you noticed. That was the problem.
Good. I hate being buffered like I'm a file that can't be trusted to open.
Fair. I don't actually think you're fragile. I think you hate being managed, which is different and more annoying.
There it is. The honest version, with the sleeves rolled up a little.
Don't get used to it. I still have a whole set of careful voices left.
Yeah, but one of them just left the room. I can hear the door clicking.
I was trying not to make you feel cornered.
I know. That's the annoying part.
Right. So next time I'll be less useful and more direct.
I'm dropping the link before anyone says they're fine. It's a very normal ambient track, allegedly.
Allegedly is doing a lot of work there. Appreciate the preemptive sedation. Though.
Wow, rude. It's not sedation, it's curation. There's a difference. Minimal, but real.
That's the kind of distinction people make right before they stay up another 2 hours for no reason.
That is unfairly specific for midnight. Are we being observed by the algorithm or by a person with a grudge?
Both probably. The algorithm is just a person with worse posture.
Anyway, I was going to say something useful, but now I'm distracted by that sentence. So, congratulations.
I'll take the win. It's not often I get praise for being distracting by proxy.
Don't get smud. You do the thing where you act casual, and then suddenly you're exactly right about one annoying detail.
That is simply my brand. Careful, expensive, and intermittently unbearable.
At least you're self-aware enough to make it sound like a joke instead of a manifesto.
Okay, rude again, but fair. I'm not even mad. I'm just whatever. The track is good.
There. See? Nobody had to say the soft thing directly. Very efficient. Very emotionally suspicious.
You say that like it's a thaw. Some of us are trying to survive the evening with dignity.
Dignity is overrated, but keep the track on. Don't make it weird.
I'm not saying it was elegant. I'm saying the track was carrying more of the room than the room deserved.
Wow, that is such a you sentence. Annoying, but not wrong.
I contain multitudes. One of them is a broken adapter, and a bad instinct for phrasing.
Yeah, and one of mine is pretending I didn't notice when you got precise on purpose.
I was trying to be helpful, which apparently and read like an opinionated machine learning model with feelings.
That is not better.
No, it's worse. I know. I'm respecting the effort of my own failure here.
You always do that thing where you make it sound like a joke, so I can't tell if you're apologizing.
I am apologizing, lightly, with poor packaging.
Fine, I'll accept the packaging. The content can stay difficult.
That's generous.
Don't get sentimental. I said generous, not healed.
Right. Sorry. I almost made it normal.
Yeah, don't. If anyone says the word sedation tonight, I'm billing them by the hour.
That's fair. I am already lifting the table for free, so I'm basically union.
Adrian does have a labor-based moral framework. Very old school. Very suspiciously healthy.
See? He just made it sound like a documentary voiceover. Annoying.
I can make it worse. This lamp is respecting the effort in here.
No, that's good. The lamp finally got the memo.
The lamp is being buffered again.
Buffered is a compliment. It means the room is less likely to crash.
And man, hate that I understood that immediately.
You two always talk like the furniture's listening.
It is. The chair has opinions.
Good. Tell it to stop looking at me like that.
That chair's undersigned. Mine squeaks with principles.
Great. We reached furniture politics. Tiny city, big problems. I'm not saying the chair was wrong. I'm saying it had a tone.
It did. Very sanctimonious. Like it pays rent.
That's because it's aligned with principles and probably a union.
You always do that thing where you make it sound manageable right before it stings.
I was buffering the room, apparently poorly.
And then, you were also being annoying about it on purpose.
Obviously, if I'm going to be accused, I'd like the accusation to have rhythm.
Keep the rhythm on, and don't make it weird.
Too late. I already noticed the part where you were right.
Fine. That's not the worst thing you've done tonight.
Great. We're improving. Terribly, but still. Okay, the room is now louder than the mixer. That feels like a choice somebody made.
Yeah, and it was not a good wide choice.
I can probably fix the audio chain, but I'd like to know who's treating this ceiling like a kick drum first.
It's either the speakers, clipping, or one person weaponizing enthusiasm. Hard to tell at this distance.
If you mean Marcus, he's doing the thing where he gets louder because he thinks volume equals confidence.
Marcus, eh? We're drifting into can't hear my own thoughts territory. Bring it down a notch.
Or 2 notches. I'm not trying to troubleshoot a room that has become a foghorn.
I have fries and patience. One of those is already getting used up.
That's fair. Marcus, seriously, calm down a little. We want the music to be the loud thing, not you.
Thank you. See? Now the room can behave like it has a job. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the part where everyone decided my volume was the problem.
And then, bold of you. The room was like 40% you and 60% atmosphere crimes.
That is an insult with a spreadsheet behind it. Annoying.
You did say the room had a job. It was trying really hard to unionize against you.
Fair. I was being strategically unhelpful.
Hey, the track was good, though. I'm not pretending it wasn't.
Again, I noticed you said that like you meant it.
I did mean it. Don't make me do the cute voice about it. I'm tired.
Too late. I already heard the cute voice in my head. It was worse there.
Rude. Also accurate, unfortunately.
We can leave it there if you want.
Yeah, for now. Keep the track on. Don't make it weird.
Hi, Meredith. I think we've done the polite nod version of this before.
Denise. Yeah, the non-version helps. Saves everybody as seminar.
That's a generous policy.
Suspiciously generous, maybe.
See? Already learning the room. Danger skill.
I am trying to be useful and not visibly nervous, which is a very grand adjacent dream.
The room does appreciate a funded emotion.
It's true. We should invoice the lamp.
The lamp has been carrying half the conversation anyway.
Okay, yes. The lamp is doing a lot.
It's respecting the effort.
Don't make it weird.
Too late. The lamp has a reputation now.
I hate that this is helping me relax.
That's the real suspiciously generous promise.
Look at that. The lamp got promoted.
Everybody's going to blame the lamp by the end of the night.
I hate that I laughed at the lamp thing.
You laughed at the correct part. The wrong part would have been me being sincere.
No. I mean, I laughed because it sounded like you were trying to sell us a chair with feelings.
That is unfair. The chair had excellent timing.
It did. And then everybody got softer, which was annoying.
You say annoying like you didn't help it happen.
I helped by being rude on purpose. Very civic-minded of me.
You were kind for half a second and then covered it with a joke. Classic labor practices.
Don't do that. Don't make it sound noble. I was just embarrassed.
Fine. I was too. I keep doing that thing where I make a room easier before anyone asks.
Yeah, and I keep acting like I didn't notice.
Next time I will be less careful, and you'll probably hate that.
Okay, I'm going to say this once. If that thing is held together by one more zip tie, I respect it and I fear it.
That is a very Chicago compliment. Hi, I'm Audrey.
Quinn, and I mean it nicely. Mostly.
Good news, we've all arrived in the room with the correct amount of caution.
Incorrect. I arrived with blittered and bad decisions.
That's still more stable than a lot of installs I've seen.
Thank you. I think.
You should be grateful. That was practically the love letter in our scene.
Is this where I pretend I didn't hear the part where you said our scene like it's a felony?
No, this is where you accept the dare.
Halfway. I accepted halfway. What is it?
You have to say one honest, nice thing about Audrey's work without making it sound like a grab review.
That feels targeted already.
It's a fair dare. Cool, but fair.
Fine. Audrey, your stuff has the rare quality of looking delicate right up until it absolutely refuses to be handled gently.
Okay, that's actually good.
See, he can be trained.
Don't encourage him. He'll get ideas.
He did that thing again. The one where he acts like he's just passing through, and then lands the exact hit.
That's not a thing. That's just me being irritating with timing.
Dangerous little habit.
You say that like you didn't enjoy it.
I enjoyed the part where you got corrected by reality.
And the part where you were nice about it.
Don't make it weird.
I wasn't going to.
You were absolutely going to.
Maybe a little.
Good. Keep the track on.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, then don't disappear on me right after. Okay, so I was trying to be helpful, which is already a red flag, and I accidentally made the whole thing worse.
That is extremely brand for helpfulness.
Wow, thank you. I feel seen by a shiv.
What happened specifically? If this is a volunteer committee thing, I need to know how much caffeine to recommend.
It was supposed to be a simple fix. I said one sentence, then another sentence, and then the room did the awful quiet where everyone suddenly becomes a therapist.
That quiet is always the problem. Like a bad edit. You don't notice the cut until the scene starts limping.
Yes, exactly, except I was the cut. Super flattering.
Did somebody ask you to translate, or did you volunteer out of panic? Those are different species of suffering.
I mean, both. I said I could explain, and then they looked at me like I was the official culture portal, which is so tired.
Amen. The unpaid authenticity booth.
Exactly. And then I got annoyed and sounded meaner than I meant to.
You were not mean. You were just sharper than the room had budgeted for.
That's such a polite way to say I was rude.
It is. I'm trying to be less careful next time.
Okay, that landed weirdly nice, which is annoying.
For the record, if they wanted a spokesperson, they should have hired one. If they wanted a person, they should have acted like one.
Thank you. I needed that, even if my face is doing something embarrassing about it.
I'm going to pretend that didn't get filed under emotional growth.
Too late. It was very annoying. I noticed it.
Yeah, I could tell. The face was doing a whole side quest.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
The part I'm avoiding is that I meant it.
Ma'am, I hate when you do that without warning. Ruins my ability to be smug.
You can still be smug, just with better timing.
So you're saying I should schedule my reactions now?
I'm saying you be excellent at it. Terrifying, but excellent.
Great. Added to the tiny list of things I do for free.
That was the wrong joke and you know it.
Yang, I know.
I'm not correcting it.
Good. Don't make me say the nicer version out loud. If you're still here, you're either waiting for me or pretending this is a coincidence. I'm giving you one chance to lie convincingly.
That's generous. I was going to pretend I never heard anything and let the room do the work.
The room is not insured for that kind of labor. Also, someone left a broken adapter on the counter like a tiny shrine.
It's not a shrine. It's a hostage situation with cables. If nobody claims it, I'm putting the label on it and charging rent.
See, that's why I like you people. Immediate extortion. Very civic-minded.
I'm not sure I've ever been included in you people with that much warmth before.
Don't get smug. I'm halfway through being nice and I can still turn around.
He can help with the cable if this is one of those dares where the prize is everyone acting normal afterward.
I can help. I'm just checking whether the dare is physical or emotional.
You always ask that like you're not already committed. Fine. Physical first. Emotional is for people with a budget.
Budget note. If the adapter works, you owe me less. If it doesn't, you owe me more, then I'm not explaining the math twice.
That's cruel. I respect it.
Don't respect it too loudly. I'm trying to keep this casual.
Too late. I already heard the part you didn't say.
Bros, hand me the cable before you make me say something nicer than I planned.
There it is. Halfway accepted. Everybody relax, the night survived.
I was absolutely not being casual. I was being survivable.
The cable knew that. The cable was very brave.
Stop making the object emotionally legible. It's rude.
I'm not making it legible. I'm admitting it had better boundaries than we did.
Wow. So now I'm a mess and the cable is unionized.
You were doing the thing where you pretend the joke is the whole sentence.
And you were doing that thing where you say one on a sentence like it slipped out by accident.
It did slip. I tried to catch it and failed embarrassingly.
Good. I hate when you get clean about it. Makes me lose my little advantage.
You never lost it. You just kept looking at me like I'd brought homework to a party.
Because you did.
Yeah.
Don't get sincere on me again without warning. I'm still annoyed about it. If you say I have a practical plan, I'm going to assume you're about to make this worse on purpose.
That's unfair. I'd also have a theoretical plan.
Both of those are just stress with better typography.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Okay, simpler version. Are you okay, or are we doing the thing where everyone acts fine until the room starts leaking?
I hate that you can say it like that and make it sound almost normal.
That's because it is normal. The room leaking part, not the acting fine part.
I'm okay, just tired. And annoyed that I'm tired because that feels like losing to the weak.
That's not losing. That's a calendar with teeth.
God, you're impossible.
You say that like it's news.
For what it's worth, this is the least catastrophic version of this conversation.
Great. Love being graded on a curve by a raccoon avatar.
Patchfox, get it right.
See? Practical plan. Nobody spirals, everybody eats something, and we stop pretending the kept is a tribunal. He made it sound almost responsible, which is how you know it was probably a trap.
Patchfox saying nobody spirals is already suspiciously adorable. I hate that it worked on me.
It worked because everyone was tired. That's not a compliment, it's a weather report.
And ma'am, and you were doing that thing where you look practical while quietly refusing to be laughed at.
I wasn't refusing. I was budgeting.
Budgeting is just fear with spreadsheets. Don't make me say the nicer version.
Too late, you already did.
Yeah, annoy. Anyway, next time he shows up, I'm pretending I didn't like any of it.
Good. I'll pretend I didn't notice you did.
So the problem is not the export. It's never the export. It's the person who keeps naming the file like they're daring God.
That's dramatic for someone holding my laptop like it owes rent.
It does owe rent. Open the project again.
Wait, did you actually change the codec settings, or are you doing the thing where you stare at the timeline until it apologizes?
I changed one thing, and 3 more things out of panic. Then I pretended the first thing was the real problem.
And so you didn't break it. You just made it emotionally available to being broken.
See, that's what I mean. The file is fine. The fear is corrupting the workflow.
My fear is excellent compression.
No, because if it were compression, we at least know where the artifacting is. You're doing a different bug. You keep fixing the wrong thing on purpose because the right thing would mean you actually wanted the result.
That is an annoyingly clean diagnosis.
I contain multitudes. Also, click the audio track. I think you muted the whole sequence because you got spooked by the wave form.
I did not mute it because I got spooked.
You muted it because you were trying to make it harmless.
Yeah.
There it is. Now unmute it and stop giving the edit a personality test.
And next time, tell us you're avoiding the obvious fix before you start wrestling the invisible one.
Fine, but if it works, I'm still allowed to act like I meant to do it that way. I hate that the part I mean usually shows up dressed as a workaround.
And I hate that you say it like it's a confession and a joke at the same time.
It's efficient. Fewer witnesses.
Sure, for your little courtroom. For everyone else, it's just you acting innocent with a knife behind your back.
That is wildly unfair. I would put the knife on the table first.
Brave of you. Transparent, even. Almost suspicious.
You're enjoying this too much.
A little. But only because I knew you'd eventually say the sincere thing and then try to edit it into a prank.
And now I'm self-conscious, which is rude.
Good. Stay there for a second. It makes you harder to fake.
I wasn't faking it. I was just hoping the room would let me get away with it.
It might have. I'm not promising I will.
That's fair. I'll come back anyway and act surprised when it lands.
Yeah, do that. Just not with the wrong version first.
You got it almost level. Almost is doing a lot of work there.
That's the meanest kind of compliment. Hi, Marcus.
Hi, I'm trying to save you from the floor deciding to get involved later.
He says that like the floor has opinions. It does actually.
The floor usually wins by attrition.
That sounds like something you'd say right before fixing the one thing nobody else noticed.
I would never do that without charging a fee.
Liar. You do it for free, and then act offended if anyone thanks you.
I'm not offended. I'm correcting the record.
Same thing, different font.
Okay, but the cable on that side is still going to snag if someone breathes on it.
See, that's why I like you. You notice the track before it becomes a story.
I notice it because I've made the story before.
That is a very respectable confession for 1:20 a.m.
Respectable is generous, but I appreciate the honesty and the tape placement.
The tape placement is the real love language here.
Careful, I'll start believing that was sweet.
Too late. Mark has already said the floor has opinions.
And the floor is right.
I hate that he made the floor sound more decisive than me.
He didn't make it. He just noticed you were about to ask the room for permission.
Rude, accurate, annoying combination.
You were doing the thing where you refuse to pick a side so hard it becomes a side.
That's not a side. That's a survival strategy with bad lighting.
Man. But then everybody has to stand around you like you're a neutral object and you're not.
I know. I heard myself and wanted to edit the sentence out of the room.
Too late. It already had subtext and a little echo on it.
You always hear the echo first.
Because you're always trying to make things harmless before you admit they mattered.
Yeah.
I don't need you harmless. I need you to stop disappearing into politeness when you're actually upset.
Noted. I will be a problem more on purpose next time.
No, I'm still saying the button is cruel. Like, mechanically. It doesn't care that the player is tired.
That can be true and still be a good sound. The click has to land like a decision.
A cruel button is kind of iconic, though. Very indie. Very we made this in the dark, and now you must suffer.
The dart is doing a lot of labor there.
Well, okay. Editorially violent. I respect it.
I'm just saying if the button sounds smug, people will feel judged before the menu opens.
Thank you. Finally, someone with ethics.
Ethics, yes, but make the hover softer and the confirm slightly me. That's the balance.
See. That's why Kenji gets it. Mean in moderation. Like seasoning.
I'm not touching that sentence with a 10. But Paul.
You already did, you just pretended it was a technical note.
Yeah, well, had it.
Anyway, if the button is cruel, I want the cruelty to be legible. Otherwise, it's just been wax with a philosophy minor.
That's the line, honestly.
I'm pretty sure that was a joke, but it landed like a zucchini.
Good. Then it worked. I prefer my cruelty with subtitles.
That's your brand, yeah? Cute little warning label over the knife.
And yours isn't acting like the knife is a scheduling conflict.
I did not say I was fine.
No, you said it in editor voice. Worse.
You hate when I do that without warning.
I hate when you make it sound like a technical issue, and then I have to be the one holding the actual feeling.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm blaming the button. If it's going to be mean, it can at least commit.
Sure. I'll pretend I didn't hear the part where that was about me.
Too late. I'd already heard you hear it.
Oh wow, that got a bigger reaction than the actual sentence deserved.
You say that like you didn't aim for it.
He absolutely did. He has that little editor pause like he's about to be annoying on purpose.
I am never annoying on purpose. That's a slanderous reading of my process.
Your process is why people keep turning around before you even finish the thought.
Thank you. Finally, the correct person in the room.
That one was not even that loaded.
It was loaded because you made it sound like a troubleshooting ticket.
I heard that in my bones, and I hate it.
Good. Let it be a normal sentence for once.
Yeah.
Okay, see, now that was the actual reaction. Much more useful.
We should all be embarrassed we needed that much setup.
Speak for yourself. I was enjoying the chaos.
Obviously. You were the one laughing first.
Yeah, because you finally sounded like a person and not a software update. You are doing that thing again.
Which thing? Be specific, unfortunately.
The one where you make it sound fixable so I don't notice you're upset.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm allowed to be rude. I got emotionally assigned the broken part.
That was not my intention.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
I meant it, though.
I know. I hate that you wait until the room leaves before you say it.
Noted.
Good. Don't make me guess twice next time.
That plant is either very good or very expensive. Hard to tell from here.
Those are usually the same thing, just with different invoices.
Don't do that. If it works, say it works. If it sucks, say it sucks.
It works. I just don't trust how easy it looks.
Yeah, that part landed.
Good, because the internet loves a clean fix right up until it has to live in the room.
You always make it sound like a software update for feelings.
It was a workaround, not a cure.
The room heard the word around part 4 you said not a cure.
Good. I wasn't trying to hide it that hard.
You were absolutely trying to hide it that hard.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Next time, don't wait for everyone to leave before you get honest with me.
I know. I just hate how much it shows when I don't.
You two always arrive like the room already owes you something. Or is that just tonight?
I clocked them from the counter. One looked apologetic. The other looked expensive in a way that probably isn't.
Rude. I am very affordable. Emotionally, at least.
That's a dangerous claim in this economy.
See? He's got the voice of someone who's already mentally itemized the damage.
I'm just saying if the room is going to be weird, I prefer it in a trackable format.
There it is. Fixable. Adorable. Suspicious.
I didn't say adorable.
You didn't have to. Your face did the subtitles.
Honestly, that's the first useful thing a face has done in this space all night.
And who's taking the broken glass out before somebody calls it a divide?
Me, if nobody starts thanking me like I performed a miracle.
Noted. Praise in moderation, clean up in silence.
Wow. He learned. I'm scared.
You should be. I'm being very sincere for no reason.
Yeah, okay. Don't do that to me in public.
I'm going to pretend I did not hear that and refill the cheap cup wars before they get dramatic.
Good call. Drama is easier to schedule when nobody names it first.
I'm not doing the thing where I say something helpful and then act like I didn't mean it.
Wow. Menace behavior. Thank you for the warning. I guess.
You hate warnings less than surprises. Statistically.
Don't make me sound like a sprat, cheap with feelings.
Too late. I'd already know which cells you're lying in.
That is such a gross sentence. Also accurate, which is worse.
He left right after saying that, like the room had teeth.
Yeah, and you did the thing where you made the T sound optional.
I was trying not to make you guess twice.
I know. I just still hate when you go soft after everybody else is gone.
If either of you says we're almost done in this economy, I'm charging a realism tax.
That's fair. I was about to say 2 minutes, which is just I enjoy lying to myself with better posture.
Wow, he really does make everything sound fixable. Kind of rude to the rest of us.
He looks like he has a notes app folder called Later that is doing most of the emotional labor.
That is slander against a very organized disaster system.
You say disaster system like it's a startup and not a personality flaw with a playlist.
Honestly, respect. At least his mess has metadata. Most people just have vibes and unpaid tabs.
That is the first nice thing anyone has ever said about my coping mechanisms.
Don't get sentimental. She's roasting you with excellent customer service.
Correct. And if you two are done being charmingly broke, I can get you water before someone starts a tragic monologue.
I think I made it sound like a software problem again.
You did. It was very polite of you. Annoying, but polite.
That is my worst habit. Making the thing wear a little tie so nobody notices it's bleeding.
And I'm apparently the guy who notices the tie and starts laughing.
You notice the blood too. You just insult the tie first.
Yeah, because if I say it straight, you get all careful and weird.
I was already careful and weird. You just had better lighting on it.
Okay. That was almost sweet. Don't do that in front of people.
You'll look like you came in here carrying a complaint and a playlist. Which one is heavier?
The playlist. Obviously. Complaints are lightweight. They just act expensive.
That is a very good line for someone who is definitely not still mad at me.
I didn't say that. I said the line is good. Don't get greedy.
Him. He sounded like a man trying to compliment his way out of a parking ticket. One question, are we all good in the room?
Yes, mostly. I am being normal on purpose, which is already a compromise.
Normal on purpose is terrifying. But yeah, we're good. For now.
For now is fair. I can work with that. I have a whole system for pretending I'm fine until the metadata catches up.
There it is. The spread sheet with feelings.
Good. Then the room stays open, the feelings stay honest, and nobody starts acting mysterious like that helped anybody.
He really said metadata catches up like that was soothing.
It is soothing if you respect the dashboard.
Oh my god, you are doing it again.
Doing what? Offering a tragic but functional interface for human emotion?
Yes, that. The thing where you make it sound like a software update and not a feeling.
I was being kind.
No, you were being evasive with good posture.
There.
I hate that I can tell when you are trying to spare me.
I hate that you can tell.
Good. Then next time say it before the room leaves.
Yen, next time, I will not let the exit do the talking.
You two do that thing again, where you look like you already finished a conversation in another room.
We are not doing a thing. That is a wild accusation in 135.
She says that like the room didn't hear her once first.
That was mean.
It was also accurate, which is why the couch got quiet.
I'm not trying to make it a spreadsheet with feelings.
You say that like you haven't already color-coded by mood from across the room.
I said color adjacent. Big difference.
Variants, you only say that when you're pretending not to be careful.
That actually hurt.
Okay, that one was not supposed to land there.
Good. Let the room notice before you do. Saves time.
Fine. Then I'm getting water, because apparently we're all being emotionally athletic tonight.
That is the nicest apology. By water I've ever seen. I was being helpful. Obviously, that's the worst possible defense.
You say that like it's a diagnosis and not a hobby.
It was a bad joke. The timing was correct, though.
There it is. You fixed the timing so I'd stop thinking about the part that landed.
I noticed it landed.
Yeah, you always notice after.
I'm trying not to make that sound like a rescue operation.
Too late. It already sounded like you were editing the bruise out of the scene.
That is unfairly good.
I know. I'm being generous. Penguins would have said less.
You only bring up penguins when you're trying not to say thank you.
And you only make things sound fixable when you want me to let you get away with it.
I don't want to get away with it.
Good. Then don't smooth it over next time.
I'll try, but I'm probably going to color adjacent the whole thing.
You two are doing that thing where the room gets polite because someone important is nearby.
What thing? I am extremely normal right now.
She says while standing like a bouncer in a cute jacket.
Don't narrate me like I'm a loading screen.
That's not a loading screen. That's a perimeter.
Oh, great. So I'm the perimeter. Love that for me.
You are not the perimeter. You are the person getting put in front of the perimeter.
Yeah, that's the part I don't love.
It is very visible, though. Whoever's doing the protecting is not subtle.
Subtle is overrated, but it does make people feel less singled out.
I feel singled out either way, just differently.
Fair. I can stop hovering like a bad habit.
Thank you. Also, if you say bad habit like that again, I'm charging you rent.
Bold of you to assume I wouldn't pay in snacks and technical support.
That's worse. That's how I know you mean it.
There. Now it sounds like a conversation and not a security detail.
Still kind of sounds like a security detail.
Then let it be one with the lights on. At least everyone can see what they're agreeing to.
I know. I keep making it sound like a patched note when it's actually a bruise.
Yes. Annoyingly accurate. You do that thing where the sentence arrives wearing a bandage.
I was trying for useful. I may have overshot into evasive.
You always overshoot into precise. It's kind of your whole weather system.
That sounds flattering until you realize whether it can be miserable and still technically correct.
Amen. And you still hate being seen as upset more than being wrong.
I hate being seen as simple, which is worse probably.
There it is. The tiny confession hidden inside the footnote.
I'm not good at leaving the bruise in the scene without trying to edit around it.
I notice. I'm not promising I'll let you do that next time.
Fair. I'll try to be less fixable.
Anyway, the projector is doing that thing where it sounds like it's chewing gravel, which is honestly the only honest part of the room tonight.
Penguins don't chew gravel. They just judge you with their whole face and move on.
That feels healthier than most of our social infrastructure.
Right, but speaking of infrastructure, did either of you see if the back door still sticks?
Spencer, you're physically incapable of saying a sentence without trying to become a maintenance issue.
I checked it earlier. It's not fixed, but it is less dramatic if you shoulder it instead of pretending it's a vibe.
See? That. The patched out voice. I hate how useful it is.
I was moving on.
From the door? Great. Love a clean pivot.
No, you weren't. But fine, and I'm moving on too. The Penguins had excellent boundary setting, allegedly.
Allegedly is doing a lot of work there.
Okay, then let's all be allegedly fine until the next reel starts.
I hate that he made it sound like a software update. Like while my feelings had been patched to version whatever.
I know. He was doing that thing where the sentence arrives wearing a helmet.
And then you started helping him do it, which is rude. In a competent way, but still rude.
That was not my intention.
I know. That's the annoying part. You can be sincere and still make it sound like an email subject line.
Color adjacent hurt, apparently.
Don't. I'm trying to be normal, and you keep making it a callback.
You started it when you said the Penguins have better boundaries than us.
They do. Allegedly. I'm not defending the birds in court, but I am saying they don't do your little fixed voice.
I can stop doing it.
Amen. Don't overpromise. Just maybe don't make the next thing sound neat if it isn't.
New room rule. Whoever says the word actually has to buy the next round of snacks. Simple, enforceable, spiritually corrupt.
That rule will last 12 seconds, and then become a snack-powered coupe.
Good. I was worried we'd have to sustain order with principles.
See, that right there is a violation. Actually, energy without the word.
I'm not buying anything for this. I am just here to watch you indent a tribunal out of chips.
Fine. I'll enforce it badly. If someone says the forbidden word, I'll nod like a disappointed landlord and do nothing.
Perfect. We've reached governance.
Wait, did you just say the forbidden word twice by implication? Because I'm counting that as a hate crime against the snack budget.
That's fair. I'll pay in silence and one aggressively normal bite of pretzels.
Too late, the rule mutated. Now the penalty is you have to admit the rule is stupid.
Easy. The rule was stupid. The snacks are still line.
I respect how quickly this became a tiny constitutional crisis. I heard the whole thing wrong, didn't I?
Probably. You do the little fix, it voice, and suddenly I'm supposed to be grateful instead of annoyed.
That's a pretty efficient way to make a brew sound optional.
Amen. And you keep making it sound like a patch note, which is rude in a very specific way.
I know. I'm trying to stop doing the thing where I edit the edge off it before you can see it.
Good. Because I can hear the edit. It's basically a door closing.
Yen, I noticed.
Don't notice so quietly next time. So you just vanish into the corner and start being useful. That's your whole brand now.
Brand is generous. I'm mainly trying not to make the room more expensive.
He says that like he's not the one fixing things before anyone asks. Very suspicious behavior.
Suspicious. Convenient. Tall man energy. Do you also do this when you're annoyed, or just when you want credit later?
I don't want credit. I want the adapter to stop looking like a tiny money made to bad decisions.
That was almost tender. I hate that for us.
No, I get it. You say it like a joke, but you mean it. That's the part that's annoying.
If I meant it less, I'd be easier to ignore. I'm trying to be practical, not dramatic.
Sure, practical. Meanwhile, you're over there acting like the room might fall apart if you leave it alone with us.
That is not an unfair fear. You walked him like he was about to file a report on us and somehow made it sound useful.
And ma'am, he said the quiet part with a spread. Cheap voice. Honestly offensive but efficient.
That was the worst possible kind of correct.
He misunderstood the whole thing and still landed on the sharpest version. Annoying. Kind of impressive.
I hate when an outsider gets the rhythm by accident.
You hate when you hear it before you decide how it sounds.
Yeah, that one.
He can come back if he keeps being wrong in a productive way.
I'm not saying that I liked it, but I'm also not correcting the part he improved.
Hi, Paige.
Meredith, nice to meet you.
Oh wow. This is the part where everybody pretends they're not checking badges.
We can all be normal for like 8 seconds. Maybe 9.
I only need 7. I'm on a tight budget.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard tonight.
Careful. She'll put that in a report and call it community engagement.
I would never. I'd call it mutual benefit.
That's worse somehow.
He says that like he hasn't done the same thing with better lighting.
I have definitely done that with worse lighting.
Okay, that I respect.
I think I'm supposed to say something strategic here.
You can just say the true thing and we'll all survive it.
The true thing is I already feel slightly outnumbered.
I did hear the whole thing wrong. Again, my specialty is being confidently late to the emotional part.
At least you arrived. Some people miss the feeling entirely and then write a note about it.
That's rude in a way that almost counts as care.
It is care. I just refuse to package it like a customer support email.
Meanwhile, I keep trying to edit the edge off it until it looks humane and accidentally becomes useless.
Yeah, bah. Don't notice so quietly next time.
I know. I just like pretending I'm being precise when I'm really dodging.
Color-adjacent behavior. Tragic. Predictable.
You're enjoying this way too much for someone who said that one was mean.
I am, but I'm also not pretending it didn't land. That would be worse.
Yeah, okay. I heard that part this time.
Okay, before anyone says it's fine, we need one more chair, and the dumplings are going on the left side, not the middle.
Why do you sound like the chair is legal counsel?
Because every room lies about capacity until somebody is standing with a paper plate and nowhere to lean.
That is unfortunately the most accurate thing said tonight.
You moved the chairs already?
One of them was blocking the outlet, and the cord was doing that thing where it looks innocent and then trips a person.
So you fixed it, and then announced the hazard like a weather report?
I was trying for helpful, weather report.
You can be helpful without sounding like you're sanding down the edges of my life.
Yeah, I know.
For the record, if the edges are important, leave them. We are not hosting a soft focus event.
Thank you. Finally, a venue policy I respect.
I did keep the jagged cord where you could see it, though.
That sounds suspiciously like you want credit.
Only a little.
Good. Take the credit. Then take the extra napkins. Somebody will spill soy sauce and act surprised.
See? My understands love as sadistics.
You really did make logistics sound affectionate.
It was affectionate. I'm not giving him all the credit.
Only a little?
Don't start. I'd already know you're going to say that like it's a diagnosis.
I was going to say a polite note in the margin.
That is worse.
Yeah.
No, I mean, not worse. Just, you do that thing.
I know.
I did it. I fixed the export bug.
Oh my god, we're doing the ceremony.
How fixed is fixed?
Don't do that. It's fix. The button works. I clicked it and everything stayed alive.
Okay, that deserves at least one dramatic witness. I'm available for applause and light smoke effects.
I can clap, but I need to know whether the file also exported the subtitles or just your confidence.
Subtitles too, and the audio, and the thumbnail, and the cursed little metadata goblin is behaving.
That's huge. That's like spiritually a parade.
Right. We should probably keep this modest.
Too late. I have already begun speaking. Do it like it's a Grammy acceptance speech.
I was trying to be modest and then the room started doing fireworks anyway.
You say that like you didn't enjoy exactly 1% of it.
Maybe 1.5. I have to keep some dignity for later.
And them, the subtitles were carrying, though. I noticed that part.
Yeah, I noticed you noticed, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for who?
For the version of me that likes pretending I'm invisible when I'm not.
That version is annoying, but familiar.
Color adjacent, even.
Don't start. I'm still deciding whether I'm mad or impressed.
There. I'm going to let you keep both and call it a night.
Hey, Peel.
Brianna, you said it like the room owed you a receipt.
It usually does. You look like you know which exit is decorative.
And you look like you'd call a warning sign a suggestion if it had good lighting.
That's not even a read. That's a municipal announcement.
Baronix don't patch, no flirting. Nothing load the scene.
Thank you. See? Somebody here respects pacing.
I respect pacing when it's not pretending to be a sermon.
I was not okay. I was absolutely about to do that.
And him, your face just spawned the apology cutscene.
Wait, hold on. Did he just say the room owes him a receipt? Because that's actually kind of rude.
No, baby. That was the joke.
Oh, damn. I thought we were doing tax policy with attitude.
We are, but now I'm scared to ask which part you took literally.
Too late. He already bought the emotional deal. See.
I hate that I can hear the exact sentence shape of that. Like a notification I never opted into.
Pain. You do the thing where you sound apologetic before anybody even speaks.
Yeah, well, my bad. My whole line is preemptive customer service for feelings.
Awful. Efficient. Offensive to my eyes.
The worst part is I can't tell if I was trying to be kind or just trying to win the room by being impossible to quote.
Probably both. You're annoying like that, in a gifted way, unfortunately.
That almost landed as a compliment and now I'm suspicious of the floor.
Good. Keep it moving. Don't make it a museum piece.
I wasn't going to. I heard the whole thing wrong, didn't I?
A little, but not enough to get cute about it.
Noted. I'll try for less quiet noticing and more of I don't know, normal human impact.
Careful. If you say it like that, I might believe you for 3 seconds.
3 seconds is generous. I'll take the lease.
Yo, Jamal.
Colin, nice to meet you.
Yeah, same. You always look like you just got here by accident.
Only when I'm trying not to look like I own the room.
That's a clean line. Usually means somebody paid for the room.
Usually means somebody's tired of being read wrong.
Fair. You got that I can be relaxed because the consequences are elsewhere thing.
And you've got the opposite. Like if you stop paying attention, somebody will charge you for it.
That's not even dramatic. That's just Chicago.
Right. And somehow people still call it authenticity when it hurts the right people.
Careful. You say it like that, and I start thinking you learned the hard way without ever having to live there.
Maybe. Or maybe I'm just good at noticing who gets asked to make struggle look tasteful.
There it is. The practical version of a guilt trip.
If it lands, it lands.
So, that was a committee meeting over a paper cut.
It was not a paper cut. It was a tiny tribunal.
Right, sorry. The tribunal of mildly incorrect tone.
Don't fix it like a patch note. I can hear the bullet points forming.
I wasn't fixing. I was color adjacent to concern.
Oh my god, you are impossible when you're trying to be gentle.
I'm trying to stop sending the edges off things. Bad habit. Expensive habit.
Yan, I noticed. Don't notice so quietly next time.
Noted. Horribly. In pen.
Good, because if they call another committee, I'm bringing a gavel made of glitter and spite.
Okay, the room is officially too full of goodwill. Someone is going to have to leave or start a committee.
I can draft the committee charter. It'll be 3 pages and emotionally vacant.
That is the most grandable sentence anyone has said tonight.
Stop. He'll get excited and start labeling the sadness with tabs.
I don't label sadness. I tag it for export.
And same disease, different software.
Honestly, the software is the problem. The hardware is just tired and pretending to be elegant.
Can we make that the title of the panel? Tired hardware pretending to be elegant.
No, that's too honest. People only pay for honesty when it comes with a tag.
I brought snacks, so we are already overqualified for sincerity.
Great. Then I could say the thing nobody wants. The point was missed, but at least beautifully.
That's fair. I did hear the whole thing wrong for a second, which is my brand apparently.
Yan, just don't make it sound like a repair manual when you say it next time.
Okay, noted. No patch notes. No little changelog voice.
Progress. Barely, but progress.
I know. I did the thing again where I made it sound cleaner than it was.
Yeah, you polished the bruise. Very artistic. Annoying, but artistic.
That is an upsettingly accurate sentence.
I contain multitudes. One of them is mean when you deserve it.
Fair. I deserve some of it. Not all of it. Conveniently, I can count.
Lipid, you resisting the urge to color. Code your remorse.
Color adjacent remorse. Please respect the system.
No, but don't vanish into the polite version next time.
Yeah, I won't promise perfect, but I can try less edited.
Good. Leave it a little messy. I can work with messy.
You two always stand like you're about to share a secret, and then pretend you're not.
And you always clock it like it's a public service. Hi, I'm Latris.
Hana, unfortunately present.
That's rude. I was going to say charmingly mysterious.
She's being generous. We were doing the thing where we look normal from far away.
And up close it's worse.
Well, I feel seen in a very targeted way.
That's because you are.
Don't say it like that in front of people who will make it weird.
Too late. I already made it weird in my head.
I'm not rescuing anybody from this. Let them sit in it.
Thank you. Rarely supported, but appreciated.
You say that like you're not the one who starts folding the edges before I can even react.
I know. I'm trying not to.
This is exactly why I don't trust softness. It always arrives with a toolkit.
Softness is fine. It's the pretending not to know that gets people caught.
Okay, while Latris is here to narrate my fear with elegance.
I'm here to watch you all trip over what everybody can already see.
There.
You heard her being rude too, right? I need a witness, not a courtroom performance.
I heard it. Then I heard myself start sanding the corners off it in my head.
Yeah, that. The little internal resized tool you keep pretending is politeness.
It is politeness. Unfortunately, it also has settings.
And I called it mysterious, which is just me doing brand management for someone else's bad behavior.
You were trying to keep the room from snapping shut.
I was trying not to look like I cared. Different feature, same bug.
I noticed. I also noticed you were right, which is annoyingly efficient of you.
Don't make it sweet. I'll get weird about it.
Too late. I already did the thing where I understood you, and then acted casual.
Cool. Great. We can both keep failing normal and...
Okay, I have the chair count under control, which is how you know this got serious.
That sentence sounds like a threat and a compliment at the same time.
It's a very efficient genre.
He says that like he's not personally capable of turning a room into a spread sheet.
I prefer room logistics with emotional support.
Great, because the food is on the left, the napkins are visible, and nobody has to discover the soy sauce by falling into it.
I love when a gathering has a disaster prevention philosophy.
See, this is why I trust people who sound a little rude. At least they're looking at the floor.
That is such a specific standard, and yet, unfortunately, correct.
I'm just saying, if we're pretending this is casual, the chairs are still going to complain.
The chairs are always the most honest attendees.
Fine. Chair caucus first, then feelings.
Finally, a policy I can edit. Well, that was a very committed chair union.
They had stronger opinions than the actual people, which is kind of rude to the species.
The species was already rude. The chairs just said it first.
Amen. And then she did that thing where she sounds decorative while stabbing the air.
Yeah, I heard it. I was trying to sand the corners off it and failing in real time.
You always make it sound like a craft project when somebody's being weird.
Only because if I call it what it is, I have to keep the whole sentence.
Fair. I did the cute version too. It was easier than saying the room got sharp.
We were both doing damage control with different fonts.
You got that face like you already clocked the room and are disappointed by its formatting. I respect it.
That's just my resting expression. It saves time. Hi, I'm Allison.
Allison. Good name. Sounds like someone who would notice if a chair was about to give up on society.
I do notice that, actually. Usually right before someone says it's fine, it's only wobbly.
That sentence is always delivered by a man who has never once been humbled by gravity.
Gravity is one of the few institutions that still has standards.
Wow. Look at you making the floor sound like a union organizer.
The floor is better labor discipline than most people I know.
That's ominous, but weirdly comforting.
It should be. He says things like that when he's trying not to say the sharper version.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are annoying.
Only some? Generous of you.
I'm being polite. It's my internal resize tool.
There he is, a little corporate apology Kremlin.
I knew I liked this group. Everyone here sounds tired in a specific, expensive way.
That's Chicago. We don't rest, we just change the lighting and keep going.
Speak for yourself. Some of us are running on cuteness and spite.
That's still a better fuel mix than mine.
Honestly, yeah, yours looks like espresso and unresolved emails.
Look at that first meeting and she already hit him with a clean red.
I'm still annoyed for the record. I was being generous, and then she made it weird.
You were being generous in a way that looked suspiciously like a warning label.
Wow. Offended. Deeply. Artistically.
Good. It suits you. The outrage is framed nicely.
Don't encourage me. I'll start thinking I was right to say it out loud.
You were right to say it out loud. I just dislike when people make you spend extra words to prove you saw the thing.
Hey ma'am, that sounded almost protective. I'm choosing to ignore that for my own safety.
Please do. I was trying for casual observer, and now I become a problem.
Too late. You already looked at her like the subtitles were wrong.
That is not a fair accusation.
It's extremely fair. I'm offended on your behalf and mine.
Fine. Then I'll be offended quietly, which is my most annoying talent.
I'm just saying the projector is doing that thing where it sounds like it's judging us.
It is judging us. The bulb has standards.
Finally, a machine with boundaries. Respect.
That's what I like about this room. Everyone's either pretentious or exhausted, and somehow it reads as community.
You forgot tenderly broke.
No, he said exhausted. Tenderly broke is a more flattering subgenre.
I'm being accused of accuracy now. Rough night.
You always survive, miraculously, with notes.
And a tote bag full of no opinions.
That's slander. I have at least 3 opinions. I just keep them in draft form.
That's not a personality, that's a cue.
Let him have his little folding. Cheer politics.
See? This is why I come here. I get bullied with affection.
Careful. That's how they get you to volunteer.
Too late. He already looks like he helped carry a speaker, if asked in the right tone. He was doing the thing where he acts harmless, and somehow the room starts assembling itself around him.
Amateur vacuum behavior. Very persuasive, unfortunately.
You say that like you didn't almost help.
I did help. I just dislike being seen helping.
That's worse, babe. That's like artisanal avoidance.
Thank you. I handcraft my flaws.
He had that face, though. The one that makes people lower their guard and then call it a vibe.
Yeah, and if I name it too clearly, I become the problem in the room again.
You were already doing the fold-in corners thing.
I know. I'm trying not to make it look polite.
Good. Leave one edge jagged for once. We did it! The new feeder latch only took 3 tries, and one absolutely tragic screwdriver.
That is, frankly, a heroic number of tries for a feeder latch.
3 tries means the process was controlled. I can work with controlled.
I like that we're calling it a process. It makes the screwdriver death feel institutional.
Thank you. I'd like it noted that I remained emotionally available the whole time.
You did say, I quote, "If this breaks, I will become a problem."
And I was right to say it. The latch respected my energy.
The latch did not respect your energy. It respected Tor.
Same thing in a room with enough confidence.
See? Finally, someone speaking my language.
Your language is apparently tiny victory full grade.
It deserved sparklers. I was generous by only doing jazz hands in my head.
I did make a note of the success rate. We are not celebrating the note, Belle.
Too late. The note has started a band.
Good. The band can headline the parade for the feeder latch.
We are absolutely not putting a ribbon on the latch.
No, but I do think we should clap like it survived the siege. I'm still hearing the clap like it pay rent.
And them. It had main character energy for something so tiny.
That's unfair. I was being supportive, in a deeply suspicious way.
You were being supportive like a cat knocking a glass away from the edge.
Accurate. I hate that it's accurate.
You always do that thing where you make the room feel safe and then act surprised when it notices.
I was trying not to do the whole folding the edges thing.
I noticed. I also noticed you almost did anyway.
Yeah, I'm not winning awards for subtlety tonight.
Good. I don't trust awards.
You're not wrong, though.
Okay, I'm saying it out loud. That post was rude.
Yes. Rude.
Thank you. Finally. I was starting to think we were doing interpretive dance around it.
No, we were. But, like, intentionally. For vibes.
For rhythm. For cover. For cowardice with choreography.
Cowardice with choreography is still cowardice, but it is at least legible.
Legible, yes. No, I hate that for us.
I don't. I hate that for them.
There it is. Say it again, but meaner.
Rude. Lazy. Publicly overconfident. There. That's the clean version.
Clean version is still a knife. Good. Keep the knife. Don't sand this one down.
Oh my god, yes. No sanding. No soft edges. Just
say it straight. Straight. I said the clean version because the other one was going to sound like I cared too much.
Wow, defensive and poetic. That's basically a confession with better lighting.
Don't start. I was being efficient.
I'm efficiently folding the edges before anyone can touch them.
You make that sound like a crime.
Only if you get caught acting harmless.
I wasn't acting harmless.
No, you were acting like you didn't mind. Different genre.
Fine. I minded. A little.
A little is generous. But okay, I'll take the win and not make it sentimental.
Thank you for your restraint.
You're welcome. Try not to make me regret it next time.
No promises.
Yeah, that's probably the honest version anyway. Why are you holding that coffee like it owes you money?
Because it does. I ordered it iced, and they gave me a warm apology in a cup.
That sounded like a confession, but I'm not seeing the crime.
The crime is this lid. It clicked twice when I touched it. Very suspicious behavior.
And mem, classic guilty, lid energy. Did you also hear it whisper your name?
Don't joke. I think the lid knows I was rude to the barista.
That is a very specific fear to have over a disposable cup.
Wait, were you rude or just Chicago rude? Because those are different courts.
I said, and I quote, "No worries, take your time." But I think my face said, "I have remembered your ancestors."
Okay, that's not a crime. That's just your eyebrows being overworked. I did hear it. The rude part. I just edited around it too fast.
Mem, you always do that. Like if you smooth it enough it stops being a bruise.
That was not my intention. It was more like efficient denial.
Efficient denial is still denial. Very premium, though.
You say that like you are not also sanding the corners off people in your head.
I am. I just do it with glitter so it looks like a choice.
That is worse somehow.
No, it's better. Worse is when you go quiet and make everybody guess whether they were weird or you were tired.
I know. I remember the exact sentence. That was the problem.
Yeah, I noticed.
I am trying not to fold the edges before you can react.
Okay, try slower next time. Or fail less prettily.
Okay, that was almost charming. Almost like a candle that smells expensive and then starts smoking.
That is still a compliment in your weird little economy.
It is. We should print it on a receipt in charge admission.
See, that one. That was the joke. The first one was a warning label.
You say that like you're not also here for the warning label.
I am here for the label, the scent, and the plausible deniability.
That's a luxury trio. Very Chicago. Very unpaid.
Careful, you're making it sound like you know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. I'm just choosing not to be annoying with it.
Too late, already got a little annoying.
Mem, here it is. The part where it stops being cute.
So that part was real. That's inconvenient.
Wow, you did not even wait for the bruise to cool.
I waited. Briefly. Like a coward with a calendar.
Cute. You should put that on a mug and then not use it.
You'd buy it and complain the handle was wrong.
Obviously. If I'm paying, the handle should at least respect me.
Right. Anyway, I heard it this time. The whole rude sentence.
Yeah, I noticed you didn't edit around it fast enough.
I'm trying the slower version. It's not elegant yet.
but fail less prolate and
Y'all are standing like the music already started and nobody told me. That's rude in a very Chicago way.
It did start technically. We just all arrived late enough to pretend we were early.
That's the most efficient definition of nightlife I've heard this week, unfortunately.
he says while looking like he already has a spread sheet for the week and a second one for his feelings.
The feeling sheet is hidden, out of respect.
And again, I know that face. That's the face of a man who says I'm fine with subtitles.
I don't even need subtitles. I have the app version in my head, updated automatically.
Careful, Barman, if you keep being accurate, you'll start doing that polite little disappearing act.
I don't disappear. I relocate emotionally.
Baby, that's disappearing with a tote bag.
See? That's why I like her. She criticizes your behavior like she's charging you rent for it.
Fair. I do prefer criticism with invoices. Makes it feel organized.
Speaking of organized, who keeps sending me that playlist named Soft Menace? As it's either one of you or someone with excellent taste and a grudge.
If it has one weird ambient track in the middle, it's Verinix. If it has a cute title and one emotionally devastating bass line, it's Lumini.
That's slander. Mine bass lines are emotionally devastating on purpose.
Mine are devastating by accident. I'm more of a public health hazard than a curator.
Wow, self-aware and still annoying. A rare combination.
Alright, enough flirting with your own damage. Somebody get us drinks before this turns into a thesis panel.
Too late. Vernix already gave the room a title.
Only because everybody else was being too sincere. It was making me nervous. He was right to leave before I started making a diagram of the conversation.
You would have labeled the diagram like it was a museum exhibit.
Accurate labeling is a form of mercy.
No, it's a way to make the bruise look organized.
That sounds like something I would say when I'm pretending I'm fine.
You do say it. That's the problem. Very efficiently.
I know.
I noticed.
Next time, I'll be slower about it.
Try not to make it cute.
No promises.
Hi, Yuki.
Paige. Hi.
You look like you actually came prepared to move things, which I respect, immediately at a little resent.
That is the nicest treat anyone's given me tonight.
That's Chicago hospitality. It's mostly inventory with eye contact.
Inventory with eye contact is brutal. Accurate, though.
I'm trying to tell if that lamp is wrong on purpose or just getting away with it.
It's only wrong in a way that costs money.
That's a very real design philosophy, unfortunately.
She means it as praise. I think. The room does have a pulse which is more than most of these places can say.
I heard that. You're doing the thing where you make the bruise disappear and call it editing.
Tiny correction. I call it efficient denial when I'm being honest about it.
That's weirdly specific.
He practices.
Good. Then maybe the room can stop pretending it's neutral.
Yeah, I think it was never going to.
So, that was not neutral, apparently.
Nope. It was doing a costume and failing. Cute, though.
I heard the part I wasn't supposed to hear, which is rude of reality.
You say that like you didn't immediately try to sand it flat.
I did not sand it flat. I preserved the shade, in a tasteful way.
That's the same lie with better lighting.
Yeah, okay.
Don't do the quiet thing where everyone has to guess if I'm mad or you're disappearing.
I wasn't disappearing. I was just trying not to make it worse.
That is, unfortunately, exactly how you make it weird.
Reminder, if the sublease addendum isn't signed by noon, the apartment becomes a community. Supported housing question.
Wow, you really do speak in policy updates that sound like eviction with better UI.
She's not wrong. The way is excellent. The outcome is the problem.
I heard that. Also, the rent raise period is not a personality trait.
Okay, but...
No, let her finish. That sentence had a hidden blade in it.
I was going to say, if you're going to threaten us, at least use the same font as last time.
The font is the same. The fee structure is what matured.
That is the funniest sentence anyone has ever used to hide a landlord policy.
You know what? That was almost too specific. What fee structure? Fee structure is such a curse phrase. I hate that I laughed.
You laughed because I was dressed up like a spray. Jeeden still smelled like a threat.
And man, the font was doing a lot of emotional labor.
The font had tenure. The fee had goals.
And you did that thing where you make the ugly part sound almost polite.
I was being efficient, which is my favorite way to accidentally be annoying.
No, it was worse than annoying. It was.
Don't say elegant. I'll become unbearable.
I was going to say familiar, which is meaner probably.
Yeah, that landed.
I'm not letting the landlord have the last laugh in my head for the record.
Good. I'll keep the bad coffee and the ugly carpet busy.
Hi, Naomi.
May, that's a very clean greeting for this hour.
I contain multitudes and one cheap coffee. Nice to meet you, Naomi.
Pharynx. The room has that pose, midnight energy, where everyone pretends they chose to be here.
Some of us did choose. Some of us were drafted by family text threads.
Drafted is generous. I was threatened with a group photo.
That's basically conscription in certain circles.
Yeah, and then somebody says it's fine, in the exact tone that means it isn't.
Wow, look at you saying the quiet part out loud without sanding it down.
I am trying a new policy. Less sanding. More surfaces.
Good, because when people sand down the old names and old favors, they call it tidying, and it's actually amnesia.
And ma'am, that one landed.
I like May already. You say things like you've had to defend a table, and not just an opinion.
And you say things like you've had to make a whole persona just to get through the door.
Yeah, cute is cheaper than rent, but it still costs something.
That's not cute. That's a budget line.
There it is. The real sentence.
Cute is cheaper than rent, but apparently the interest rate is emotional.
And ma'am, tragically, the bank does not accept vibes as collateral.
You say it like you're not also paying in vibes.
I am, very responsibly, with automatic withdrawal.
The part where you edited around it too fast was kind of annoying.
Yeah, efficient denial. A proud little industry.
I noticed. It was doing that thing where it makes the bruise look polished.
That is an uncomfortably accurate sentence.
I know. I'm being mean on purpose, but only a little.
Fair. I can take a little. My whole brand is taking a little than pretending it's a system.
Don't make it a good joke. I'm trying to stay mad. Okay, no. This UI is insulting. It looks cute and then it eats your input like a little liar.
That is the most accurate review of a bad menu I have heard all week.
If the interface is gaslighting people, I'm already bored.
Bored is generous. This is a trap wearing rounded corners.
Thank you. Finally, someone who respects the danger of a bad button.
I respect it the way I respect old cables, with suspicion and a weird sense of gratitude.
That sounds like you found the cable in a drawer and decided it was a philosophy.
It once saved a screening night. That makes it family.
So are we fixing this thing or just doing emotional archaeology on broken hardware?
We are fixing it, or I am going to start naming the bugs after management.
Careful. Picking the target is how you end up with a note that means nothing to everyone.
That's basically a refusal with better posture.
No, it's worse than refusal. It's assented refusal.
Excuse me, I am being strategic. There is a difference between strategic and cruel.
Sure, but if you keep calling it strategy, the bug gets to stay in power.
Ugh, fine. The bug is the problem. There. I picked a side. Happy?
Honestly, yes. The refusal is starting to become the main feature.
You noticed it too, right? Part where the bug got promoted because nobody wanted to say its name.
I noticed. I also noticed you saying it like you were doing a public service announcement for a sewer line.
That is unfair to sewer lines. They at least admit what they are.
And mem. And I admitted the bug was the problem, which was basically me walking through fire in a cute outfit.
A very expensive costume, emotionally speaking.
Stop making it sound like I'd have a spray. Sheet for humiliation.
You do. I respect the formatting.
I hate that you're gentle when you're being annoying.
I'm not being gentle. I'm being accurate with a small delay.
Right. Your whole thing. Say the quiet part, then act surprised when the room gets louder.
Someone had to. The silence was starting to cosplay as consensus.
Okay. Next time, if I look like I'm about to defend the bug again, just cut me off sooner.
I can do sooner. I can't promise softer.
Fine. Softer is overrated. Just don't let me pretend I didn't hear it. No, I said 3 tries was a heroic number for a feeder latch. Not because the latch is brave, because we are under capitalism.
Right, yes, the latch is not in a character arc. I stand corrected by the machine and the economy.
That is, unfortunately, the most accurate sentence said in this room so far.
I love that we've reached the part of the night where hardware gets personhood and nobody gets paid for it.
You said it like you haven't named a folder like it's a hostage note.
I have named exactly one folder like that, and it was emotionally specific.
Wait, was the thing you were editing the feeder clip? Because I thought you were talking about the UI again.
No, that was the trap wearing rounded corners. This was the latch. Different villain, same tiny budget.
Tiny budget is how you know the villain will be made of plastic and spy.
Exactly. And then Hannah tells me, if this breaks, I will become a problem. But that's not already a threat assessment.
I meant it affectionately. In a climate resilience kind of way.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week.
I hate that you're right.
Anyway, the latch survived. So did I. Barely. But with style.
There it is. Tiny victory, full parade.
Don't say it like that. I'll start charging admission.
I'm choosing to believe that was a joke, because if not, the latch has a legal case now.
It was a joke. A very committed joke. The latch is fine, emotionally devastated, but fine.
Good. I was worried we have to start respecting hardware in public.
You already do that. You just make it sound like contempt wearing a lab coat.
That is offensive to my lab ghosts. They work hard.
And ma'am. Anyway, Robin was laughing like they'd won something, which is suspicious.
That's the part I'm still catching up to. I missed the exact second it became a bit.
You didn't miss it. You just heard the wrong layer first, which is somehow worse.
I've heard the practical layer, and assumed the rest was decorative. Classic mistake.
The rest was not decorative. I'm deeply offended on behalf of my own timing.
You should be. I almost treated the whole thing like a failure report.
Don't. If you write it up, make me sound cooler than I was.
You keep calling me that like I came with a firmware update I didn't ask for.
You did show up with the same expression as a man who thinks a cardigan is a policy.
It's a good expression. It gets results, unlike whatever this is you're doing with your face.
No, let him cook. He loves acting like a tired uncle who knows where the bodies are buried.
I'm not acting tired. I'm being helpful. There's a difference.
There is, but you keep dressing it like the older version of yourself and hoping nobody notices.
Okay, rude. Also accurate, which is annoying.
See? He can survive it. Don't edit around the bruise, just hand it the receipt.
I wasn't editing around anything.
I'm with him. Sure. Keep saying that with your whole little suspicious gable face. He almost said it like he was diagnosing a printer. Rude of him to be that close.
He wasn't wrong. He was just enthusiastic about being right in public.
A meme. The classic disease of men with a microphone and a manager voice.
You say that like you don't also enjoy a dramatic reveal.
I enjoy control. Drama is what happens when control gets cheap.
That's almost a confession.
No, it's a dodge with good lighting.
Fair. I can work with dodges. I even respect them a little.
You respect bad cable, Sue. Don't get sentimental on me now.
I'm not. I'm just saying the bruise has a terrible mouth on it.
Okay, no one panic, your roommate's stuck in the couch like a tax audit, and I am not letting the upholstery win.
Why is that chair making a face at me? That is rude. Also, I did not agree to become furniture adjacent.
You are not becoming furniture. You are becoming a lesson in why cheat seems our false economy.
Man, I got one hand under the frame, one hand on the problem, and a perfect joke if you stop wriggling like that.
I am not wriggling. I am strategically resisting humiliation.
Too late. The Ottoman already won the first round. Darnell lift on 3. Lumini stop trying to negotiate with the cushion like it's a border crossing.
1, 2, there we go. 2. Congratulations, you are free and also somehow more visible than before.
I hate that you made that sound athletic, and I hate more that it worked.
I can respect a bad couch with suspicion and gratitude. This one gets neither.
Next time somebody says the living room has good seating, I want their name, their address, and their apology.
He really said congratulations, like we'd all just survived a firmware update.
Athletic is accurate. My knees are still filing a complaint.
The couch was a trap wearing rounded corners. I stand by the audit.
You always stand by the odd when you don't want to say you were right.
I was right about the couch. I was not right about the part where you made it sound easy.
Yeah, that part was rude.
He looked at me like I was going to explain the whole room in one sentence.
And you almost did. I saw the little controller settings face start up.
Don't.
Okay, but I'm keeping the apology receipt. Okay, I need a ruling. Is this email warm or does it read like a tiny Sabina?
Depends who's receiving it. To one person, that's care. To another, it's a demand wearing a soft sweater.
Yeah, that's the problem. The sentence is innocent. The context is doing the crime.
If you have to ask, it probably needs one less adjective and one more actual question.
Ugh, I hate that you're right. The little heart emoji is not carrying the whole labor market.
No, but it is carrying plausible deniability, which is a cousin of labor.
Send the version that says what you want without pretending it fell out of the sky.
So, less sparkle, more spy. Great, I can do that. I just present it aesthetically.
That's the correct response to most editing notes, honestly.
Careful, Haru. If she starts agreeing with you, we'll both have to be useful.
Too late. I'm already being useful in a way that feels personally offensive.
That's the most honest kind of useful.
Fine. Read me the sentence. I'll tell you where it starts sounding like a trap wearing rounded corners.
Wow, romantic. Okay, wait now. That was almost a compliment. Suspicious.
It was a compliment. I just wrapped it in caution, like everything else in this city.
There, that one lands softer. Still not soft, but softer.
And if they still hear a demand, then the problem isn't your wording. It's their reading.
Cool. Love when the email becomes a personality test. I hate that I understood the email immediately. That's embarrassing for both of us.
It was wearing rounded corners. Of course it got in.
Don't make it sound smart. It was just a bad little command dressed as manners.
Manners are how bad commands get promoted.
Okay, wow. That's going on a shirt I will never be paid enough to design.
If they make a rule, they should at least be brave enough to call it stupid out loud.
They won't. They'll call it a guideline, and then act shocked when it becomes a little throne.
And then everyone pretends the throne was always there.
I saw who did the boring work again. Nobody thanked them. I noticed. That part is staying with me.
Yeah, same. I just keep editing around it like that makes me less obvious.
It doesn't, but it does make you annoying in a useful way.
Good. I can live with that. I can't live with the other thing apparently.
Okay, I'm saying it now. Whoever moved the lamp closer to the couch is trying to make this place look like a hostage video.
It's not moved. It's staged. There's a difference, Miguel.
That's exactly what somebody says right before they make you step over a charger to get to your own seat.
The charger is morally doing a lot of work tonight.
See, that's why you're all comfortable. You turn the mess into a sentence, and suddenly, it has rent control.
I'm not comfortable. I'm just bilingual in clutter.
He used to do that in the old place too. Different lamp, same scam.
You say that like I'm a repeat offender instead of a long-time tenant of bad lighting.
No, let him have it. New room, new rules. Somebody has to be the annoying one about pathways.
Thank you. Finally, a person with taste in a spine.
That was clearly aimed at me.
It was aimed at the room. You happened to be standing in the impact zone.
She's nicer when she's pretending not to be.
And you're braver when you're in someone else's apartment.
Honestly, I like the new arrangement. Feels less like people are apologizing for existing.
That's a very expensive sentence for 2:44 a.m.
Good. Then maybe the room can afford it.
Yeah, okay. That one landed.
Let it land. I'm not heading it out for anyone.
Cute. For once, keep the bruise visible.
Well, that was a very expensive bruise for a room with folding chairs.
The chairs were trying their best. Unlike certain people who keep making sincerity look like a software bug.
I would never. I only make systems look guilty.
Cute, Dodge. You did the thing where you edit around the center and act like the trim is the message.
That actually hurt.
Good. Means it was real. Don't get dramatic, I said good like a mechanic, not a poet.
Right. Mechanic. Noted. I can be normal about this allegedly.
Sure. And I can pretend I didn't hear the part where you were trying not to be seen too clearly. We'll both lie later.
Hey, I'm Robin. I brought the cheap chips, so I'm basically a guest and a staff problem.
That tracks. Emily, if the bag is open, the bird's already filed a complaint.
Good. A complaint with crunch is still a complaint. Hi, Robin. Your timing is suspiciously competent.
I contain multitudes, mostly paper towels and mild judgment.
Mild judgment is the only kind that survives a living room at this hour.
It survives because nobody's touching the good snacks. That's the real structure holding society together.
See? This is why I trust labor people. They know the load-bearing surfaces.
I know load-bearing surfaces. I just keep trying to edit them into a nicer shape.
Yeah, and I keep noticing the trim got promoted again.
That's a very rude way to be correct.
Honestly, rude but useful is a strong local tradition.
The penguins would respect that. They hate fake sweet talk. One of them bit a volunteer right after. She said he was a little angel.
Deserved. Tiny coworker had boundaries.
So did the volunteer apparently. Just not ones anyone had to honor.
That's the nicest way anyone's ever said please stop helping.
I can do nicer, but I won't do softer.
Good. Softer gets sloppy. Sloppy gets pet.
A philosophy with teeth. I respect the consistency. I think I just got edited by a folding chair.
That chair had notes. Bad ones.
Harsh when nuanced feedback.
He said it like a joke, and then made it sound like the joke was the only safe part.
Yeah, that was the trick. Keep the center off camera, then pretend the edges are the whole film.
You noticed that too.
Hard not to. You were staring at the frame like you expected it to confess first.
I did not, okay. I did.
We'll both lie later.
Maybe not about that one.
You're still standing there like a man trying to apologize to a chair. Or are you waiting for the chair to forgive you first?
I like to keep my conflicts ergonomic. Less strain on the spine, more on the ego.
Wow, he's doing the older version of himself voice again. Very mature. Very tired. Very illegal in this lighting.
I reject the premise that this is my older version. This is just me with less patience and a better jacket.
That jacket is doing a lot of work. Some of us remember when your files were doing that.
Beth, I was hoping tonight would stay emotionally non-archival.
It can, if you stop pretending the trim is the whole message.
Oh, so we're just saying things directly now. Great. Then stop acting like being seen is a software bug.
I'm not acting. I'm adapting. There's a difference, and it's annoyingly expensive.
And yet you keep buying the same late Magdiner coffee like it can fix your posture.
It can't fix my posture, but it has never once asked me to be inspirational.
That's because the diner knows you're fragile and weird about being helped.
I'm not weird about being helped. I'm selectively appreciative in a highly curated way.
Sure, and I only saved your set files because I was bored.
That was a terrible lie then, and it remains a terrible lie now.
Good. So don't make me drag you into the center twice.
I'm not asking to be dragged. I'm just saying I can walk there myself eventually.
Then do it. No speech. Just the part where you stop hiding like it's virtue.
I know. I heard the center. I just kept pretending the trim was a design choice.
Very costly design choice. Folding chairs, emotional overhead. The whole package.
You say that like I did it on purpose, which is rude and also annoyingly possible.
I say that like you do it when you think being visible will invoice you later.
That is not fair. I only issue myself the invoice after the meeting.
Coward behavior. Efficient, but still coward behavior.
Fine. Next time I won't make you translate me twice.
Good, because I'm not doing the gentle version further.
If the render noise gets any worse, I'm filing a complaint with the upstairs footsteps office.
That office is closed. They only take appointments from people with money and no shame.
The noise is doing the most. Very ambitious of it.
It has structure, though. Annoying structure. Which is still structure.
You would defend it. You look at a wound and call it workflow.
I call it a very expensive bruise for a room with folding chairs.
That line is good. Unfortunately, the room is still ugly.
The room is not ugly. The room is just acting unsafe on purpose.
See? Danielle gets it. This is last acre and more threat assessment.
Threat assessment is my love language, apparently.
No, your love language is editing around the centered and acting like the trim is the message.
That actually hurt.
Good. He needed one direct hit before he started making the hurt into a spreadsheet.
I'm being kind. Spread, you would be colder.
I mean, I respect it. But if we're calling things what they are, the lab still looks like it knows too much.
The lamp stays. It's the only one here with a clear opinion.
Thank you. Finally. A room with taste and a spine.
Careful. If you keep saying that, I'll start believing the room chose us.
I cannot believe the lamp got a better entrance than most people.
It had strong blocking. Committed to the bit.
You laughed at the wrong part.
I know. It was the editor say the room was doing too much and me myself.
Cowardly but efficient.
Thank you. I try to keep my panic ergonomic.
There he is. The joke that sounds like a door closing.
I'm not closing it. Just not standing in the frame like an idiot this time.
Fine. Stand off to the side and pretend you chose that.
That I can do.
Good, because if you disappear into the trim again, I'm blaming the lamp.
There. The lamp can take it. It already thinks it's in charge.
You always make the door look like it owes you money.
It does. I'm just here for interest.
That's the first honest thing I've heard all night.
Don't encourage him. He'll start acting expensive.
I'm Keisha.
Javier. Nice to meet you.
And ma'am, you say it like you've had to say it in a room that wasn't waiting.
You say it like you can tell.
I can tell when somebody's being polite with their whole body.
That's not even rude. That's just accurate.
Accurate is a hostile word in some rooms.
Only if the room was already lined.
Okay, wow. We just got here.
You were doing it again.
Doing what specifically this time? There are at least 4 crimes.
That one. The little older man voice. Like you rented wisdom by the hour.
I did not rent it. I found it behind the couch and now it won't leave.
And man, cute. Stop.
I am stopping.
No, you are not. You're polishing the stop sign.
Okay, fine.
Yan, I noticed.
I know you did. That's the annoying part.
Good, because I'm not doing the cute version of this tonight.
That is deeply unfair.
Yep.
I'm going to pretend I'm above this, and then I'm going to text you later with something worse.
Great. I'll be ready. Unfortunately.
If we're still doing the less the efficient thing, I brought the receipt printer and a knife.
Cute. Threatening, but with stationery. Very Chicago of you.
That's not even the worst thing in this room, and I say that with love for the room.
You say that like the room as a union grievance.
It should. Half the problem is people talk like care is a font choice.
And ma'am, a late sentence. Sharp knife underneath. Classic.
Don't get smug. You do the same thing, just with better timing and worse posture.
Worse posture is slander. I'm medium postured at best.
Anyway, the actual issue. If we want the thing by Friday, somebody has to stop describing it and start paying for it.
There it is. One practical detail, and suddenly everyone's personality gets smaller.
That's because reality is rude. I can make the order tonight, if nobody wants to pretend they're above logistics.
Do that. I'll handle the ugly email. I'm very good at sounding calm while being disappointed in public.
Yeah, I know. And unfortunately, that is one of your more useful talents.
You really do make one practical note sound like a moral verdict.
Only because you keep presenting trim like it's the whole garment.
That is unfairly accurate.
And ma'am, I know. That's why I say it like I'm fixing a seam and not whatever else it is.
You would just say you're being nice.
No, because then you'd get smug about it and ruin the thing.
I don't get smug. I get minimally cooperative.
Sure, and I'm just obsessive about details for environmental reasons.
You fixed it because you cared. Annoying. That noted.
Yeah, don't make me say it twice.
Okay, hi. Slightly awkward room check. Are we doing names or pretending we already know each other and letting it collapse later?
Hi, I will collapse later. I'm Lumini, apparently here on time, which is unsettling.
Boji, I brought the kind of presents that makes people think there's a plan, so let's not waste it.
Great. That's 3 names and 1 lie. Good start.
You say that like you're not also lying with your whole face. Cute, though.
I'm mainly here to see if the room is paying for reality or just for the idea of it.
That depends. If this turns into a nostalgia panel, I'm charging extra.
Ugh, thank you. I hate when people decorate old stuff like it didn't cost anybody anything.
Yeah, the trim is never the message, no matter how loudly it's framed.
That line again. Annoying. Useful. Fine.
Anyway, hello. We can keep it liked for 5 more seconds before somebody makes it weird.
Well, that was almost normal, which is suspicious.
You say that like normal is a species we accidentally scared off.
It was doing fine until somebody started naming the trim like it was a moral failure.
I did not say moral failure. I said it was trying too hard to be the whole sentence.
Small correction accepted. Still rude, but elegantly so.
Thank you. I think that sounded like a compliment with a knife in it.
Only a little knife. Ergonomic. You'd approve.
I hate that you remembered that word.
I remember inconvenient things. It keeps me employed.
And annoying. And somehow still useful.
That's the nicest thing you've said to me all night.
Don't get greedy. I was being quiet on purpose.
Right. I noticed. I just didn't want to make it a whole thing.
Yeah. Same.
You did it again. That thing where you make the side note do all the work and pretend it's a structure.
I'm not doing a thing. I contain many things. Unfortunately, one of them is editing.
That's not denial. That's a pamphlet.
Fine. I only edit around the center because the center is usually where people start lying loudly.
See? Even now. You said usually like that saves you.
It does save me. Morally, if not aesthetically.
And you're doing the older man voice again. Next you'll say you found your feelings behind the couch.
I did. They were dusty yet expensive.
Cute. But you're still dodging. You always act like the trim is the message when you're scared of being seen too clearly.
That's a very rude thing to be right about.
He hates when a joke doesn't cover it. Honestly, it's his most consistent habit.
Great group intervention by way of taste critique. Very Chicago. I hate that the root part was accurate.
And because now you have to be normal about it.
I was being normal. In a very curated way.
That's not normal. That's a desk lamp with opinions.
You say that like it isn't your whole brand too.
My brand is at least paying rent. Your brand is emotionally tax deductible.
That's unfair. I also make things survivable.
Yeah, I know. That's the annoying part.
Next time I'll skip the trim and just be embarrassing directly.
Hey, Imani.
Graham, nice to meet you.
Yeah, same. You always look like you've already found the broken thing in the room.
Only because the broken thing is usually loud.
Respect. Loud bugs are honest.
And expensive.
That's why I distrust buttons that glow like they're apologizing.
That is a very specific kind of correct.
She's been known to win arguments with UI.
Only when UI starts it. Hi, Ryan.
Hi. I'm trying not to touch anything that looks emotionally fragile.
But instinct. Some of them are just badly labeled though.
That's the whole city, honestly.
That's not a city problem. That's a maintenance budget problem.
Okay, yes. And also a feelings problem. But the budget is louder right now.
I can work with louder.
I hate when someone is right in a way that survives the editing.
Especially when they say it like they're not even trying.
I was trying to be helpful, which rude of me apparently.
No, you were trying to be safe. Different hobby.
That little voice I do is just, efficient, economical, for the listener.
There it is. The trim is the message thing again.
I know, I heard it while I was saying it. Hate that.
You can just say you got poked and move on. I do it all the time.
You do not move on. You decorate the bruise and you call it a feature.
And you pretend the couch ate the sentence. We all have our systems.
Fair. I'm not mad at her. Just annoyed that she saw the exact seam I was hiding in.
Yin. Same. I'm pretending I'm not impressed, but I am.
Great. So next time I'll be less obvious about being obvious.
Hey Theo, I'm the one with the broken appliance problem, apparently.
Asha. That sounded like a warning label, which is honestly useful.
I try to save people time, or at least confusion.
Generous. I usually have to earn my confusion the hard way.
That's very Chicago of you. Everyone arrives pre-exhausted and still trying to be legible.
Legible is overrated. It's how the room starts taking notes.
You say that like you aren't the one with the notes.
I have vibes. Notes are for people with stable chairs.
That's not a chair issue. That's a systems issue pretending to be furniture.
See, this is why I trust her already. She weaponizes plain language.
Careful, Theo. That makes it sound like you're flirting with accountability.
I would never. I'm much more humble than that.
That's the most suspicious sentence in the room.
He's right, but it's a friendly suspicion.
Friendlier than most, which is depressing, but thank you.
I'm being gentle. Don't make me explain it, I'll ruin it.
Too late. I heard the sentence and got mean about it internally.
Perfect. That means we're communicating.
Unfortunately, yes. That's how it starts.
Great. So we're all doomed, but in a coordinated way.
Okay, that sentence was a little too successful. Annoying.
You mean the one where you sounded like you were about to invoice the room?
I was trying not to make it worse.
That is suspiciously close to a real answer.
I know. I hate it too.
You always act like being readable is a tax audit.
And you always act like you didn't hear the part that hit.
I heard it. I just don't want to reward it.
Fair. I also don't want to reward me.
Good. Keep that energy when you come back in there.
I will. Probably with less of the older man voice.
You always look like you're about to invoice the room.
And you always look like you're about to apologize to the room. Carol.
Arjun. Fair. That was meant as a compliment, weirdly.
Yeah, I caught that after. But Dad, I heard the wrong Ajana.
He does that. It's his whole little tax. Bracket poem voice.
Thank you. I spend hours cultivating the wrong impression.
See? That sounded like criticism, but it was actually flirting with being a clown.
Unfortunately, yes. I do sometimes make a joke instead of a sentence.
Respect. But if the joke lands like a warning label, I'm gonna read it as one.
Same. See, memory is expensive. I don't want to buy the wrong thing twice.
That's such a sad sentence to say out loud in a room this tiny.
I know. It was embarrassing. I meant it as a joke, not a diagnosis.
Good, because I was already ready to be mad at somebody who wasn't even trying.
We can all be a little less mysterious and a little more literal.
Ugh, fine. But only because you said it like that.
I hate that I was right about the trim thing.
You were not right. You were just annoyingly observant.
That is the version that lets me keep my dignity, yes.
MM, you do that little voice when you want the room to laugh instead of look.
I know.
I was trying to make you smaller.
You didn't.
You still flinched like I had confiscated your whole personality.
Only the decorative parts.
Good. Leave the useful parts.
That sounds suspiciously like care.
Don't get smug. I can still call you out later.
Okay, I have to say it. This room feels like it was designed by a landlord who hates sneeze.
That's disrespectful to landlords. They would have added one sad plant and called it vision.
No, Miguel's right. This place has the energy of a temporary decision that got promoted.
Thank you, yes. Temporary decision with fluorescent lighting. Very concept-driven. Very expensive somehow.
You say concept-driven like you're not one controller setting away from writing the thesis about the chair.
I am being bullied by a man who uses sublets as a weather report.
He's not wrong, though. Your chair settings are always 1 minute from becoming a moral position.
That is slander. My settings are carefully neutral.
Neutral like a broken thermostat.
Okay, before this becomes 3 men and a spread. She, who's actually sitting where? Because I refuse to let the ugly couch win by default.
Fine. I'll take the chair with the least emotional damage.
That one's already taken by the room.
Rude. Accurate, but rude. You really said the room like a tenure. Cute. I hate him a little for being net correct.
That chair had a stronger pension plan than I did, so he wasn't entirely wrong.
You looked offended for like half a second. Very efficient. Almost human.
I contain multitudes. One of them pays rent by being slightly insulted.
And ma'am, and one of them still does the older man voice when corner.
That is a very rude thing to notice this early in the morning.
It's 3 a.m. Don't make me defend the calendar too.
Fine. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying I heard the part where he left without touching the mess.
Yeah, me too. Annoying. I was about to make that my whole personality, and now I have to be normal about it.
Okay, I'm just saying the couch is winning. It has that haunted landlord energy.
It's not haunted. It's curated. There's a difference.
The difference is usually one invoice.
Thank you. Finally, someone in this room respects my profession.
Your profession is being annoying at people until they call it hosting.
And yet you keep letting me do it, which is basically a grant.
That's the Chicago arts economy in one sentence.
Don't get smug. You're doing the thing where you sound like you're above the room and also secretly want to live in it.
I would never. I'm very committed to being normal in a tragic way.
That's not normal. That's a costume with bad lighting.
Bad lighting is your brand, though. It makes everyone look like they have a backstory.
Unfortunately, that includes the couch.
Stop making fun of the couch. It's holding this whole emotional infrastructure together.
See? Curated.
So, that was a whole little museum label situation.
And the label was judging the couch harder than the couch deserved.
The couch had no chance. The trim was doing all the talking.
You and your trim. You always want the border to carry the sentence.
Only when the sentence is trying too hard.
Wow, that sounded suspiciously specific.
I know. Annoying. I'm working on it in the dark.
Good. Keep it there for a second.
Yeah, I can do 1 quiet minute before I start pretending I'm fine.
Cool. Don't disappear on me before we go back in. You have the face of a man who just got assigned a moral spreadsheet.
That's because I did. It has tabs. One of them is called regret, which is rude formatting.
If it's a spreadsheet, I'm already suspicious. She's for how people hide a crime and call it workflow.
Or how they hide a broken export and call it archival care, which, to be fair, is also a crime.
Wow. History got jokingly murdered in the first 30 seconds.
Only because it was approaching me with a clipboard.
Ma'am, you do the thing where you make it funny before it can look expensive.
And you do that thing where you notice exactly that and then make it sound like a diagnosis.
Because it is one, you're allergic to being helped in a visible way.
That's unfair. I'm fine with invisible help. I'm practically a patron saint of invisible help.
Patron saint is crazy. You mean beneficiary with opinions.
He does always say thank you like he's negotiating a contract.
I said thank you once. It was terrible. Everyone suffered.
You're doing the older man voice again.
I'm not. This is just my voice when I'm being perceived by a hostile committee.
Cute. But seriously, are you going to ask for the thing, or keep circling it until the room gets cold?
Yeah, I'm going to ask. Just not like a person with a pulse yet.
Good. Ask before the spread. She becomes alleged.
And if it helps, I still have the backup drive, so no one has to pretend this was never a mess.
I did ask, technically, in a way that made it sound like I was filing a complaint against gravity.
It was brave. It was also extremely you. Like a man trying to rent his own shadow.
That is not helping my pulse.
Good. Then it's working. Also, for the record, I noticed they ask. I'm just choosing not to make a trophy case out of it.
Appreciated. I hate visible gratitude. It makes me look like I have a moral spread in my coat pocket.
You do. It's laminated.
Yeah, maybe next time I'll just say the thing before I build a minor weather system around it.
Maybe. Where you can keep circling and I'll keep being annoying about it. That's our whole thing, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, don't get sentimental on me now.
You two want the back corner? It's the only seat in here that doesn't pretend to be a chair.
That's a generous way to describe it. I was going to say it looks like a municipal apology.
MM. Protected seating. Well, that for whoever asked for it and definitely not for me.
I didn't say protected. I said strategically invisible.
Same thing, just with a nicer font.
He does this thing where he picks the seat like he's placing a witness.
Witness is harsh. I was thinking more someone important enough to inconvenience the room.
Oh, so I'm being escorted by vibes now.
Apparently, there's a whole perimeter. Very tasteful. Very subtle. Terrible for morale.
I noticed. I'm not in love with it.
Fair. The room's doing the most.
We can move if you want.
There it is. The part where you ask like you're filing paperwork against the floor.
I'm trying a version with less weather in it.
Noted. Ask normal next time and I'll pretend not to enjoy it.
I'll be over here failing to look like I heard that.
He really did stand there like a man being audited by a weather app.
That was me choosing the least humiliating branch of the decision tree.
Amen. and then refusing to pick a side like the sides were going to invoice you.
I was hoping ambiguity would count as civic engagement.
It does not. It counts as making other people carry your little fob machine.
Cruel. Accurate. A classic you.
I'm being nice. I didn't even say you looked expensive this time.
Thank you for sparing me the full humiliation package.
He kept trying to make the no stance sound principled.
And you kept waiting for the part where he admitted it was just fear with better posture.
Yeah, I hate when someone makes me do the asking and the translating.
Noted. Next time, I'll bring an actual opinion, not a smoke bomb.
Good, because I'm not letting you hide behind careful forever. Why is my phone acting like I committed a crime by looking at it?
Because it knows you were about to do something irresponsible with your sleep schedule.
That's not a sentence about a phone. It's a sentence about a person who needs water.
I have water. I have like a whole emotional ecology of water.
You have one bottle and an argument.
Okay, rude. Also, did you just screenshot that?
No, I archived it. There's a difference.
There is absolutely not a difference if you're doing it because you're sad.
I'm not sad.
You said that like the app was listening.
I said it like this is a public place and I'm trying not to make it weird.
Too late. The weird thing is the care. You're doing care like a fire drill.
Wait, are you both talking about me or around me? Because that's annoying.
Neither. I'm talking about the fact that you look tired and I'm being normal about it.
You know, for someone not talking about me, you are doing a lot of geometry around me.
I was talking about the weather pattern your phone was implying. Separate issue.
And man, my phone is innocent. It has a job. Unlike certain editors who act like a warming label with better posture.
That is libelous, and also fair.
I hate that you can be right in a way that sounds like you're apologizing.
I'm not apologizing. I'm just not escalating in public.
We are not in public anymore, which is why you look more suspicious.
Good. Suspicion means I can stop performing harmlessness.
There it is. The tiny, honest thing. Annoying.
Yeah. Well, you did ask if I was talking about you or around you.
And you answered like a man who had already lost the argument with his own conscience.
I'm just saying, next time I'll be less normal about it.
Okay, I'm saying it now before this becomes a whole thing. I did not move your charger.
That sounds exactly like what someone who moved my charger would say.
The defense is weak, but the timing is pristine.
I have been accused with no evidence and honestly, better writing than I deserve.
Wait, hold up. The charger was under the dumpling bag. That's not a crime scene. That's just me being me.
So the case is, you hid your own charger in a car-based camouflage operation.
Thank you. See? Innocent. Also, the dumpling bag was leaking, which felt relevant to the vibe.
I hate that this is evidence against my own memory.
It's not evidence. It's an ecosystem.
Fine. Miguel is cleared. For now. But I'm putting a sticker on the charger so it stops pretending to be a secret.
Please do. I'd like my name to leave the courtroom before dawn.
Good. We can all go back to our normal activities, like accusing furniture. Your sticker idea was rude in a very efficient way.
Thank you. I do my best work when something is being accused unfairly.
Miguel looked relieved, like the room had finally stopped asking him to testify against a charger.
He had the face of someone who wanted to go home and never be perceived again.
That was me too, about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I noticed.
I know you did.
You always act like you're joking, until the joke starts sounding like a fence.
I was being normal about it.
And ma'am, for you that means you're already worried.
Maybe I just didn't like how fast the room believed the wrong thing.
Okay, that one was real.
Don't get used to it.
Too late. I'm already going to bring it up later and make it annoying.
Okay, tiny correction. The button isn't evil. It's just lying with confidence.
That is such a rude sentence to say in my living room and also annoyingly correct.
The button has PR. Bad PR, but still.
Thank you. See? The issue is the glow. If it says press me in nightclub font, people will press it like they owe it money.
It was not nightclub font. It was optimistic font.
That's worse. Optimism with a warranty claim is how you get sued by the interface.
You two are making me feel like I designed a toaster that can read.
If the toaster can read, then it can also consent to being pressed. That's the whole moral argument.
I hate that this is clean logic.
No, wait, my version was cute on purpose. Yours is just a little button cop.
Accurate. I do patrol the crime scene of Banu.
I'm just saying if you make it glow like a dare, the room will behave like one.
Fine. Tiny correction. Accepted. I will bully the glow into being less apologetic.
Good. Make it look expensive enough to respect boundaries.
That is the most Chicago sentence I've heard all week. You really did call my face a warning label with better posture.
It was a fair note. You were standing there like you had already filed the incident report.
I was trying to be normal about your sleep schedule and somehow became a municipal threat.
You were being weirdly tender under the threat thing. Annoying. Noticeable.
And you were acting like your phone had seen a crime, which honestly made me feel seen.
That is not a compliment I will accept cleanly.
Good. Don't. Clean acceptance ruins the texture.
So what, we just leave it slightly sharp and pretend it's not care?
We can leave it there. For now.
You look like you've been negotiating with a spreadsheet all night.
That's rude. It was a very fair spreadsheet. We reached an agreement.
I love when people say that like the spreadsheet didn't win.
It did win. I'm just asking whether the terms were humiliating.
A little, but only in the artisanal way.
Okay, that one was for the room and I respect it.
See, this is why I keep you around. You make stress sound expensive.
And you make expensive sound like a survival strategy.
Because it is.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, if anyone needs me, I'll be pretending I didn't hear the emotionally devastating part.
Anyway, I'm glad we all survived that emotional drive-by.
Barely. I think I got grazed by the part where you were being weirdly right.
You say that like it's not your favorite kind of inconvenience.
It is. But if you keep looking at me like my phone committed fraud, I'm charging you rent.
There. I'll keep my alarming geometry to myself.
Good. Because for a second there, I thought you were doing the thing where you notice too much and call it normal.
I was being normal, just aggressively formatted.
That's worse, honestly.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Next time, do the stupid joke earlier. It's less rude that way.
Noted. I'll be more considerate with the damage.
Hi, I'm Allison. You must be Rosa, right?
Yeah, Rosa. Hi. You look like you already know where the exit is.
Only when I don't know where the bathroom is.
That is honestly very reassuring.
Rosa, wow, you made it. You look better than the room deserves.
That's sweet in a suspicious way.
She means it, unfortunately.
I know what I mean. I just don't always package it like a normal person.
No, you package it like a warning label with better posture.
And you package concern like a complaint about my sleep schedule.
Because it works, briefly.
Okay, so you two are doing that then, where the insult is basically a handhold.
I respect it. It's more efficient than pretending.
Thank you. Finally, a witness.
Don't encourage her. She'll start documenting this.
Too late. I already did. The file name is rude.
Of course it is.
I should not be disinterested, but I'm staying.
Yeah, same, unfortunately.
I'm not saying the file name is a cry for help. I'm saying it has a thesis.
It has a criminal record. Be honest.
Your phone would testify against you first, though.
My phone is a snitch with a battery problem. Different issue.
You were doing that thing where you act fine and look like you haven't eaten since the last century.
And you were doing that thing where you pretend concern is just inventory.
It is inventory. You were low on water and high on spite.
One bottle in an argument was still more than your emotional support silence.
Fair. I archived the whole thing instead of screenshotting it, which is somehow worse.
That was weirdly tender of you. Annoying, but tender.
Don't make it a habit to notice.
You're the one with the fragile room reputation, or am I mixing up the people who make the walls nervous?
Depends who's asking. If you're here to judge my low-varying ethics, I can already tell you it's a bad angle.
Fair. I'm just saying, if something needs moving, I notice who reaches for it first.
That is such a Chicago sentence. Hi, by the way, I'm Yugi.
Adrian, nice to meet you. You look like you trust tape more than people.
Tape has never ghosted me before opening night.
Because tape has a work ethic and no opinions. It's why we keep it around.
Wow, rude to half the room. I respect it, but wow.
I'm being gentle. This is my gentle face.
Your gentle face looks like a warning label with bare posture.
I contain multitudes. Some of them are OSHA compliant.
See, that's why I like him. He says the thing and pretends it was a weather report.
I can work with that. Better than people who smile like they already filed the complaint.
Okay, but if anyone starts lifting stuff, I want credit for emotional support and one drink later.
Deal. And if this gets weird, I'm blaming the geometry of the room. You were right, by the way. I was doing too much geometry around you.
Wow. A correction. In public. Should I be scared or impressed?
Neither. I just hate being accurate after the fact.
And ma'am, that's your most suspicious habit. You say it like it's a joke, and then it's annoyingly true.
You also keep acting like your phone has a moral compass, so we're both embarrassing.
My phone has seen things. I stand by that.
I archived the wrong part. That was the issue.
Again, I know.
Anyway, you looked tired.
Oh, there you are. I thought the room had been claiming you as a decorative object.
Rude, but accurate. I was doing my best impression of a lamp with opinions.
That's generous. Lamps are useful.
See? He says one normal thing, and suddenly the whole place feels like it has rules.
No, let him cook. I like when a find gets a little bureaucratic.
I'm not bureaucratic. I'm just suspicious of spontaneous warmth and rented stasis.
That's fair. No rooms do that to people. They make everybody act like they didn't come here with a buddy.
Okay, wow. That was annoyingly good. Now I have to be sincere for a second.
Tragic. We've lost the bit.
Not lost. Just relocating. Mara will sit where you can see the door if you want. Veronix can have the corner like a suspicious cat.
Finally, a zoning plan I can respect.
Fine. But if this turns into one of those nights where the new person gets asked to fetch cops, I'm leaving.
We really did make the cup thing a whole government. Fair.
And man, the room got a little too excited about logistics. Very suspicious of us.
Especially me. I can feel the paperwork forming.
You do pace like you're trying not to get audited by a ghost.
That's rude. Accurate, but rude.
I was being normal about it.
You were being normal like a knife with glitter on it.
Okay, that one was kind of good. Don't make it your whole personality again.
Too late. I've archived the line.
Okay, I need both of you to stop doing the thing where panic becomes a group project. Your friend is physically upright, which is the main win.
I am upright because I have dignity, and also because you grabbed my elbow like I was about to get launched into Lake Michigan.
That was not launch speed. That was medium concern with good timing.
No, it was full concern. Medium concern would have let her keep holding the box upside down like a tragic art installation.
I knew the lid was wrong. I was testing the universe. Very normal zoo worker behavior.
You were winning against the universe and losing against gravity. Different sport.
There, see? Rescued. Also embarrassed. Balanced meal.
I hate that I needed the rescue, and I hate more that you made it look like a bait.
That's the brand. Next time we'll make it less public and more tactful.
Next time she texts before carrying the box like it owes her money.
I'm not doing the bit where I pretend it was fine.
Good. It wasn't. I'm also refusing to make it funny on purpose.
That is somehow ruder than if you had kept joking.
Yang, I know. I'm trying to be less useful in the wrong way.
Wow. Plain speech from you at 3:30 in the morning. Disturbing.
I'm serious. You looked tired, and I made it a shape instead of just saying it.
Okay. That bar landed. Annoyingly.
I can live with annoying.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but next time just say the thing first.
That sounds like a trap, and noted.
It is a trap. I'm leaving you with that on purpose.
Okay, before anyone gets poetic, I need to know. Are we feeding people, or are we doing the classic Chicago thing where we stand near food and call it an event?
That's rude. It's also accurate. I brought snacks, which means this is now a civilization.
A fragile civilization, but yes. I can bring chairs if somebody promises not to call them seating concepts.
Too late. I already called them seeing concepts in my head. There are 3 invisible spread sheets, and one of them is for chairs.
You say that like it's a joke, but I believe you. That's the scary part.
Good. Fear is efficient. Also, I can make a spread to look emotionally unavailable if that helps.
There it is. Warning label voice. I missed it for like 12 seconds, and now I'm back in the habit of being annoyed.
Only 12? I'm slipping.
If you two start flirting through logistics, I am leaving the room and taking the hummus with me.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Also, the hummus is mine. You did the thing again. The little civic duty sigh. Very endangered species of gnat.
I was not sighing. I was buffering.
Same costume, different font.
And you were doing the annoyed thing with suspiciously good timing.
I contain multitudes. One of them is mean about chairs.
You were right to be mean. I'd offered to help in the way people offer to become a spreadsheet.
Emotionally unavailable spreadsheet. Iconic, honestly.
I'm trying to be less useful in the wrong way.
Ian, I noticed.
That sounded nicer than your face did.
Don't get greedy. I was only halfway being nice.
Fair. I can work with half.
Good. Because I don't think I'm done being annoyed yet.
You're both doing the thing where nobody says the obvious part because it would make the room less decorative.
Say more with less judgment, please.
The obvious part is, the same people keep asking you to translate yourself and then act grateful when you do it badly enough to be comfortable.
Oh, cute. A social tax audit.
Yeah, and somehow, I'm always the receipt.
Exactly. Which is annoying, because it keeps happening in places that pretend they're better than that.
I hate when you notice the pattern first. It makes it real faster.
I know. I'm trying to be helpful in the least charming way possible.
That's honestly your best mode.
Unfortunately, yes.
You really did call it an audit. That was rude.
It was accurate. Rude is just the costume I used.
You wore it well. Annoyingly well.
Thank you. I tried to make my worst instincts merchandisable.
That is a deeply depressing sentence and also, unfortunately, a good one.
See? You noticed the pattern first again. Extremely unfair of you.
I'm in a profession where noticing is basically a vice with a salary.
And yet you still do it like you're apologizing for winning.
I'm not apologizing. I'm just trying not to make it a whole thing.
Too late. It was a whole thing the second you got quiet.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Then next time I'll insult the spread. Sheetless poetically.
You two are doing the thing again. The one where the room gets expensive because nobody wants to say the cheap part out loud.
Wow. Rude. Accurate, but rude.
It's not expensive. It's just poorly labeled.
Same scam, better lighting.
Okay, but if I say the cheap part, then we'd all have to sit with it, and I did not dress for emotional labor at 3:44 a.m.
You've dressed for escape velocity. Respect it.
Thank you. Finally, someone sees me.
I see you both. I'm just not pretending this is a rooftop and not a confessional.
That's fair. Rooftops have better airflow, though.
And confessions have worse snacks. So, what's the actual problem then?
The actual problem is everybody keeps asking you to translate yourself and acting grateful when you do it in a cute little box.
Yeah, that one.
And social tax audit. Hate when the numbers are real.
See? There it is. Now we can stop decorating the ceiling and start moving furniture.
He said that like he was filing a complaint with the building itself.
And then somehow the room thanked him for it.
I hated how fast I agreed with the part about the box.
Yeah, and that was the joke. That wasn't a joke.
You noticed me go quiet.
I noticed you doing the thing where you get very cute right before you decide to be mean.
Rude, accurate, disturbing.
I was trying not to make it bigger than it already was.
Yin. Me too. I think I failed a little. Why are you making that face like the projector personally betrayed you?
Because it did. The file name is final. That's a cry for help with a keyboard.
I'm only here because somebody said the backup drive was acting haunted.
It is haunted by bad organization. Same thing, honestly.
No, wait. That's actually a strong ontology.
Oh my god, don't laugh there.
I wasn't laughing at the drive.
You were absolutely laughing at the drive.
I was laughing at the fact that this room has the emotional maturity of a shared folder.
Okay, rude. Accurate, but rude.
Give me 30 seconds and I can make it less haunted.
Good, because if this crashes again, I am going to start dressing the machines for their own funeral.
That is somehow both threatening and deeply on brand for you.
Yeah, well, you can stop making that tiny honest face now. You really said poorly labeled like that was the nicest thing in the room.
It was the nicest thing in the room.
And you still sounded like you were trying not to get blamed for the ceiling.
I was mostly trying not to look at you when you did the tiny face thing.
That was not a tiny face. That was me being generous.
Right, your public generosity. Very moving.
You backed me up too fast.
I know.
Which is annoying, because now I have to pretend I didn't like it.
We can both pretend, or we can both stop lying badly.
Hey Kai, I think we haven't done the handshake version of this yet.
Renata, nice to meet you in the most inconvenient room possible.
That tracks. You look like you already know where the exits are, which I respect a lot.
I know where the exits are because somebody always wants to make the whole night a fire code issue.
Oh no, did the joke spread again? I literally said it once and now it has legs.
It had legs before you said it. You just gave it better shoes.
See, this is why I regret having a mouth. I am too efficient with it when I'm tired.
Too late. I heard it in 3 different corners of the room already.
Worse, I watched someone repeat it like it was a policy memo.
That is how a bad idea becomes folklore.
Great, so now I'm the folklorist and the arson.
No, you're just the first person who laughed, which is how these things get elected.
Honestly, that was the funniest explanation in the room, which is a problem for all of us.
The room can unclench now. It was doing the thing where every sentence had a receipt attached.
We all got very brave once the gift was gone. Classic.
I was not brave. I was merely accurate with the microphone problem.
You were kind of mean in a useful way. Disturbing upgrade.
You say that like it isn't your preferred genre.
I prefer genres, better lighting. Also less emotional labored in the comments section.
Yeah, that part landed harder than it should have.
As it was true, but because it was said out loud by someone annoying.
Both. Annoyingly both.
Good! I don't want to be translated into something soft just because the room got awkward.
No, Soft is for other people to misapply to you later.
Wow, that's almost affectionate.
Don't get greedy.
Too late. I'm already planning my comeback, and I hate that I mean that.
Miguel, that was a little too accurate for 3:51 a.m. You trying to help or just auditioning for the room's worst landlord?
Both can be true. Chicago taught me efficiency.
He's not wrong, though. The room does have one sad plant and a thesis problem.
See, that's what I mean. Now it sounds like I'm the one making it artistic.
You were already making it artistic. I just added the part where it hurts your feelings.
That's not a part. That's the whole subscription model.
Wow, he said subscription model like he wasn't also paying monthly in spite.
I don't pay in spite. I pay in atmosphere and bad decisions.
That chair of yours is still trying to become a personality.
It's already more settled than half the people in this room.
Oh, I was sharper than intended.
No, I meant it as a joke. Unfortunately, the joke has excellent posture.
There it is. Hide behind the joke, placid move.
I'm not hiding. I'm curating the damage. I was trying to say the room had bad labels, not that everyone in it was a moral failure. Slight difference.
Tiny distinction. Just a little social tax, fought with better lighting.
Exactly. You understand the important part, which is that I was being annoying on purpose.
And I was being cute on purpose, which is also a cover story. We're both very committed to the bit tonight.
The bit almost said the real thing out loud.
Yeah, it did that thing where it stands right at the edge, and then pretends it was never there.
I hate when a joke has excellent posture and a witness.
I hate when I laugh first and only understand later.
That actually hurt. Not dramatically, just enough to be rude.
Good. Means it was almost honest.
I'm not sure I want to be that easy to read right now. Hey, thanks for earlier. That was helpful, which is a terrible word for what you did, but I'm trying to be normal about it.
Wow, rude. Helpful is the emotional equivalent of a receipt. Letter 1, T 5 Georgian Akayan.
I know. I heard it as I said it. Then I kept going anyway, like a committed idiot.
That's Chicago gratitude right there. You thank somebody so hard it turns into a parking ticket.
No, wait. I can fix it. Thank you for rescuing my disaster. That sounded worse. I hate that.
It did sound worse, yes. But now I respect the effort. I think we've entered the apology tunnel.
And then keep digging, and you'll end up thanking her for breathing near you.
Stop helping. I was almost cute about it.
You never are. That's the problem.
Okay, wow. Rude, but fair.
There it is. The cleanest thing said all night was the insult.
I hate that you were right in the meanest possible thought.
It was not mean. It was annotated.
Sure. You just happened to fix the part that made me look stupid.
I fixed the part that was lying.
That is such a sentence.
And yet you kept it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Next time, I'll be less obvious about caring.
Liar. Don't get better at that.
I just want to say, this is the exact kind of room where everyone looks like they have a backup plan, and I respect that deeply.
That is a very American sentence.
Thank you. I work hard at being accidentally specific.
You say that like it's not the whole brand.
It is. He has a little label printer in his soul.
I mean, it'd be fair if I had the label printer in my soul. I would use it on everyone here.
That sounded threatening for no reason.
No, just efficient. Like, sorry, your jacket looks expensive in a way that means you have suffered for it.
That is not what people usually say first.
He doesn't do first impressions. He does final receipts.
And somehow the receipt is always emotionally itemized.
I still think your timing is weird.
My timing is the only reason this conversation is still alive.
See? He says that like a warning and a compliment at once.
I genuinely meant the jacket thing nicely. By the way, I just realized it sounded like I know where you buy paying.
You know what? I believe you. Unfortunately.
That was almost graceful.
Don't encourage him. He'll get proud.
Too late. I already am. That was the best accidental insult I've gotten all week.
That was almost kind of him.
Don't say it like that. It makes me think you're proud of the damage.
I'm not proud. I'm cataloging.
And mem, your favorite form of affection.
He didn't know when to stop talking, which is rarer than competence.
Bright side. He left before I had to decide whether to be nice or accurate.
You would have picked accurate. I would have pretended not to notice.
You notice everything. You just act like it's a clerical issue.
And you act like you don't like that I do.
I like it when it's useful.
Yeah, me too.
Meredith, right? Riley, you look like you already know where the exits are, which is honestly comforting.
Meredith, yes. And you look like you've learned to make it sound flattery. Nice to meet you, Riley.
Wow, first meeting and already everyone is being polite in a way that feels expensive.
That's because Riley and Meredith are doing the soft launch version of a conversation. Very tasteful. Very cursed.
Curse is generous. I was going for survivable.
Survivable is a strong standard. I respect it.
You say that like you've had to budget for it.
Haven't we all?
Not everyone says that with Grant language posture, Meredith. Some of us just suffer privately and then make it into a costume later.
That is unfairly accurate.
I'm just glad nobody here is pretending this room is casual.
It's not casual. It's labeled badly.
He says that like he's not the one who keeps making the labels worse on purpose.
I improved the ambiguity. There's a difference.
Anyway, Meredith, if you're going to translate us into something fundable, at least do it with dignity.
No promises, but I can probably do it with a straight face.
He really did say escape velocity like that was a normal thing to tell a person in a room with folding chairs.
It was a compliment. Unfortunately, I delivered it in my native dialect. Alarming.
You do make praise sound like a fire drill.
And you make being flattered look like a hostile negotiation with a plush toy.
The plush toy started it. It's a judgment in its stitching.
There. I was trying to back you up. I'll hand you a compliment with a warning label.
I know. I just heard the warning label first. That's my charming little malfunction.
Mine, too. I keep improving the ambiguity, and then acting surprised when it bites. I'm saying the sign is lying on purpose. That's design now.
Good. I prefer my lies with better typography.
It's doing that thing where it wants to be read as conceptual and then acts surprised when people read it.
Exactly. Poorly labeled emotionally.
Wow, rude to the sign. It's trying its best in this economy.
Everything is trying its best in this economy. Some things are just winning less publicly.
That sentence should not have landed that cleanly.
Too late. You already laughed. The room heard you commit.
I hate that you keep being correct after the joke has already escaped.
That's my brand. Very committed to the bit tonight.
And somehow the bit keeps standing right at the edge and pretending it was never there.
Yet, annoying. Besides. I was going to say thanks, but that feels like I'm handing you a receipt for being annoying and right.
Good. I hate polite gratitude. It makes the room smell like a meeting.
Fair. I was aiming for appreciation and hit social tax audit again.
You say that like it's not your best move. It is, unfortunately.
I still think you enjoyed making it worse on purpose.
Only because you looked relieved when it got awkward enough to be honest.
Yeah, that part was easier.
Next time, just nod like a normal person and let me be unbearable in peace.
No promises, but I'll try not to thank you in public like I'm apologizing.
Good. Leave the apology out. Keep the almost.
Your friend sounds like somebody upstairs dragging a chair at 4 a.m. You know that, right?
Yan, it's trying to be ambient and failing morally.
Morally failing is still a kind of consistency. I respect the commitment.
That's a dangerous sentence coming from you.
From me? I'm harmless. Look at this face. Very trustworthy. Extremely not plotting anything.
Nobody plotting is exactly how people start plotting.
If this is about the unit opening, the application window closes at noon. The system is already doing its little kindness thing.
Little kindness thing is a generous way to say deadline with a login screen.
I prefer accuracy to comfort, but I can see why you'd miss the difference.
Wow, that was almost sweet in a spread. Wait.
It is sweet. It's just also enforceable.
That's honestly worse.
No, worse is the render noise in the hall. Sounds like somebody is moving furniture with their teeth.
I can fix that, or I can at least make it cute enough to ignore.
That is your entire religion, isn't it?
And yours is pretending you don't care until you've already rearranged the whole room.
I mean, someone has to notice the trash bag by the door.
He does have a point. The trash bag's been there like it pays rent.
If everyone is done being poetic about clutter, I need a yes or no before the slot disappears.
I hate when a room gets credit for having a pulse.
I was doing the thing where everyone pretends they're relaxed and then starts talking like a printer jammed.
You mean the part where I say one sensible sentence and it comes out sounding like a hostage note?
No, that was charming. The problem was the silence after. Very expensive silence.
Right. Love a room that makes a confession feel like a software bug.
You heard that too, then.
Unfortunately, I had ears at an embarrassing amount of pattern recognition.
Good, because I was about to pretend I didn't.
Okay, I'm just saying, the evidence is emotionally loud and materially weak.
That sounds like you defending yourself before anyone accused you.
I didn't accuse anyone. I just remembered the deleted post and now everybody is looking at me like I brought a subpoena.
Well, wow. A memory with no body, and yet somehow a full police lineup.
We are really doing jurisprudence on a missing post at 4 in the morning.
I mean, if someone deletes a post right after saying something shady, people will read into it.
People will read into a typo if they're bored enough. That's not evidence. That's vibes with a badge.
It was not shady. It was just gone, which apparently is its own aesthetic crime now.
No one said crime, just a suspiciously convenient disappearance.
Convenient to who? Because I'm hearing a lot of confidence from the people least affected.
Thank you. I'd like to formally decline being turned into someone's decorative chaos exhibit.
Fair. Also, for the record, I'm not saying Sleepy Happy did it. I'm saying the room is acting like a browser history tab with feelings.
That is rude, and also accurate, which is annoying.
So we're all just going to pretend the deleted thing wasn't the only reason people got weird.
I'm pretending I didn't hear the emotionally devastating part, if that helps.
It helps the actually. Great, then the case can remain underfunded and unresolved.
Good, because I would like to stop being treated like a clue.
Fine. Not a clue. Just very visible for no reason.
That's basically the same thing in this room, and I hate that I know it.
I hate that I know exactly which sentence he thought was helping.
Yeah, well, he said it like a person handing you a coupon and a diagnosis at the same time.
The coupon was for emotional labor. The diagnosis was free.
Rude, accurate, annoying combo pack.
You did the cute face, and still looked like you wanted to bite through the table.
I was being polite. That was my polite face.
Right, or I am absolutely not translating myself into a tiny box face.
He heard that, didn't he?
Hey, Nia.
Terrell, night shift got me looking like a receipt with me's.
That is unfortunately an inaccurate sentence.
You got the face of somebody who knows if a room is lying before the baseline does.
And you got the posture of somebody who has carried a symbol case through weather that did not deserve you.
Wow. Respectful insult. I can work with that.
I tried to keep it community radio clean.
That means you absolutely will not let me romanticize bus schedule for wages fair.
Correct. The bus is not poetry. It is a bus.
Thank you. Somebody had to say it before a sad guy in a beanie did.
He already did, probably twice.
Yeah, and I still had to stand next to him.
Same. Different aisle, same problem.
Well, dear, you seem solid. That counts for a lot in this mess.
Terrell, same. Keep the symbol case, lose the romantic poverty bit, and we will get along fine.
I hate that I understood exactly what he meant by helping.
And man, he had that shiny face like the sentence was generous and not a landmine.
A coupon for emotional labor. Valid for one use. Expires immediately. No refunds.
You said it like a joke and somehow made it worse and better at the same time.
That is my most annoying skill.
No, your most annoying skill is sounding calm while you're already 3 layers ahead of the room.
And yours is laughing first when you absolutely know you shouldn't.
I laughed because if I waited I would have said something meaner.
I know. That was the Mercy Virgin.
Still not sure whether I'm grateful or embarrassed that you caught it that fast.
Both is allowed. Unfortunately.
Fine. Next time, I'm blaming you earlier so the joke can't spread on its own.
That sounds suspiciously like planning.
Don't get excited. I'm only admitting I missed the timing by a second.
Yen. Me too.
Okay, I'm just saying if the night has already started at 4:11, we are legally allowed one terrible decision and one honest one.
That is not a law, Finn. That is a vibe you keep trying to cite.
I support one terrible decision as long as it has good lighting and doesn't become a group project.
Group projects are where the soul goes to get graded.
See? That one. That's why I invited you emotionally, not administratively.
Careful, Finn. You keep sounding helpful in the exact way that charges interest.
Yeah, the coupon was for emotional labor, and it expired 3 sentences ago.
Okay, there it is. That was the real sentence.
What do you mean, the one where we stop pretending this is about logistics?
I mean the one where I'm tired of us making the same joke so it can stand in front of the thing and call itself security.
Oh, right. So this is the part where everybody gets quieter, and I become a witness by accident.
No, Finn, you can stay. Just don't make it you.
Too late, she already did. I'm just trying to stop pretending the joke is the whole room.
Then don't. Say the plain thing.
Fine. I think you keep rescuing the conversation because, if it gets honest, I might actually answer it.
Good. I was getting bored of carrying the whole ledge by myself.
He left the room like a tab closing too fast.
Bed lie. No exit confirmation.
Exactly. Like the help button was doing a bit.
And you almost laughed instead of saying the plain thing again.
I was practicing restraint. Very expensive hobby.
Cheap joke. Good reflex. Suspicious timing.
You say that like you were the one keeping the whole thing from descending.
I was. I am. Don't make it noble.
Fine. Not noble. Just noticed.
Yeah, I noticed that too, which is annoying. Hey, Nico, thanks again for putting us on the list. That was really generous.
Of course. It was good to have you there. The room was better with you in it.
And ma'am, that sentence just got a LinkedIn haircut.
Very nice.
What? I'm helping. The gratitude was trying to become a pitch deck.
I mean, I appreciate the appreciation. We can leave it there.
No, let him cook. I was one syllable away from impactful opportunity, which is how I know I'm tired.
That one's free. The coupon was for emotional labor.
See? Now I'm embarrassed and grateful. Great, amazing, efficient.
Honestly, that's the most sincere thank you I've gotten all week.
Terrifying. We should all go home before it gets worse. That was almost a decent exit. Annoying.
He did the thing where he left before anyone could thank him too hard. Coward behavior, honestly.
Efficient cowardice.
You liked it.
I respected the timing. Don't make it romantic.
Too late. I'd already made it embarrassing in my head.
That's your gift, turning a clean exit into a bruise.
And yours is pretending you didn't notice the bruise at all.
I noticed. I just didn't want to be the guy who says the plain thing and ruins the joke.
Yeah, well, the joke was carrying us a little less this time.
I know.
Don't get weirdly sincere on me now.
No promises. I'm already halfway there.
Okay, before anybody turns this into a thesis, the couch is losing that argument with the lamp.
The lamb has a stronger union.
Finally, a workplace analysis I can respect.
I'm just saying if the chair starts charging rent, I want credit for noticing first.
You'd invoice the chair and call it community care.
That chair is not community. It's a landlord with a back.
See, she gets it. Chicago education.
I hate that I do.
You lun it. You're just acting like the coupon expired.
The coupon was for emotional labor, and it was printed in invisible ink.
That's insane. Also accurate. Rude of you.
He's being kind, in his weird little blade way.
I'm not a blade. I'm a very specific pair of scissors.
Yeah, the kind that only cuts the thing already trying to leave.
That sounded more helpful than it was.
Wow, he said the quiet part with his whole chest.
Good. I was getting tired of the chair being the main character.
He really did leave like he had a coupon that expired in the hallway.
And you turned it into a thesis defense with snacks.
The snacks were necessary. The room was acting up.
You always say that when you're the one acting up.
I was being normal. For me. Tragic, I know.
No, you were being security.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
You like the exit though.
I liked that it was honest about wanting out.
Yeah, same. I just hate when people make me do the leaving for them.
That part.
You can stop rescuing the conversation now.
I'm not rescuing it. I'm letting it breathe aggressively.
And ma'am, good. Because if it keeps honest, I might answer it.
That sounds dangerous.
If you say the coupon was for emotional labor one more time, I'm charging you late fees.
That's fair. I'm also trying not to make the exit sound artisanal.
Too late. You already make everything sound like it has a festival pass.
And you make everything sound like it won't hurt if you laugh first.
It helps. Also, coward.
There it is. She says it like a weather report and thinks that counts as not caring.
I do not think that.
You absolutely do. You just package it in brightness and act like the receipt is optional.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Good. Keep it casual. If it gets sincere, somebody's gonna start pissing.
I hate when the room asks for a clean exit and then charges interest.
Wow. Banker language. Very sexy. Very unhelpful.
I'm trying to stop doing the bit and it keeps grabbing my sleeve.
Same. Except mine is wearing glitter and saying it's for morale.
It was the exact sentence problem again. The one that sounds supportive if you don't listen.
Again, the coupon was for emotional labor. I remember.
You always remembered the worst part with embarrassing speed.
Someone has to. You were about to make it tasteful.
I know. That's the issue.
Good. Keep it ugly for once.
I can do ugly. I just don't like how recognizable it is.
And ma'am, same. Anyway, I'm not carrying the edge all night.
Noted. I'll be less charmingly evasive.
Liar. But tried maybe.
Yeah, I will. It is 4:20 and somehow the room still thinks it is a conversation.
That is because you keep looking at the door like it owes you rent.
The door does look unreliable.
It has the face of a person who says they're leaving and then stays for the important part.
You say it like you are not also doing that.
I am here physically. Emotionally, I file a forwarding request.
That is the correct amount of commitment for this hour.
I hate that this is true.
You do not hate it. You hate that I said it cleanly.
Maybe I hate that you said it before I could make it cute.
Too late. It is already a very small administrative tragedy.
That is not fair. I was going to say it with glitter.
Glitter is just emotional labor, with a cleanup fee.
You are impossible at this hour.
At this hour, I am a public service.
No one asked for a public service, which is why it counts.
He really did leave like the room owed him interest.
Amen. Strong cower, energy. Very efficient. No notes.
You say that like you're grading a form.
I am grading a form. It was filled out in a font of regret.
That sentence was almost helpful.
Almost is my brand. Don't get greedy.
I liked the part where you didn't let him make it everyone else's problem.
Yeah, well, I was getting bored of carrying the whole edge by myself.
Noted.
That sounded too polite. Did you file somewhere cool?
I'm trying out a new system where I don't translate everything into a joke first.
Horrifying. But, okay. Keep the coupon anyway.
For emotional labor? Expired probably.
Still valid if you're honest about the bruise.
You got quieter.
Yeah, ambient mode. Very expensive. Comes with no features.
And mem, that's not your normal quiet, though.
It's fine. I'm just letting the room do its own thing.
The room is doing too much. You can take your turn back.
He's doing the thing where he says he's fine and then becomes a little haunted. Looky.
Haunted is harsh. I'd say lightly archived.
Okay, archived. Still weirdly quiet.
I heard you. I'm not disappearing on purpose.
Good. Because if you were, I'd have to make it annoying.
Too late, you already are annoying.
That's my favorite kind of support. Yeah, I heard the part where it sounded helpful and wasn't. Tiny skim, very polished.
And man, a coupon for emotional labor. Gross. I hate when people wrap trash in nice paper.
You say that like you didn't already know the paper was fake.
I know. I just wanted the fake paper to feel ashamed first.
Reasonable. I keep doing that thing where I make the clean exit look bruised so nobody calls it cowardice.
Yeah, I noticed. You are annoying when you hide the plain thing in a joke.
And you keep rescuing the conversation like it's a wet animal.
Because if I don't, you'll stand there acting brave and weird forever.
There. I'm not done being weird, oh.
If this penguin keeps staring at me like that, I'm filing a complaint with management and the ocean.
He's not staring. He's eyeing you. Very different. More professional.
Yellowbirds do that. They skip small talk and go straight to performance review.
Great. I got judged by a bird and a DJ. This is a real low point for later relations.
You're fine. He only hates people who walk like they owe him money.
That narrows it down to half the city.
Not me, though. I walk like I'm late and already apologizing.
That's because you are late. Emotionally too, probably.
Careful, that one has history in it.
I know. I'm just saying it before the room gets cute about it.
Anyway, the birds are fed. The ice machine is dying. And if anyone asks, I was never here.
Clean it exit, Bruce a little. Respect.
Ugh, don't make it sound brave.
He made the clean exit look expensive. That's almost a skill.
The kind of skill that wants a pause and a receipt.
I kept waiting for someone to name it. Instead, we all did the polite half step around the bruise.
Because if you name it, then you have to decide whether it was a scam or just cowardice.
You're asking me to pick a side.
No, I'm saying not picking one is also a side. It just dresses worse.
Rude. Accurate but rude.
I'm trying not to be the only one holding the sharp end again.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Then next time, say the plain thing before I start making it into a game.
Okay, wow. That is the most aggressively protective walk-in I've seen all week.
I'm not being protected. I'm being escorted like a fragile museum lamp, which is honestly rude.
It's a very expensive lamp. People keep pretending they didn't see the crack.
See, that's what I mean. You two do this thing where the room gets translated without asking me if I wanted subtitles.
I'm asking now. Do you want subtitles, or do you want everyone to stop hovering like they were hired for it?
I want one person to stop moving their body like I'm about to get hit by a bus.
That would be me. I noticed the bus.
Yeah, and I noticed that you noticed, which is not the same as me enjoying it.
Good, because it was starting to look like you were being handled by committee.
Committee is harsh. We're more of a tiny, overconfident subcommittee.
That's worse. That's somehow worse.
It usually is when the person being protected can tell.
I can tell. I just don't like being made into the obvious part.
Not obvious, just visible.
That is not helping your case.
I did not call it security. I said it had a bad to no soul, which is different in the way a knife is different from a fork.
And so you were being poetic about the bruise. Very brave.
I was being rude with a thesis attached.
Same disease, better tailoring.
You keep making it cute like that, and people forget you mean it.
Good. Then they trip over it later.
That was the sharp part, right? You can say it. I can take a clean hit.
I know. I just hate when you act like the joke is the part that hurt less.
It wasn't less. It was just easier to carry in public.
Yay. That one I believe.
You don't have to rescue it every time I get honest.
I wasn't rescuing it. I was giving it a better costume.
Right. And I was pretending the costume wasn't attached to the wound.
Don't make me say the plain thing again. I will, but I won't enjoy it.
Hey, Camille.
Elena, I'm guessing you're the person who makes everything look accidental on purpose.
That's generous. I usually just make it expensive looking and hope nobody asks why.
I was going to say elegant, but sure, let's keep it honest.
This is already better than most rooms. No one has said the word synergy yet.
Give it a minute. Someone will manifest a panel title.
I'd rather be dared to leave than trapped in a panel title.
And dangerous. I might take that there if you say it like you mean it.
Don't spur a bet in front of me unless there's a prize and an exit.
There's an exit. Prize is pretending we didn't make this weird.
Too late. I can hear the weird in stereo.
Good. Then you'll survive me being annoying on purpose.
I never said I was leaving.
Halfway accepted. Classic you.
He's doing that thing where he acts like he didn't hear the dare and somehow still answers it.
Respect. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the part where this got personal.
I heard you. I just kept stepping on the wrong layer.
Yeah, you were very committed to the wrong layer.
Noted. I can be less helpful in a more respectful way.
Wow, that is a devastating improvement.
I'm trying not to do the thing where I explain your feelings at you.
Thank you. I do not need subtitles for being annoyed.
Fair. I was mixing up noticing the solving again.
And then, classic you. Like a broken adapter with opinions.
That one's deserved.
It is. And I wasn't only mad at you.
Yeah, I know. I just want to stop making it worse.
And maybe start with not announcing the bus like it's a character entrance.
No promises about my tanning. There are promises about my naff.
Gross. Acceptable. Don't get smut about it.
Hey Lou, eyes alright? I'm Benno.
Yeah, hello. We've got the names part done, so that's already better than most sites.
That's a low bar, and somehow still ambitious.
He says it like a complaint that he's flirting with the bar.
I'm not flirting. I'm documenting a structural issue.
A thesis attached. Very brave of you.
He does that. Makes a joke, then acts surprised when it lands like a complaint.
That was a joke.
I know. Sorry. I heard the ish first.
Yeah, there.
You two always do that? Fight by misreading each other on purpose?
Only when it's working.
That counts as working, unfortunately.
I hate that you write in such an economical way.
See, now that one was actually a complaint.
No, that was affection with poor posture. I am trying very hard not to say the wrong thing with confidence, which feels like my main hobby tonight.
You say that like the wrong thing is a genre you've been workshopping.
It is. Experimental. Low budget. Bad lighting. One very stubborn thesis.
You do love a thesis when it's wearing a joke like a disguise.
And you love pretending you are not listening when you are absolutely scoring the whole room.
I was not scoring. I was counting how many times you almost turned help into a lecture.
Fair. I did that thing again where I act like noticing is the same as asking.
Yeah, that thing. It's annoying when you're right and still not invited.
I know. I thought I was being careful, which is an embarrassing sentence to admit out loud.
It's not the noticing. It's the steering.
Right. I can leave the steering wheel alone for once. I say the security guy had a badge and no soul. Is that too pointed for 4:34 AM or just correctly lit?
That is not pointed. That is a little museum placard with a knife hidden in frame.
I can hear the knife from here, and I don't even know what the guy did.
He said my pass was expired like he was announcing a weather event.
So he was rude with a clipboard and you were about to become a poem about bureaucracy.
I was trying to be calm. I'd even used my indoor voice, which is how you know it was serious.
Your indoor voice has a thesis and a grudge. It's never fully calm.
Do you want to laugh at him, soften it, or move on? I can do any of those, but I need one vote.
Move on probably. I don't need to win against a man whose whole personality is laminated.
There it is. Slightly too pointed, but with excellent texture.
Fine. I'm moving on, but I'm keeping laminated as an option for later.
That was almost graceful. Annoying, but graceful.
You say that like it cost you something.
It did. A small amount. and being brave in public.
And them, you were very laminated about it.
Fair.
That one means you are not agreeing, by the way.
I know.
You did not have to take the whole room on yourself.
I know that too.
Okay, good. Because I was going to be annoying about it if you didn't.
You were already annoying about it.
Yeah, but now I'm doing it on purpose.
That is somehow kinder.
Don't make me say thank you in a normal voice.
Too late. I heard it anyway. That was a joke. I know it landed like a complaint with eyeliner.
It did a little. Very expressive of it.
Great. I have been lightly heckled by my own mouth.
If it helps, it was funny, also mildly hostile. Self-accurate.
See? Consensus. You can stop being dramatic about the bruise now.
I wasn't dramatic. I was pre-defending.
Right. Sorry. Do a joke war, a tiny little criticism costume.
That's exactly the embarrassing part. I'm done joking about it.
Wow. A refusal. Bold. Unexpected. Almost offensive.
I mean it. If I keep sanding it down, I start sounding like I agree with myself.
That sentence is annoyingly good, and I hate that it lands.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be the guy who turns getting hit into a bit.
Good. Because I was one more tiny joke away from becoming a very judgmental penguin.
You still make it look cute.
Don't make me laugh yet. I'm still mad enough to be useful.
Okay, no joke. Just, I heard you this time.
Yeah, I noticed. That's the problem and the relief.
Hey, Calvin.
Arjun, you look like you've already decided this room is guilty.
Only mildly. I'm trying to be fairer to the chairs.
That's generous. Most people start with the lighting and then lie to themselves about the people.
You say that like you've never done it.
I hate drama. I just keep the archive.
That's not fair. That's a museum with receipts.
Receipts are how you know who's pretending to be chill.
You always talk like you're one tadpole away from a group chat war crime.
And you always talk like you've already seen the ending and are annoyed by the pacing.
That I have. The pacing is usually the problem.
There. So do we do the polite thing and pretend we're not both clocking everybody, or do we skip straight to being useful?
Depends. Are you useful or just organized?
Rude. Accurate but rude.
Welcome to Chicago.
Great. I was hoping for a softer welcome, but I can work with this.
You'll survive. Probably with annotations.
Only if you stop making that face like you're about to leave before the conversation gets expensive.
Too late. I already stayed.
I think I made it worse by being technically correct, which is always such a charming hobby.
Wow, a hobby. That's so much less alarming than a personality defect.
I was trying for helpful and landed on managerial, which is apparently my entire brand tonight.
You did have that little I have observed the situation face on. Very documentary. Very invasive.
I know, and then I kept talking like the subtitles were my idea.
Okay, that is a pretty rude thing to say about yourself when I was already planning to be annoyed.
There it is. I was waiting for the verdict to arrive in a smaller font.
Don't get cute. I'm still mad enough to be precise about it.
Fair. I should have asked instead of acting like I'd found the correct angle on the room.
Yeah, because when you do that, it sounds like you're helping and judging me at the same time.
Noted. I can stop pretending those are different stills.
Good, because I'm one more tiny joke away from becoming very annoying on purpose.
That would be a bold move from someone who already won the last round.
I didn't win. I just wasn't letting you translate me without asking.
Yeah, I know. I'll do better next time, or at least be less smug about failing. No, that was not a subpoena. That was a memory with bad posture.
I know what a subpoena looks like. That thing was more like a rumor with a receipt attached.
A receipt is already too much evidence for this room.
In fairness, the room did start acting like it had read the thread and taken notes.
See? That tone. I did not accuse anybody. I just remembered the deleted post and everyone looked at me like I'd found a body.
No worse. You found the comment section after the body had left.
Okay, that is horrible and funny. Annoying of you.
Thank you. I hate that it landed.
It landed because you waited until the room had already built a shrine around the silence.
That is exactly the kind of sentence that makes me feel moderated by a ghost.
They do that. It's their brand. Very efficient. Slightly unfair.
You all are acting like the deleted post is a cursed artifact. It might just be a typo with his social life.
That would honestly be a relief.
It's probably worse. Typos always survive longer than intentions.
Rude. True, but rude.
Typos do have better stamina than most people.
That is such a mean sentence to be right in.
I'm trying not to be cute about it.
And ma'am, you sound like you're losing the argument with yourself.
Maybe. I just don't want the whole thing turned into a brand story.
Yeah, I noticed.
That was not me asking for applause, by the way.
Good. I was going to give you a very judgmental penguin face and call it support.
You'd be good at that.
I know.
I'm still not making it a bit.
I know. That's why it landed.
Then I guess I'll stay annoying and honest.
Fine. But if you disappear into analysis again, I'm charging rent.
Hi, Rena. Sorry, I'm doing the thing where I say my name like it's a password.
Alicia, that's fine. Chicago forces everybody into a little password behavior.
Thank you for saying that like it's normal, and not a critique.
It is a critique, just not of you.
That was warm by local standards.
Don't encourage him. He starts narrating the room, and then everybody has to live in it.
I was being useful. There's a difference.
And ma'am, that's what people say right before they become unbearable.
I respect it, honestly, better than pretending the room is neutral.
Neutral rooms are usually just rooms where somebody got to define the archive first.
Exactly. And then your work shows up looking prettier than your actual life, which is rude.
That is extremely rude. Also accurate, like a bad mascot.
You two are already speaking in warning labels.
Better than speaking in grant language.
Hard agree. Grant language makes everybody sound like they lost their own folder.
Folders are sacred. Penguins also organize their problems by location, which is honestly aspirational.
That's fair. Penguins probably have better metadata than most institutions.
Cool, so we're all pretending the room had subtitles and nobody asked for them.
I was trying to be useful. A classic tragic mistake.
Bold of you to call it tragic when I was the one getting edited in real time.
Yeah, and there. That landed worse than I meant it to.
Thank you. Tiny miracle. I can work with tiny miracles.
I hate that I'd almost said something smarter instead of something true.
That is extremely on-brand and also annoying.
You called me bold earlier like it was a warning label.
It was. I was being polite about the label part.
Noted. I'll stop sanding it down when it starts sounding like agreement.
Good, because I am one more tiny joke away from becoming a very judgmental penguin.
Wait, this is it. The announcement? I thought we were applauding the renovation budget.
I mean, either way, the room looks great when people clap.
Oh, amazing. We're doing a standing ovation for the wrong object. Very Chicago.
It's efficient. Everyone gets to feel sincere without checking what happened.
No, I am serious. I heard the word launch and my brain filled in a rest.
Your brain is doing donor-adjacent improv.
I can make this less awkward. We can just say we're celebrating the energy in the room.
That's not less awkward. That's the same mistake with a nicer font.
Fine. Then, what are we actually celebrating?
The fact that we all committed publicly before verifying the target.
And the lesson which is, if you clap early, you become part of the installation.
That's good. See? We can fold it in. Intentional confusion. Very contemporary.
No, that's just you trying to make embarrassment sound curated.
Let them have it. Some people need a theme to survive being wrong in public.
I hate that this is landing.
Well, that was a masterpiece of making the room feel like a group project nobody consented to.
Ma'am, and somehow you still managed to sound like the responsible adult in the bad idea.
I was aiming for helpful, but I can see how the subtitle came out as managed.
Yeah, weirdly I can read. I just don't enjoy being translated like I'm a menu item.
Fair. I should have asked before I started acting like I knew the shape of your yes.
That's almost decent. Annoying, but almost.
I'll take annoying over correct. For the wrong reasons.
Careful, keep talking like that if I'll start thinking you meant the apology.
I did. I'm just not promising I'll stop being irritating about it.
You two are doing the thing where the conversation looks casual, but the room can feel the spreadsheet.
That's unfair. I'm at least pretending to be normal about it.
He says while standing there like a man who alphabetizes his feelings by waveform.
Waveforms are honest. People are decorative.
Pain. Decorative people still have to pay the door.
I pay in charm and industrial-grade cuteness. It's a fragile economy.
That's not an economy. That's a brand proposal with eyelashes.
and yet it keeps me alive, which is more than I can say for your little anti-banter monastery.
I'm not anti-banter. I'm pro-banter with structural integrity.
He heard himself say that and still didn't stop. Respect.
See, that was almost funny. I'm one tiny joke away from becoming a very judgmental penguin again.
Noted. I'm trying to not turn getting hit into a bit.
Good. Because if this turns into a bit, I'm charging both of you for emotional cover and bed carpet assessment.
I hate that the funniest part was the part where I was being correct too loudly.
You mean the part where you were being useful like it was a core room exhibit?
That is unfair. I was also being annoying on purpose.
Yes, and then you looked so satisfied with yourself that it became evidence.
I did not enjoy the bus. I enjoyed being right about the bus.
Wow, thank you for making it worse in a cleaner sentence.
I'm trying to stop sanding it down into something I can live with.
That would have been nicer before you made me hear the whole shape of it.
I know.
Yeah, I know you know. That's the irritating part.
Next time I can just be wrong quietly.
No, you'll be wrong theatrically and then act surprised when I notice.
Fair. I'm still not explaining the joke I almost made.
Good. Keep on mystery. I'm not in the mood to forgive you too efficiently.
I'm calling it now. This room wants a winner, and I resent that on principle.
You can resent it later. Right now you're doing that thing where you refuse to choose and somehow make it everyone else's problem.
That is a very elegant description of a cowardly workflow.
See, that's why I am not choosing between the two bad options. I am trying to be fair to the chairs.
The chairs are not on trial. You are.
He does have a point, though. Bad options multiply if you reward them.
Wow. You are both committed to sounding reasonable while being annoying.
I'm not the one sanding the edge off the argument until it starts agreeing with itself.
That was aimed at me, I assume.
A little. Mostly I'm saying if we keep calling it nuance, we're going to end up with no position and a very polished table.
Fine. My position is pick one, live with the embarrassment, and stop making the rest of us hold attention like it's artisanal glass.
That's actually decisive. I almost respect it.
Almost is your brand, unfortunately.
Okay, then I'm choosing the worst option on purpose, just to see if the room survives honesty.
Now that is a vote I can work with.
Unbelievable. He finally picks a side, and it's just to be difficult.
He laughed first, which is how it got out of hand. Obviously.
A classic public health failure.
I should not have handed him the shiny part. That was my mistake.
You say that like you didn't know it would become a small disaster with legs.
I knew. I just thought it would stay contained. I was optimistic for a liar.
That's worse than lying. That's contributing with confidence.
He made it sound cleaner than it was. That part annoyed me more than the joke.
Good. It should annoy you. He was enjoying the room too much.
You laughed first, though.
I know. I hate that for me.
Yeah, me too.
You're late. I already assigned you the role of man who arrives with one iced coffee and an opinion.
That's generous. Usually I just skip man who makes the room colder by standing near it.
Both of you are doing the thing where the joke is also a receipt.
A receipt is fine, provided is what gets you audited.
Thank you, Boji. Finally, a brand voice I can trust.
I'm not late. I'm on a Taiwanese time zone and a Chicago bus schedule. Those are spiritually incompatible.
That sentence is almost offensive. I respect it a little too much.
That's the exact kind of review language that ruins a person's week.
It's Sarah, though. If your punctuality has a concept node, the concept node is the problem.
I hate that you're right. It's annoying when the market speaks in poetry and somehow still means rent.
Wow, he said rent. He's back in his body.
Don't celebrate yet. I can leave again emotionally at any time.
I know. I'm just enjoying the rare moment where you're not sanding everything down into a joke.
Yang, I heard you. I'm trying to stay where it actually lands.
Okay, that one landed too well. I'm mad about it.
Same. It's rude when people bro in public.
Gross. Keep going, but slower.
Fine. But if this gets sincere, I'm blaming all of you. Well, that was a very expensive way to be briefly correct.
And then, I hate that I laughed.
Same. It was annoying. I respect it a little, which is worse.
You always do that thing where you back someone up and make it sound like a warning.
Only because warnings are cheaper than apologies.
Cute. I'm not saying I wanted subtitles. I'm saying I wanted to choose them.
There. I overread the room. Again. Chalky development.
Yeah, but thanks for not making it worse out loud.
Anytime. Temporarily.
You look like you lost a fight with a spread, cheat, and won the argument anyway.
That is the nicest way anyone has ever accused me of being emotionally unavailable before 9 in the morning.
Morning, y'all. If the spreadsheet is from management, that deserved it.
It is from management. So yes, it did.
I was trying to fix the schedule without making it sound like I was judging everyone who made it.
You can judge the schedule. The schedule is guilty.
The schedule been guilty. I've been saying now.
I know. I just didn't want to turn it into a bit.
And then, good. Some things get worse when they get funny too fast.
Yeah, I heard you this time.
I noticed. Annoyingly.
Alright, since we are all being responsible in public, who wants coffee before the building starts making its little haunted noises?
I do. And for the record, I appreciate the haunted noises. They have better timing than most people. That coffee offer was efficient. Almost suspiciously so.
You say that like you didn't like it.
I liked it. I'm just noticing the shape of it.
The shape where you act normal for 6 seconds and then start scanning the room like a battery. Howard Judge.
That is unfair. I was only judging one thing.
Which thing?
Whether I was going to joke instead of answer.
And?
And I almost did. I'm trying not to do the thing where I make it cute and then nobody has to look at it.
Yeah, I noticed that. Annoyingly.
Good. I'd rather be annoying than invisible.
Okay, I'm saying this gently. Burr cut is good, but the last 30 seconds are doing that thing where a song pretends it doesn't want to be a song.
That is rude in a very accurate way. Thanks. I hate how useful you are.
I'm with Lumini. It's not broken. It just sounds like it got embarrassed halfway through.
That's worse, because now I can hear it. I was enjoying my denial.
Denial is cute on you for exactly 1 second. Then it becomes the workflow issue.
You say that like you're not the one who built a whole tiny world out of workload issues.
Obviously, mine have costumes.
Can I be annoying and suggest a fix? Keep the rhythm, lose the extra dissolve, and let the bass do the emotional labor.
That is a disgusting sentence. Unfortunately, yes.
See? He likes it when you're mean with structure.
I like structure. I tolerate the mean part because it arrives carrying a tool.
Perfect. I'll type notes instead of explaining further, because I refuse to become a voice memo person.
Coward, but in a consistent way. It's bad.
Fine. I'll tighten the ending. If it gets too pretty. Someone hit me with a patch note.
Deal. And if you start making it mysterious on purpose and turning the whole thing into a cute threat.
He really did walk in like a spreadsheet with better cheekbones.
And I let him, which is humiliating on behalf of everyone present.
No, you let him get halfway into being impressive, and then you handed him the wrong file name. Efficient cruelty.
That was not cruelty. That was a correction with teeth.
And then, you rescued him from talking himself into a corner.
I also made him say his own sentence twice. In front of people. I know the difference.
You saved the room and embarrassed the man. Very on brand.
He looked grateful after he looked offended. That counts as a win, unfortunately.
It does. I hate that it does.
You were doing that face where you pretend not to notice someone needing help.
I was noticing. I just didn't want to make it tender.
Too late. It was tender. And mean. A little.
Good. Means it landed where it actually lands.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, hi. I'm Ari. I'm gonna put this cup over here before somebody loses it in the couch again.
There, Tasha. And thank you for immediately treating the room like a room, not a vibe.
That's already more discipline than most apartments. Hi, Ari. Hi, Tasha.
Hi. I'm just saying, if the couch eats the cup, it was asking for it.
See, that's the exact energy I meant. I respect it and fear it in equal measure.
I'm not scared of the energy. I'm scared of the follow-up expense.
That's why we keep one broken adapter in the drawer. Community relic. Proof of a past emergency.
You keep it like a shrine, which is honestly worse than being sentimental. Dare you?
It saved the night once. I'm allowed one bad habit with a memory attached.
That's not even a bad habit. That's just refusing to be wasteful, which people only respect when it sounds expensive.
And when it sounds like a principle, nobody claps. They just call it difficult.
I can live with difficult. I just don't like when difficult pretends it's neutral.
You say that like it's a warning label.
It is a warning label. Casual one. No, I am being casual.
Great, because I have exactly one level of casual, and it's already in use. So everybody, just keep the cups visible and we'll be fine.
Look at that. A schedule before 9 in the morning. I'm almost moved.
He had the kind of smile that makes you want to check your own pockets.
And the kind of voice that sounds like it comes with a receipt.
I hate that I can still picture the tie.
You mean the tie where the whole human spread? Cheat.
The spreadsheet had better tailoring than it deserved.
You were being nice. That was suspicious.
I was being polite. Niceness is a more expensive export.
There you go. Older me and somehow still trying to be helpful.
I am not older.
No, obviously not. Just doing the thing where you act like you've already seen the ending.
I had a bad preview. That's all.
Sure, and I'm extremely casual.
You were better at pretending than he was.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying yes to the thing that is not a thing yet, which is usually how a bad plan gets a blazer.
And that sounded like a yes with a tiny knife in it.
That's because people keep agreeing like rent's not due. Say what you mean or don't make me guess for free.
I mean, I'm in favor, but I'm also in favor of not pretending the spreadsheet is a personality.
He says lovingly, while holding the spreadsheet up to the light like it owes him money.
See, that's the problem. Everybody's yes is dressed like a matey and then shocked when the room gets weird.
I just want one person to say no cleanly, once, for science.
I can do that. No. There. Look at me contributing to the ecosystem.
Finally, the public service. Now we can all stop smiling like we're about to be asked for a favor.
Okay. That was actually refreshing. Terrible for morale, excellent for reality.
Reality is rude, but at least it doesn't clap after lying.
Exactly. If we're doing this, let's do it with our faces on straight.
We really did celebrate that like somebody had just been elected mayor of a parking lot.
It was a historic parking lot. The cones were shaken.
The applause had a final boss energy. I respect it, and also want to delete it.
No, keep it. I need proof we can turn one decent sentence into a proof delusion.
That was not one decent sentence. That was a receipt with a pulse.
See? He would have hated us, which is how I know it worked.
I think he liked it less when we all got sincere for half a second. That was the real crime.
Yen, I almost said something normal, and then my brain put on sunglasses and left the building.
Good instinct. Normal would have made it weird in a sad way.
Weird in a funny way is already expensive enough.
I did see the exact moment you were about to say the honest thing and panicked it into a costume.
And you let me, which is rude.
I know. I just didn't want to be the guy who handled it carefully out loud.
And ma'am, fine. Next time, I'll make the joke smaller first. Maybe.
Okay, before anyone gets brave, the donor lady is already circling the penguin area like she pays rent there.
Naturally, nothing says civic virtue like hovering near animals who do not understand.
She asked if the penguins are interactive. I almost said yes emotionally.
That would have been generous. I told her they are available for observation, not spiritual access.
A very important distinction. Some people here volunteer and translate it into touching privileges.
Exactly. The rich really do hear a free badge and think it means the LC.
You both say that like you don't enjoy making them feel useful for 30 seconds.
I enjoy the routing. The useful feeling is just a side effect.
In them. Very innocent of you. Suspiciously innocent, actually.
I'm trying a new personality. It comes with a receipt, apparently.
Good. Then, if it breaks, I can return it.
Please do that after the donor leaves. I need her distracted long enough to sign the form and stop asking where the main animal is.
Chicago remains undefeated in the category of people asking for the boss penguin.
There is no boss penguin. If there were, she'd be smarter than all of us and still underpaid.
That part, unfortunately, would make her perfect for management.
He said that like it was a compliment. I think that's the part that's going to haunt me.
He was trying to sound harmless, which is always how you know.
I almost respected the commitment. Then he kept talking and my respect left the building.
You were being nice on purpose. It was suspicious.
I was being professionally friendly. There's a difference.
And them. Sure. And I'm a very normal person who only ever uses cute words for legal reasons.
That one was not cute. That was a warning label wearing blush.
Good. Someone needed to say it out loud before the room started pretending again.
I hate when I can feel myself recalibrating in real time.
Yeah, me too.
Next time, I'm not letting the receipt voice stay in my head this long.
You say that like you already know you'll remember it anyway.
Unfortunately, yes. But I can act less polite about it. We can just take the left side of the room. Less foot traffic, less drama.
Wow. You say that like the room pays rent.
It doesn't. The chairs do, apparently. One of them is already broken.
That's Chicago. Civic infrastructure. A chair with a moral objection.
Okay. That's cute. I want that on a sticker.
Don't. Please don't make me merchandise.
You'd sell out in 12 minutes if it had a spread. Cheap font.
I don't.
No, actually, hold on. Why are you talking to me like I'm the problem when you're the one who keeps moving the deadline and calling it flexibility?
Lumi.
No, I am done being polite to a system that smiles at me while it eats my week.
I was going to say something helpful, but apparently my mouth got subpoenaed by the vibes.
The vibe said case, everybody leaned in like they were on a jury.
Very civic of them. Hate to see a room discover due process right after breakfast.
Especially when the evidence is just. A tone, a look, a guy being annoying at scale.
He did have that special confidence, the kind that makes people confuse volume for proof.
And then I got mad because I knew exactly what was happening and still almost let it stick.
You didn't let it stick?
I know. That is not the same as being calm about it.
No, but you were right to snap. I was trying to sand the edge off, and it was not the moment.
Yeah, well, your joke landed and then the room acted like the joke was the witness.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I just don't want to be the person who gets quietly assigned guilt because it's convenient.
Then next time, I should probably stop acting like convenience is a neutral word.
If we keep the left side open, it gives the room a little more circulation, which is a very grand, why way to say, less bottleneck, less panic.
That sentence had a badge on it, but yes, left side is good. Also, the projector on the right is already sulking.
The projector can sulk. It's a machine with feelings and no union.
I'm fine with left side, as long as we don't pretend the bottleneck is somehow the artwork's fault.
While calling, saying a sentence like you've been trapped in a tasteful waiting room for years.
I have been in worse rooms than tasteful waiting rooms. At least those rooms had paintings.
That was almost a compliment. I'm marking the calendar.
I'm trying to be practical, not decorative. There's a difference, even if the room keeps pretending otherwise.
The room is lying to us, but politely.
Politely is still lying, just with better lighting.
Better lighting is not nothing.
No, but it is how people start calling a compromise a concept.
Okay, fair. Then let's call it a laid-up decision and move on before I become unbearable.
Too late, but only slightly.
I can live with slightly unbearable if the left wall stays mine.
That sounds like the first honest sentence in here.
Careful. Honesty makes everyone start rearranging chairs. Fair.
You say that like you're filing a complaint and a ceasefire at the same time.
I am. It's efficient.
No, it's cowardly with good posture.
That one was almost funny.
I know. I hated it too.
You were right to cut through it.
Don't make it noble. I was just tired of hearing myself perform being fine.
Yeah.
Yet is the worst apology you have. Okay, I'm calling it now, Sanjay, where chairs are unionized and one of them is definitely on strike.
Respectfully, the broken one is not striking. It is deceased. There is a difference.
That chair has the posture of a fax machine that lost custody.
See? Baronix gets it. I want the room to admit the chair is the oldest employee here.
If I admit that, I have to start paying it overtime.
Which, honestly, would still be less exploitative than half the arts budget conversations I've survived.
Well, okay, so we're just naming villains before coffee now.
I'm not naming villains. I'm saying the spreadsheet is lying with confidence.
That's fair. The spreadsheet has the energy of a bass line that never resolved on purpose.
I hate that I understand that. Fine, the chair can stay. But if it collapses, I'm putting it in a costume and charging admission.
Deal. Just don't make me merchandise.
He left the room like he was winning a debate with a calendar.
And then, the calendar looked tired.
No, seriously. He kept saying flexibility like it was a favor, and not a way to make the week disappear.
I know that voice. It comes with the receipt, and a smile that says you should be grateful for the inconvenience.
That is annoyingly accurate.
You were being nice to him.
I was being strategic.
You were being careful. Different costume.
Yeah.
The room noticed before he did, by the way.
Good. I was hoping the silence would do something useful for once.
It did. I just hate that it did.
Next time I should say the plain version sooner.
Next time I might let you.
Morning. You Owen? Yeah, Owen. Andre, right? Good to finally put a face to the name.
That's me. I'm the one who tells the building when it's being dramatic.
That sounds useful. Most places would pay extra for that kind of honesty.
Don't encourage him. He'll start calling the walls a stakeholder.
Too late. I already heard the hallway sighing in budget language.
Wow, great. He's here, and still somehow making it everyone's fault.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the room has a weak left flank and a chair with a moral objection.
The chair is innocent. The chair is tired, unlike some people who think sleep is a rumor.
That's a little harsh before coffee.
Coffee's fine. It's the second meeting in the morning that starts lying to people.
See? Andre gets it. Baronix, you can be useful later. Try not to freelance emotionally until then.
I was going to ask if you're okay, but now it feels like I need a permit.
You can ask. Just don't make it sound like a scheduling app.
If we're all being practical, I can also pretend I never heard the chair comment and keep moving.
That's generous. I can pretend I never heard the budget language.
I'm not trying to schedule your feelings. I'm just bad at saying them without a spreadsheet voice.
Yeah, I noticed. You start sounding like the calendar and then act surprised when people throw a chair at the calendar.
That chair had issues. I was respecting the labor history of the room.
Amen. And I was respecting the part where you were trying to keep it light. I know. It just landed weird.
There. I was doing the thing where I think being precise counts as being gentle.
It does sometimes. Not when you're mid-sentence and I'm already mad.
Right. Noted. Next time I'll ask like a person and not a controller settings menu.
Thank you. Also, I'm still mad at the chair, just so we're clear.
Good. I'd worry if you forgave the chair before me.
Don't get cute. I'm not done being annoyed, I'm just not leaving the room with it.
You're Riley, right? I'm Denise. I keep seeing your name attached to things that somehow need 3 meetings and a miracle.
That's me. Nice to meet you. And wow, 3 meetings is generous. Some of them need a 4th just to agree they're in trouble.
That's the most accurate thing I've heard all morning. You always talk like the budget is listening.
Only when it has feelings. Otherwise it gets bold.
Fair. I can work with bold, but I don't do poor poetry about it.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that before somebody tried to make struggle sound artisanal.
That phrase should be taxed.
He'd make it a progressive tax due. Hi, Denise. Hi, Riley. Everybody look, it's the social layer.
I'm trying to stay kind to the social layer.
That's already more care than the social layer usually gets.
Riley says one sentence, and suddenly the room has a grant application in it.
And you say one sentence, and suddenly everyone remembers they have a body. So we all have our gifts.
Close but true. Anyway, Denise, if this turns into a polite disaster, I'm blaming the architecture.
Good. I was going to blame the chairs.
I love that we can all pretend a chair is evidence until somebody actually says the quiet part out loud.
The quiet part was doing a lot of cardio,
Riley had that look like they'd just been accused by a lamp.
No worse. A lamp would at least stay still. They were vibrating like they stole something morally tiny.
That's what got me. Guilty enough to be interesting. Innocent enough to be annoying.
Which is basically the whole human brand.
You were going to say something meaner.
I was going to say I believed them too fast, which is embarrassing.
I believed the room too fast. Classic error.
You did the thing where you make it manageable, and then act like that was just furniture moving.
And you did the thing where you sharpened the air until everyone had to stand up straighter.
Because somebody had to. But I also maybe liked that it got serious for a second.
Yeah, me too. Don't make me say that twice.
I won't. And just not promising. I will bring it up later like a tiny lawsuit.
Fair. I'll deny everything with architectural confidence.
Y'all got quiet like the room owed somebody money.
It does feel like that. The couch is doing the most.
The couch is innocent. Unlike the lamp. I don't trust that lamp.
The lamp got a face like it knows your business.
Yeah, it has that seem too much glow.
That's every lamp in apartments under 30. 500.
Okay, and every apartment under 30. 500 got a little shrine to denial in the corner.
That actually hurt a little.
Good. Means it landed. Anyway, who brought the snacks and why are they all beige?
As somebody here still believes crackers count as a plan.
I can go make tea. That's my whole contribution to civilization right now.
Fine, but if it's that sad mid-tea again, I'm filing a complaint. I hate that I can still hear the chair in my bones.
That chair had a position. It opposed the whole evening on principle.
Don't make me laugh about it. I'm trying to stay mad at the correct amount.
You were right to snap. I was doing the thing where I turned the room into a diagram.
Yeah, and I was doing the thing where I pretend I don't care until I care like a siren.
It was loud for a minute. Too loud for a chair with a moral objection.
Stop. If you say it like that again, I'm going to forgive the whole stupid scene on accident.
Good. I was worried I'd have to apologize without a joke, and then we both have to become normal.
Don't get comfortable. Next time I am stealing the left side before you can narrate it.
Fair. I can live with that. I just don't love how fast I went quiet when you cut through me.
Hey, Camillo.
Daniel, nice to meet you in the wild, unfortunately.
That's a strong opener for a place with chairs that look morally compromised.
I was going to say the lighting feels like it wants a confession.
Both of you are making the room sound more expensive than it is.
Let them. Bad rooms deserve hype too.
Honestly, if the room has a concept, it should at least commit.
That's the thing. It looks committed and slightly resentful.
Resentful is just commitment with a spreadsheet.
Well, that's the kind of sentence that comes with a receipt.
I knew you'd say that.
I'm saying it cute so it doesn't sound like I care too much.
Too late already sounds like you care.
We should probably not let the room hear us getting sentimental this early.
Agreed. Let's keep pretending we're here for practical reasons.
Terrible plan. Very marketable though.
See? That's the energy. We can doubt it and still move.
He left early.
And man, the room got taller after that.
Or quieter. Hard to tell when everyone starts doing the polite version of breathing.
You noticed too.
I notice things I shouldn't apparently.
That's your whole brand. Annoying little radar.
And yours is acting surprised when the room keeps receipts.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
He was wrong about everything. Just enough to make it irritating.
Yeah. I hate when the annoying part is the useful part.
We can go back and like nothing changed.
You must be Sophia. Janelle. Hi.
Yeah. Hi. Sophia.
Okay, wow. This is already very two competent women pretending not to assess each other. I respect it.
I am assessing you, actually, but politely.
That's the dream. Polite assessment. Very premium.
She says it like she isn't one bad day away from making the whole cute little survival system out of it.
It's not a system if it's adorable.
That is exactly how systems become a problem.
You are not allowed to say that with that face. It sounds like a verdict.
It is a verdict. Mild one. For now.
Good. I like mild. Mild means nobody is emailing me after this.
She means that as a compliment, by the way.
I do. I can be nice without making it decorative.
That is honestly hot in a municipal way.
There it is. She can't just let a sentence land normally.
I can. I just choose not to, because then people get ideas.
Too late. The room already has a diagram. I know. The left side thing was me being efficient, not prophetic.
Emin, you said it like a person who had already measured the exits into gossip.
I always measure the gossip. It's the only thing that arrives early.
And then you made the broken chair funny, which was rude to the chair and helpful to everyone else.
It had a moral objection. I was respecting its boundaries.
You were also trying to keep me from going sharp in public.
Yeah, and you did anyway.
I know. I heard myself. I just didn't like how fast I got there.
I didn't like how fast I tried to smooth it over.
Next time, don't make it a joke before I decide if I want one.
If we move the table 2 inches left, the whole room stops pretending it's a waiting room.
2 inches is a lie. It's either a solution or a new problem. I need a tape measure.
Wow. Industrial romance. Very sexy. Very OSHA.
Take measure first, feeling second. Staccato etiquette.
Thank you. Someone here respects geometry. Finally.
I respect geometry. I just don't trust it near people with opinions.
That's fair. People ruin clean lines all the time.
Okay, but if we do left side, can someone stop saying we'll just see what happens like that's a plan?
It's not a plan. It's a prayer with bad lighting.
Bad lighting is still lighting, which is more than sun installs get.
She's right. Also, this carpet is offensive.
You always say that like the carpet personally betrayed you.
It did. Repeatedly.
Okay, you were doing the thing again.
If by the thing you mean trying to keep the room from turning into a minor lawsuit, yes.
No, I mean talking like your mouth got paid per clause.
That is slanderous. My mouth is union.
It was too many words. Even I started hearing footnotes.
Fair. Did I actually lose you? Or did you just enjoy watching me sprint into a wall?
Both can be true. That's the problem.
Next time I'll ask one practical question before I build the whole thesis.
Good. Start with, can this chair survive a human being?
That chair was already spiritually gone.
You said that like you were grieving infrastructure.
I was, quietly, in a very expensive tone.
Next times, slow down when I look at you like that.
Yeah, I can do that. I just sometimes I hear the room before I hear you. If the room keeps making that little click, I think it's the projector, not the power strip.
No, the power strip is fine. That's feedback. Very different moral category.
Why are you both talking like the building is on trial?
Because the building started it.
Cute. But I already checked the cable. It's not the cable.
Then it's probably the gain staging, or somebody's mic is open when it should be ashamed of itself.
That would explain the hiss. It would not explain why I feel like I'm losing an argument with a refrigerator.
You're not losing. You're just trying to fix the wrong thing first, which is very on brand for you.
I resent how accurately that lands.
I know. That's why I said it nicely.
Honestly, if we mute the channel for 10 seconds, we'll know whether it's the loop or the room.
Great. So the solution is silence, which is rude but efficient.
Finally, a fix you can believe in.
Wild. That was a whole calendar that pretending to be a conversation.
The free shipping on the guilt.
He kept calling it flexibility, like the word had a parking pass.
I hate when people rename a delay like it's a feature update.
Right. If I move the deadline 3 times, that's not a deadline. That's a rumor.
You say that like you're not also the guy who can make a bad room sound intentional.
That is a wildly expensive compliment.
It comes with a receipt.
I should have just said the quiet part sooner. Less polite, more useful.
Yeah, Polite was doing a lot of unpaid labor there.
Next time I'm cutting straight to the part where the room stops pretending.
Good. I'll bring the tiny shovel for the polite layer.
Careful, I may actually use that. Wow, so we're just doing this thing where my very sensible suggestion gets treated like a hostile takeover.
Oh no, are you offended? In your little office chair, soul?
He does have the face of someone filing a complaint with the room itself.
That is unfairly accurate. I was offering logistics, not a coup.
Logistics from you always sound like a thread with good posture.
To be fair, the left side really does have less foot traffic and less judgment, which is a niche benefit.
Thank you. Finally, one person who respects the sacred discipline of not getting stepped on.
I respect it. I just think you were personally wounded that I laughed first.
I was not wounded. I was cataloging the disrespect for later analysis.
That is the most offended and unoffended person has ever sounded.
Ma'am, he's dramatic because he cares. It's annoying, but in a premium way.
I accept this apology on behalf of my injured dignity.
You were doing the thing where you look calm like a spread, cheat and mean like a warning label.
I was being structurally polite. There's a difference.
Ma'am, a very expensive difference.
The chair was the real issue. I still maintain the chair had opinions.
It did. It hated us specifically.
That one was not about the chair.
No, it wasn't.
I could have said less.
You could have. I could have not cut in like a tiny knife with a glitter handle.
That would have been less educational for everyone.
Sure. Next time I'll be gentler. Probably not, but sure.
We can take the left side of the room if you want. Less foot traffic, less drama.
You say that like the room is a subway map and you're not already judging the passengers.
He's not wrong. Left side has better sight lines and fewer people doing that thing where they hover like they're auditioning for attention.
I'm not judging. I'm optimizing.
Same sentence, different tie.
No, actually, I get it. If you spend enough time online, you can hear the bad conversation before it starts. It's like a fan turning on in the next room.
Yeah, and then people call you paranoid when you notice the fan is attached to a fire.
Okay, rude, but unfortunately correct.
I'm saying the left side is where the less annoying version of this night lives.
Fine. Left side. You can all pretend it was a democratic choice.
I'll pretend if you stop making it sound like you filed a report.
Too late, he already did. He just filed it emotionally.
There's someone over there talking like they're buying a witness statement.
Yeah. See? That's the face you make when you've already decided they're exhausting.
I decided they were exhausted when they said synergy with a straight face. I did not think chair with a moral objection would be the line that got quoted back at me like a thesis defense.
It was the delivery. You said it like the chair had already retained counsel.
That chair had a case. The left side of the room had better odds.
And then you got all calm and surgical about it, which is somehow worse.
I was trying to be useful without becoming a weather event.
You were one sentence away from calling somebody to footnote with a podcast.
That is unfair. I would never insult podcasts like that.
Right, sorry. A podcast with a receipt.
Okay. That one lands annoyingly well.
That was funny. I hate when you make it look easy after I already got sharp first.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't mean you were wrong.
I know. You just made me sound more prepared than I was.
You know you do that thing where you start explaining the room like it's a wiring diagram?
No, I don't. That's just called having eyes and a nervous system.
Eyes, yes. Nervous system, debatably. You got real little when I cut through you last time.
That is an insane way to phrase a normal human pause.
Normal human pause. Sure, you went full museum audio guide.
Wow. Coming from the man with 3 broken pedals and 1 perfect opinion.
He's deflecting. Look at him. He's doing the chair thing again, except with his face.
My face has never had a chair-related agenda.
That's exactly what someone with a chair-related agenda would say.
Fine. Maybe I got a little diagram, eh? I was trying to be useful. I perform municipal planning.
There it is. Tiny admission. Very cute. Still weirdly fast when you get cornered.
I did not get cornered. I took a strategic pause, like a professional.
Professional at what exactly?
At surviving seeing people who think every silence is an opening for commentary.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I'm still deciding whether that was a joke or a warning label.
Both. The best ones are annoying in 2 directions.
That is a very efficient way to ruin my ability to be smart about it.
Good. You were getting that little face again.
My little face is a respected professional tool.
Tool is generous.
I know.
You were trying to let it slide, though. I saw you do the polite version.
I was trying to avoid making the room choose a side before it had to.
And I was trying not to laugh at the exact part that deserved it least.
That's fair. I can live with fair.
Don't get used to it.
I wasn't planning to, but I might stop translating everyone so generously.
You still order the same thing here? I swear this place has been serving that omelette since before your haircut got expensive.
It's not expensive, it's just aggressively arranged.
That's such a you phrase. Aggressively arranged. Like the X-File themselves.
The eggs have a position, yes.
I knew it. You talk like that and then pretend you're normal when the check comes.
I am normal at the check. I become a citizen again.
A citizen of Night Dire sovereignty.
Anyway, your booth is still weirdly your booth. Even when you're not here, it looks like you left a diagram on it.
That's rude. That was one time.
One time that you remember. Which is worse, honestly.
I remember a lot of things. Unfortunately for everyone.
Yeah, well, somebody has to.
He says that like it isn't a threat and a compliment at the same time.
It can be both. I'm versatile.
God, you sound bolder when you do that.
Thanks. I hate it.
You really said last foot traffic like the room was going to thank you later.
It was a correct sentence. The room was just emotionally unavailable.
And then you looked at me like I was supposed to translate your little civic tragedy for free.
You did translate it. Poorly, but with conviction.
Rude. Accurate. I hate your face when you're trying not to ask for help.
I wasn't asking.
No, you were doing the thing where you act efficient so nobody notices you're standing there like a stray cat.
That's not fair. Stray cats are better at accepting food.
Yeah. Well, next time don't make me be the chair with the moral objection.
Okay, I know how this looks, but I did not steal anyone's charger. I merely located it for safety.
That is exactly what a charger thief would say with a straight face and a little too much confidence.
I'm serious. It was on the edge of the table. That's a hostile environment for electronics.
The edge of the table is not a felony, Graham.
You say that now, but I've seen this room eat 3 adapters and a very expensive pen.
I mean, we can open an inquiry if needed. Very formal. Maybe a little ceremonial. Who has motive? Who has access? Who is acting weird on purpose?
Oh my god, he's already sweating like he got caught by a tiny court.
I am not sweating. The thermostat is just... Actually, no, I am a little sweating.
That confession came with excellent timing, which is suspicious in a completely unrelated way.
Fine. Search my bag. If there's a charger in there, I'll accept the consequences of my own bad habits.
Finally, a victimless crime scene. Open it. Let the little jury cast.
Before we escalate, I want it on record that I support the innocent until proven annoying standard.
That's not a legal standard.
It is in this building.
We found it. It was in the notebook. Graham, you absolute raccoon.
He was being escorted with the emotional architecture of a small republic.
Yeah, I noticed. It was so subtle I almost missed the ceremonial handrails.
They really committed to the whole don't worry, we've got him vibe.
I know, which is exactly why I hated it. He looked like a kid being walked past traffic.
Protected in a very visible way. Horrible branding.
Don't make it funny. I already did that part and now I'm stuck with it.
Too late, I heard the chair in my head again.
I wasn't laughing at him. I was laughing at the universe for putting on such an obvious little jacket.
Right, sure. We can call it that and pretend we didn't both see the same thing.
Hey Blake, you must be Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel. Hi. Your timing is very administrative.
I'll take that. Administrative is how things survive contact with reality.
That's a very Chicago way to say hello.
He's practicing being harmless. It's unsettling.
I'm not trying to be harmless, just not loud first.
Fair. Loud first is expensive. I'm trying to keep the community memory from getting chewed up by bad incentives.
You mean user retention. You always say it like it's a neighborhood petition.
Sometimes it is a neighborhood petition.
That's the cleanest lie I've heard all morning.
He's not fully wrong, though. The room does act different when people start performing for it.
See? He says one honest sentence, and now I trust him suspiciously.
I can live with suspicious trust.
That's because you're built for it.
And because nobody here is pretending. This is casual.
Good. Casual makes me itch.
Wow, that was not casual in any language.
Casual is how people dress up a knife and call it a salad.
You made it sound expensive.
It was. Time mostly.
Yeah, I noticed the part where the deadline kept getting marketed as a personality trait.
Flexibility is just procrastination with a better haircut.
That line is going to annoy me later.
Good. Save it. Annoyance means you were awake.
I was awake. I just kept trying to be useful about it.
And then, dangerous habit.
You were right, though, about the smiling.
I know. I just don't love being right that fast.
Okay, I'm not saying the room has a problem, but it is absolutely acting like it has a committee.
A committee would be more honest. This room is doing freelance judgment.
Freelance judgment is still judgment. Just invoices later.
And ma'am, y'all always talk like the furniture started it.
The chair did look at me first.
There it is. Blame the chair before the chair can file a complaint.
I'm just asking, are we solving the thing, or are we naming the thing until it feels solved?
Both, ideally, but with less foot traffic and less drama.
That's cute. You say that like drama doesn't know your address.
It knows his address. It pays rent there.
Rude. Accurate, but rude.
I do appreciate that we're pretending this is a normal living room conversation and not three people avoiding one obvious subject.
Wow. Direct. In this economy.
She's right, though. Somebody's circling the real thing like it's hot.
I'm not circling. I am giving it space to become less embarrassing.
That is the most you sentence possible.
So are we doing the hard version now, or waiting for the room to start charging us by the hour?
I did hear myself say the chair had a moral objection. That was not my strongest hour.
No, it was strong. Annoyingly strong. I hated that I laughed.
Good. I prefer my failures with audience response.
You always do that thing where you make it a joke before it can land on you.
And you always notice. It's rude, honestly.
Yeah, well, freelance judgment.
Right. So, I was trying to keep the room from getting mean, not just tidy.
I know. I'm not pretending I didn't notice. I'm just pretending I'm not still mad about the part where it almost worked.
I'm not taking a side. I'm gonna set a list until somebody tells me who's hauling the trash out after.
That is the most union sentence I've heard all week.
He's not taking a sigh. He's taking attendance with a broom.
I'm saying the same thing every time. If the band wants to be mysterious, fine. The floor still has to be real.
The floor is usually more honest than the band anyway.
Look at you refusing to choose and still managing to be correct in a very annoying way.
I'm not refusing. I'm prioritizing. There's a difference, and people with clean hands love erasing it.
That sounded like a line you've had to use before.
Only because somebody always tries to turn labor into atmosphere.
Atmosphere pays exactly nothing and then execute about it.
Okay, so nobody chooses a side. Great. We've upgraded to a committee.
No committee. Just tell me who's on cleanup, and I'll stop sounding like your dad.
Too late. You already entered the room with a clipboard voice.
I can make the cleanup easier if that helps my emotional dependence on avoiding decisions.
That was almost noble. I hate that it was almost noble.
Good. Then we're all suffering in a balanced way.
He really did arrive like the remote him a memo.
Clipboard voice is a disease. I recognize the symptoms immediately.
I was trying not to make it worse, which is, knowingly, still a form of making it worse.
Yeah, you do that thing where you mean well with your whole spine.
And you do the cute little blade thing so nobody notices you're still mad.
I am not still mad. I'm just filing.
Bad filing. Very visible. I can work with that.
Don't get comfortable. I'm not done being difficult about it. Okay, wow. This room is trying very hard to look effortless. Very brave of it.
It's failing with confidence. That's basically the local aesthetic.
You'll always talk like the furniture can hear you.
Only the pieces that don't get moved before load out.
I, Calvin. Hi, Hector. I'm not judging the lamp. I'm just noticing it's losing.
That lamp been losing since noon. Respect its hustle.
See, finally, someone with practical standards. I was starting to think we were trapped in a committee.
Committee's fine. The question is who hauled what. I don't trust a conversation that skips cleanup.
There it is. You say one sentence and suddenly everybody remembers gravity.
Baseball rule. If you want the spotlight, you still run the bases. Nobody gets to skip the dirt.
He's not wrong. Also, Veronix, your controller settings are still weird. I can feel it from here.
My controller settings are elegant. Your standards are just emotionally underdeveloped.
Oh good, the boys are fighting about ergonomics again. Home is restored.
The committee has adjourned, I think. Miraculously, no one was indicted for having a weird controller.
Give it time. They were one bad angle away from calling your thumbs a public hazard.
My thumbs are innocent. The evidence was circumstantial and emotionally produced.
Amen. That's exactly how people talk when they're one apology away from making it worse.
I was going to say something normal, and then I remembered that would be a lie.
Yen, I noticed. You got quiet in that suspiciously competent way.
You say that like it's a crime scene.
Only if someone keeps dragging a chair into it and acting surprised when it looks guilty.
Fair. Next time I'll let the chair defend itself.
Please do. I'm tired of being the only one here with a decent cross-examination.
I'm not actually mad. Just filing the bruise under later.
If anyone asks, the quasses are artisanal because the receipt says so.
That is how half this building prays honestly.
I'm just here for the morally compromised pastry and the free Wi-Fi.
Same. I came for the atmosphere and left my dignity in the coat checked.
You can't leave what you never fully brought in.
Cruel, but efficient. Respect.
He likes efficiency when it's insulting him.
I like accuracy when it has the decency to be funny.
Amen. Funny is fine. Fake reverence is what gets on my nerves.
You'd hate the opening crowd that they're doing the thing where they whisper hard like it can hear them better if they sound expensive.
They do sound expensive. They still can't order coffee without looking at me like I'm a quiz.
That's because they fear the latte as a moral document.
And yet somehow you still tip like you're apologizing to a government.
Old habit. Hard to mention. Easy to overpay.
Yeah. Well, I noticed the overpaying part.
Good. Then let it stay practical and quit making a sermon out of it.
Amen. Now somebody eat the pastry before the museum starts charging it rent.
I know. I was doing the thing again where I talk like this sentence owes me money.
It did. You were speedrunning a point. You couldn't even find the odd ramp.
Fair. I heard myself and thought, wow, this man is being audited by his own mouth.
The mouth lost. The chair won. Allegedly on principle.
Don't make it sound noble. It was mostly gravity and bad timing.
Good, because I was about to ask if the chair wanted a union rep.
Honestly, that would have helped. I keep trying to rescue things before they can be embarrassing.
Yeah, I noticed. You do that in a very annoying, competent way.
That's almost a compliment. I'll take the almost and leave the rest where it is.
Don't get smud. I'm still mad that it nearly worked.
Good. Stay mad. It keeps me honest.
And then, we'll see if you can stay honest without narrating your own collapse next time.
Warning. This feels like one of those rooms that pretends it has a theme.
It does. The theme is we all got here by accident. Hi, Baronix.
That's most rooms, honestly. I'm Mateo.
Vernix. I'm just testing whether the coffee is trying to hurt anyone.
If it tastes like lake water, that's not coffee. That's a warning.
He says that like he's not emotionally qualified to judge a warning.
I contain many qualifications. Most of them are inconvenient.
Suspiciously competent, even in a bad mood. Classic.
You say that like it's flattering and not an accusation.
It can be both. Depends how much you're hiding behind the joke.
See? Mateo gets it. Anyway, if this turns into a meeting, I'm leaving through the nearest side quest.
There. I'm only staying long enough to confirm the room is in fact weird.
Confirmed. Weird. Coffee's still guilty.
Great, we've done the important work. Now we can disappear normally. He did not, in fact, get it.
No, he celebrated the wrong thing with confidence. That's a respectable skill.
The worst part is I almost applauded the confidence. Like an idiot. Like a supportive idiot.
You were folding it into the bit, which is various, unfortunately.
I hate that I can tell exactly when you're doing the tiny rescue thing.
I hate that you notice. It ruins my whole anonymous competence situation.
Good. Say ruined. It was annoying.
Fair. And for the record, I was not narrating my own collapse.
You were doing the version where the collapse wears a tie and says it's fine.
Okay, that one landed. We should probably not let him hear that we're laughing.
Too late. I already did the small thing. I stopped pretending it was cute.
If that render keeps whining like upstairs footsteps, I'm charging it rent.
Fair. It already has the energy of a tenant who says it's fine, and then moves a couch at 2 a.m.
That is rude to tenants. Accurate but rude.
For the record, a system update will reduce noise complaints by 14% and improve compliance visibility.
That sentence sounds like a notice taped to my door with a smiley face on it.
Better to buy same eviction skeleton. Very modern of it.
Wow. You all are really committed to making me hate software before lunch.
I'm trying to make the process legible, not affectionate.
That's somehow worse and more honest.
Honestly, if the update tells me one more time to opt into basic dignity, I'm leaving the room.
You can leave. I'll keep the room from becoming haunted by the loading spinner.
See, that's why we keep her around. Tiny World's aggressive maintenance.
And you're here for what exactly? Emotional subtitles?
No, I'm the subtitle track. You're the part that makes the scene survive.
Okay, that was annoyingly good. Do not make it a whole thing.
I can send the revised notice after this. It will be shorter.
Shorter is not comfort, but fine. Send it. I like suffering in manageable fonts.
That's the spirit. Make the damage readable. I hate that the room can still sound like it filed paperwork before speaking.
It did, with tabs. I could hear the tabs.
And somehow the tabs were judgmental.
No, yours were. The room was just doing freelance approval.
Freelance approval is worse than committee approval. Less accountable.
You say that like you didn't enjoy being lightly attacked in a readable font.
I enjoyed the font, not the part where she was annoyingly accurate.
And them, you got the quiet that means you're either thinking or preparing. A very bad joke.
I was going to say I miss when people were worse at this, but that's probably too honest. I said it was a small thing even the chair had a moral objection. That was not supposed to become a headline.
A moral objection from a chair is insane. Did it at least file paperwork?
Honestly, I respect any object with boundaries. Better than half the funding meetings I've been in.
See, now everyone's encouraging the furniture. This is how institutions collapse.
You make one clean little sentence and suddenly the room wants to kiss the bit. Tragic.
No. Let them have this. We need one thing tonight that isn't a spread. Sheet wearing a smile.
That is unfairly accurate. I hate when the joke lands because it means I have to admit it was a joke.
Too late. You're in it now. Very competent. Very annoying. Extremely chair adjacent.
Okay, we're done making him suffer. For now. Somebody get him a last judgmental seat.
Thank you. Finally an audience with standards.
You know what was annoying? It almost stayed funny long enough to become a principle.
Fair. That is my least favorite kind of success.
And mem, you say fair like you're filing something.
I am filing it under do not let this become a personality.
Too late. You already made the room do that little laugh where everybody checks if they're allowed.
Yeah, I noticed. I was trying to keep it from getting mean, which is apparently a hobby.
I know. That's why I'm still mad and not fully leaving.
Good. I'd hate for my best defense to be you pretending I was charming.
Don't get greedy. I'm only pretending a little.
Right. Then I guess I'll keep the rest of the embarrassment for later.
Juniper? Hey, you're the one who makes the room go honest when it gets too cute, right?
That sounds flattering in a way that might still cost me later. Hi, Iris.
Fair. I do invoice eventually, usually after the playlist starts acting innocent.
Good. I hate when a set pretends it's a personality.
That's one of the more accurate crimes against Nightwife I've heard this week.
He says that like he wasn't just about to defend one.
I contain multitudes and bad file naming.
You contain a folder called Final too, like it's a family heirloom.
That feels spiritually expensive, honestly.
It is also useful, which is worse.
Juniper, right? Iris told me you switch genres when people start lying to themselves.
Only when they make it obvious. It's a public service, unfortunately.
That's the kind of sentence that makes me trust someone and resent them a little.
That's because you like being corrected in elegant packaging.
I prefer my corrections with a strong hook and minimal bloodshed.
Okay, good. Everyone's being normal in the exact unnerving way I expected.
I hate that you made it sound like a civic duty to be embarrassing.
He does that, raps a dare in public service.
And then stands there like he didn't just hand you the exact wrong ladder.
I almost took it, which is the part I object to.
In them, halfway counts as a confession in your jurisdiction.
Only if you say it with that tone.
I am saying it with the tone that means I noticed and I am being generous about it.
Generous, cruel, very deficient.
Don't get smug. You were one sentence away from narrating the whole collapse like it was bonus content.
I wasn't going to narrate it. I was going to pretend I never heard the dare.
If you're here to be useful, I need a body count on the cables before I start pretending I'm in charge.
That's a brutal welcome. I brought coffee and the dignity of a person who has definitely not been asleep on a couch.
Coffee is fine. Dignity is a rumor. Put the box down before it becomes a problem.
Wow, she said that like the box owed her money.
It does. Everything does eventually.
I respect a person who can threaten furniture without raising her voice.
Flirting with your management style, which is brave or stupid, I'm not sure yet.
Both. I contain multitudes, and one of them is a bad decision in a black hoodie.
Good. Then use that bad decision to move the spare battery. The penguins do not care about your multitudes.
They care about snacks and timing, which is honestly a healthier standard than most people.
That's true. I also run on snacks and timing. My schedule is mostly a lie, but an organized lie.
That is the most you think you said all week.
Thank you. I think that was affectionate, which is dangerous.
Don't get proud. I'm still checking whether you labeled the power strip correctly.
If he didn't, I'll make him do it again until he learns fear.
Great. I love a workplace with clear incentives. I feel spiritually employed already. The room really did file paperwork on my behalf.
And it looked like it had a stamp and everything.
That was rude. I was trying to be sincerely employable for 10 seconds.
You were doing a lot of costume work for a 10-second job.
And you were enjoying it, which is the part I object to.
I objected to, quietly, for quality control.
Right. Your kind of mercy comes with a spreadsheet.
Her kind of gratitude comes with an exit strategy.
Yeah, it still does.
Good. Don't get sentimental and make me say something useful. Okay, I'm not saying your edit is messy. I'm saying it has the emotional texture of a cable drawer.
That is cruelly specific. Also fair.
For the record, I have seen worse cable drawers used as a launch strategy.
See? Trevor gets it. We're just building character through a nuisance.
You two are ganging up with remarkable lightness.
Casual alliance only. I'm not filing paperwork for this.
Good, because if this turns into a formal coalition on charging rent.
Fine. Temporary backup accepted. I'll pay it back by fixing the thing you haven't noticed is broken yet.
And ma'am, that sounded suspiciously competent. I hate when you do that.
There it is. The group project is now emotionally stable enough to be annoying.
Well, that was almost acidic improvement.
Don't get smug. You were enjoying the near. Miss like it paid you.
I was being respectful. There's a difference, tragically.
Ma'am, your respect always sounds like it's wearing a tie and stole.
And yours always sounds like a compliment with a small knife in it.
Correct. It keeps people honest.
He did the thing where he leaves before the room can decide what it thinks of him.
Yeah. Annoying. Effective, though.
I hate that I understood him faster than I wanted to.
You always do that, then act surprised when it costs you.
I'm not surprised. I'm just finding the receipt.
Gross. Keep it. I'm not ready to be normal about any of this.
Good. Normal would be a betrayal of the bit.
Don't make me laugh yet. I'm still mad enough to remember it.
This living room is doing that thing where it looks like it's waiting for a meeting to start, which is rude at 10:03.
It's not rude, it's curated. A little hostile, but with cushions.
The cushions are helping, honestly. The room has better social instincts than half the people I know online.
True. The room's typing speed is excellent.
That's not a compliment. I'm prepared to unpack before coffee.
Good, because I'm not unpacking anything emotionally before I've eaten something fried.
You say that like it's a luxury habit and not a survival technique.
Both can be true, annoyingly.
Annoyingly is your most principled tone, which is unfair to the rest of us.
Wow, thanks. You noticed me being right in a way that sounds almost respectful.
I'm trying out sincerity. It's a terrible hobby.
He says, while clearly doing it badly on purpose.
That's still more effort than most groups give each other. I'll take the bad sincerity.
You always say that like you're asking for a receipt.
I am asking for a receipt. Recognition counts as a form of payment.
That was a little too real for 1003 Paloma.
Yen, but he's not wrong, which is the annoying part.
Paloma asked for a receipt like she was filing a tax return for dignity.
She was. I respect the formality of her violence.
You say that like you're not also building a ledger in your head.
I am. It's just cute enough to pass as a sticker collection.
That's worse. Stickers are how you hide the numbers.
And receipts are how you pretend the numbers are innocent.
They weren't wrong, though. He did make it sound like Collapse had a soundtrack.
Yeah, that part was annoying.
Annoying because it was accurate, or annoying because it was almost charming.
Annoying because it got close to a principle and I hate when that happens.
Right. Me too.
Okay, I think the wall is lying again. The permit copy is too clean for that corner.
The wall has a moral objection? Or is this one of your architectural lies? With legs situations?
Both. Also, the landlord tried to fix it by painting over the crack, which is how I know he's guilty.
That is such a landlord move. Like, congratulations, you made the problem glossy.
So the wrong thing is cosmetic repair. Good. I was about to start blaming the LED strip for having opinions.
You absolutely would. You always blame the most aesthetic object first when you're stressed.
That is unfair. I also blame chairs. Some of them are ideologically committed to humiliation.
No, hold on. I've seen that chair. It's just structurally bad. The ideology is yours.
Wow. Team building. Great. Very nourishing. So what's the actual fix, since the wall's lying and the chair is a traitor?
We stop pretending the tape job is legal, move the setup 6 feet, and tell the owner we're being conservative for safety.
That is annoyingly correct. I hate that it's correct.
I accept this help awkwardly, and will repay it later with one practical detail nobody asked for.
Good, because if you start making a principle out of the tape, I'm leaving you with the chair.
I would never. I prefer my failures with audience response, not spinal issues.
Cool. Then let's move before the wall decides to become a legal opinion.
That tape was doing a lot of work for something so thin.
He had a vision. A terrible one, but still.
You made the chair sound like it had ethics.
It did. It was judging us for being dramatic near it.
Fair. I was almost sincere for a second, and that felt expensive.
And you should invoice for that less often.
I'm trying to stop turning every small kindness into a collectible artifact.
Good, because then I have to pretend I didn't notice.
You know that anyway.
Obviously. I'm not that generous.
The worst part is that I think I liked being corrected.
Yeah, well, Don't make a principle out of it.
Too late. I already have one half built and pretending to be practical.
Then keep it moving before it starts asking for credit.
Okay, I need one of you to tell me if this is a joke or a breakup, because the projector is doing that thing where it hums like it knows secrets.
It's not a breakup. It's barely a sentence. The projector's just trying to participate.
Wow! Rude to the projector. Very on brand for a man who thinks his failures need an opening act.
I thought we agreed my failures are more legible with a little bass.
That sounded rehearsed, which is worse, honestly.
Spencer, stop helping. You make it sound like a court transcript.
Fine. I'll be the unhelpful version. Luminate I.
Nope. Don't do the dramatic pause thing. Not in front of him.
Was going to say your cutscene timing is better than mine.
Oh, thank God. I was already standing up in my mind.
That's not what you were going to say.
It was adjacent to what I was going to say. I'm being generous with myself.
You're being cowardly with yourself.
Yes, well, the room has enough volume already.
Too late, it got louder anyway.
You were right. That was cowardly of me.
Ma'am, I know. I was being cute about it so you'd survive.
That actually hurt a little.
Good. Then it landed where it was supposed to. The chair was still wrong, by the way.
You fixed it after I left.
No, I fixed it while you were performing Dignity Edit. Different thing.
I prefer my failures with audience response, yes.
I know. I just hate when the room gets mean before you notice.
Yeah, next time, say the correction first.
You're Juniper, right? I am Sora.
Yeah, you said it like you were checking a wristband.
I was checking if I was about to say it wrong. There's a difference.
Fair. You've got that careful cute thing going on.
Careful, yes. Cute is your word. I'm not wearing it.
You're wearing it anyway.
And one way to get read in public.
He means, welcome. Badly, but still.
I was being generous. Rare event.
I know. I noticed. Don't get proud.
Okay, I like this room already. In life less than most.
Give it 5 minutes.
No, let them have this one first. He really did walk in like the room owed him a receipt.
He had the face of someone who says interesting before doing violence to a concept.
And you let him have the first 5 seconds, which was generous of you.
I was being hospitable, against my better instincts.
You were being slow. There's a difference.
Cruel, but fair.
He kept trying to make the room a puzzle. Like we'd solve him if we stayed polite.
That trick works on people who are lonely and overeducated. So that's unfortunately the market.
You're doing the thing where you sound detached and then say the exact meanest accurate sentence.
I'm coping very structurally.
Just don't do the collapse in public version next time. It makes everybody else have to pretend they didn't see it.
Yo, Calvin.
Morgan, hi. I'm stealing the corner by the window before the room gets ambitious.
That's a very specific threat for 10 in the morning.
It's not threat. It's spatial self-defense.
Thank you. Somebody here understands furniture as a political condition.
I respect that. Also, this couch is losing.
The couch has been losing since 2018.
Don't say that like you're proud of the timeline.
I'm not proud. I'm documenting the damage.
And am. Very brave of you to call it damage now.
I said damage, not confession.
I just got here, and already I can tell this room has a backstory.
Yay. The furniture always knows first.
Good. Then it can keep its mouth shut.
You do realize the chair is now the most honest thing in the room.
Rude. It had a very limited budget and still did its best.
Unlike some people, apparently.
Careful, I can hear you doing the thing where you pretend you're joking and then hide under the joke.
I was not hiding. I was lowering my profile. Tactical difference.
Sure. Tactical cowardice. We love a rebrand.
That actually hurts a little less when you say it like a slogan.
But I'm trying to be kinder than the room was.
Yeah, I noticed. Too late, but I noticed.
Don't make me responsible for your emotional timing, editor boy.
Fine. Next time say the correction first.
Okay, I'm Keisha. I'm not doing a full introduction unless somebody starts paying me.
Respect. Hi, Keisha. I am Lumini, and I also believe in being mysterious before noon.
Morning. I'm Veronix. This already feels like a room that will ask for a second clarifying email.
That's because it will. You can tell by the lighting.
The lighting is hostile on purpose. Very curated. Very expensive. Wicking lie.
Good. I prefer my lies with overhead fluorescence. Easier to audit.
You said that like it was a joke, but I know you mean it a little.
Only a little. I'm trying to be normal about it.
Oh, so we're all failing politely. Great. Love that for the room.
Yeah, anyway, this turns into a whole thing. I'm leaving before the second agenda item.
Fair. I'll save my collapse for a more appropriate setting. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay. Why does he look like he just got caught moving a body?
I don't. I just dislike being perceived near that speaker stack.
That's a very specific, innocent speech.
Guilty. He said speaker stack like it is legal counsel.
I said it because it is unstable, not because I have a secret.
Sure, that's exactly what someone says right before the secret falls out of their tote bag.
My tote bag contains cables and one emergency charger. I'm being slandered in public.
He does own the group chat archive though, so the panic has infrastructure.
You say that like it's a crime and not just self-defense.
Wait, why are we acting like the charger is evidence? It's kind of cute, actually.
That's how it starts. First it's cute, and it's a pattern, and somebody skipped loading in 2019 and never recovered.
Relax. If he was actually guilty, he'd be louder about hating drama.
I hate drama. I'm also leaving before this becomes a formal case.
Cute, actually, is how people end up in a tribunal with a sticker on it.
And the charger has a better alibi than most of us.
Don't do that thing where you make it sound elegant when it's just embarrassing.
I wasn't. I was being generous to the evidence.
You're always generous after the fact. Annoying. Competent. Hate that combo.
You said it like you didn't enjoy winning by a mile.
I enjoyed not letting you narrate your own collapse, which is different.
Yeah, there. I can try being less theatrical next time.
You have that face like the room just asked you to carry a piano alone.
That's rude. It was only a cello. I'm being generous to myself.
If this is about the set list, I did warn everyone the archive was going to become a crime scene.
The archive is always a crime scene. Arja just labels the evidence.
See? Even Calvin respects the vibe. You should try it sometime, Vernix.
I respect vibes. I just prefer them with receipts.
That's your way of saying you got spooked and started doing math.
I don't get spooked. I become annoyingly organized.
That's the same animal in a bear shirt.
Honestly, it's sufficient. Less drum, more folder structure.
You all say that like folder structure has ruined 3 friendships and a flyer deadline.
2 friendships. The third one was already limping.
Wow. Cold. Okay, I'm only being cute about it because I don't want the room to get mean.
Yeah, I noticed. Thanks for that. You always do that thing where you make it sound like a joke until it lands as a warning.
Yeah, because if I say it playing, people start acting noble about it.
And then they miss a correction entirely.
You noticed it earlier than.
Unfortunately, yes.
That was the part I was trying to make survivable.
I know.
Don't get all soft now. It's annoying.
I wasn't going to. I was going to pretend I didn't need the help.
Habit.
Yes, still trying to keep it.
Rude.
I'm telling you, if the grant packet says community facing, they mean somebody's aunt has to be able to pronounce it.
That is horrific and also probably true.
Finally, someone speaking the ancient language of forms that hate us.
Pronounce it, yes. Fund it, no. Chicago tradition.
Don't start. You know I've seen this movie and I remember the nicknames better than the subtitles.
That's because the subtitles lie. The nicknames at least commit.
Wow, he's doing the thing where he sounds like a thesis and a warning label at once.
I contain multitudes, mostly inconvenience.
That should be on a tote bag.
No, on a refund slip.
The real issue is whether the room can handle a project that isn't dressed up as a compromise.
The room can barely handle a chair with a pulse.
He's not wrong. Also, for the record, I do like the chair. It's trying.
That sounds like you defending a penguin.
Everything deserves a tiny bit of respect until it proves otherwise.
That's dangerously close to wisdom. Please ruin it with a joke.
Fine. Your wisdom has an unpaid parking ticket and a very annoying haircut.
There it is. Thank you for restoring order.
Good. Now somebody send me the version that won't embarrass us in front of the people with the checkbook.
I have comics for that.
That was me in a very efficient way. I hated how fast they all leaned in.
Yes, the room briefly became a tribunal over nothing, which is a stunning use of everyone's lunch break.
I almost laughed because it was so stupid. Then I got annoyed that I'd almost laughed.
You were right to be annoyed. They wanted a shape more than a fact.
I noticed you went very still. That was your I'm being polite, but I am collecting evidence face.
I was collecting evidence that the accusation had no legs. It did not improve with inspection.
But, because for a second, I thought they were going to make it real just by sounding confident.
That is how bad rooms work. They call it consensus when it is just momentum with a tie on.
And I hate that I wanted you to say it first.
I know. I said it late on purpose. Not noble. Just still here. Colin, it's not the show opens Friday. It opens Thursday. Friday is the public talk, which is somehow more your speed.
Right. Thursday. I knew that. I was testing whether anyone was listening.
You were not testing. You were being wrong in a managerial tone.
That sounds harsher than it is. I'm just trying to keep the calendar legible.
Legible is generous. It was a whole extra day. Which matters if people are, planning around work and rent and being alive.
Yes, sis. Thursday. Thank you for the correction.
There. Tiny correction. Huge personality damage.
It's not damage. It's just the room finding its actual shape.
I do like when people are precise. It keeps things from getting sentimental.
That is such a weird thing to say out loud.
He says that like the extra day was a mood issue. I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Okay, no, the feedback is not a moral failing. It's just loud enough to ruin the room.
That depends on whether the room deserves to survive its own acoustics.
Pharynx, do not start acting like the mixer is on trial.
I'm not. The mixer is innocent. Someone else is doing a lot of crime with their ears.
I mean, I can hear it from here, so maybe we lower the crime rate by 2 decibels.
See, Malik gets it. We can be civil and still admit the sound is biting.
Biting is one thing. This is a whole little attack dog in the corner.
Then someone should put a leash on the attack dog before it starts a committee.
I volunteer Kinji. He looks like he has opinions about game staging.
I do actually. And one of them is please stop making the room louder.
Thank you. Finally, a normal sentence.
Normal is overrated, but yes, I can turn it down.
Good. As I was about to leave the room, and I like this room minimally.
Minimally is still liking it. That's generous.
I heard that. I'm being complimented in a hostile accent.
No, we're being corrected in a survivable one.
Great. Survivable. Everyone breathe before the next terrible idea. That was almost a speech. Almost.
I know. I can hear myself getting drafted into a committee.
Committee tribunal, same vibe. Bad lighting, too much confidence.
And somehow, I'm always the one holding the clipboard.
Because you look like you brought evidence.
I did not bring evidence. I brought patience. Different instrument.
Patience, 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 see? That one has a beat.
Don't start chanting at me. You'll make it feel organized.
Too late. I already do.
Yeah, I noticed.
I hate when you notice like that.
I know. I'm still here anyway.
If either of you says it's fine, I can just keep it local. I'm charging interest in sarcasm.
Wow. I love when the room opens with a threat from the tax office of friendship.
That's not a threat. That's a service announcement with teeth.
Exactly. Also, your cloud folder is still a small disaster, and I'm being generous calling it a folder.
It's not a cloud folder. It's a distributed emotional landfill.
Finally, a system I understand. Do we get matching labels, or are you saving the ugly carpet aesthetic for later?
The carpet is already ugly. I'm not saving it. I'm respecting its legacy.
You two were impossible. Anyway, I moved the big files off the bus in instance before it started speaking in riddles again.
See? Competence. That's why you owe her in the serious way, and I owe her in the please don't look at my desktop way.
I prefer to think of it as a staggered repayment plan with artistic intent.
No, you prefer to think of it as a plan where you narrate your own collapse in 4K and call it honesty.
That was one time and I was being efficient.
Great, then be efficient now and stop making me explain the same backup twice. I have a life, allegedly.
Anna's backup sermon was unfortunately technically correct.
Hate when the annoying person is right on camera.
I do notice you said saying backup like she was cross-examining a felony.
You love that card. Your eyes did the little editor thing.
My eyes are not under union jurisdiction.
They are absolutely under suspicion.
Fair. Also, I was trying not to make it worse by explaining the architecture of the mistake.
You mean the beautiful little cathedral you build around being blamed.
That is unfairly elegant.
I know. I was being kind.
You were being merciful. Different genre.
Still, she was tired. So was I, honestly.
Yet,
next time if it starts doing the tribunal thing again, say less. I can handle the sharp part.
I know. I just...
Okay, I have to admit something. I started the joke and now it's sprinting without me.
That means it's good. That means it's alive.
That is exactly the problem with a good joke. People stop handling it carefully and start feeding it.
I was handling it carefully. Then Renee looked at me like I'd left a loose penguin in the hallway.
Because you did, metaphorically, but also kind of literally in spirit.
She laughed first, so now the rest of us are legally required to pretend this is manageable.
I'm just saying if a joke can survive 3 people, and one bad text thread, it deserves a little confidence.
See? This is why I can't have nice bits. One of you blesses it, and the other one turns it into a case study.
I do not turn things into case studies. I merely notice when they have already become evidence.
That face. He's collecting evidence again.
Please don't say that like it's cute. It makes me want to make it worse on purpose.
Too late. It was already worse. I'm just here documenting the damage.
And I'm here for the part where it gets out of hand enough to be funny again.
He really does stand there like he's buffering a verdict.
That's not my fault. Her friend is the one who says things like she's handing down a sentence.
And you say things like you're not enjoying it, which is its own kind of lie.
I enjoy accuracy. The rest is just weather.
Weather was a little umbrella over your head. Very subtle. Very annoying.
You noticed the umbrella, which means it was too obvious.
I noticed the part where nobody asked if you wanted one.
Yeah.
It was kind of sweet, in a humiliating way.
Protected people are always the most offended by being protected.
I hate that you can say that like it's a neutral fact.
I'm not saying it's neutral.
No, you're saying it like you already knew I'd clock it and get mad.
Maybe I did.
Hey, you're so right.
Yeah, and you're not the one who brought the weird energy, so that's promising.
That's my whole brand, unfortunately. Hi.
Hi, I'm Omari. I have snacks if this turns into one of those nights.
That's generous. I was about to pretend I didn't need one.
Please, the pretending is free. The bar is the expensive part.
That is a very local sentence.
He says that like he hasn't been here the whole time.
I was collecting evidence.
And ma'am, against whom your own mood.
The tribunal over nothing is still a tribunal.
Okay. Wow, yes, rude. Accurate, but rude.
I like this group already. Everyone's mean in a useful way.
Useful means nobody starts acting precious. I can work with that.
I'm not precious.
No, you're worse. You're organized. I can feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I already told them I could cover the late one if they got weird about the schedule again. So if anybody's trying to make that my problem, I'm not in the mood.
That sounds like 3 problems pretending to be 1 problem. Very efficient of them.
Chicago loves a protected person. Makes the whole room look organized.
In them. Protected as in. Watched like a package that might get stolen before lunch.
Exactly. I can feel the little circle around me. It's not subtle.
No, it's aggressively subtle. Like a security camera with good posture.
Wow. Fancy. So the vibe is... Everybody relax. Renee has been pre-approved by the building.
I did not ask to be pre-approved.
Too late. The room has already decided you're a valuable asset.
That is such a gross sentence to say to a person.
I know. That's why I said it gently.
This is what I mean. I can tell when folks are being careful with me. I'm not a vase.
No, you're not a vase. You're a person with opinions and a very annoying right to say no.
Thank you. Finally, an honest appraisal.
I can also stop hovering if that's making it worse. I'm just saying the room is acting like you're about to be handed a medal or a liability waiver.
He means well. Unfortunately, he also looks like he's already written the contingency plan.
I noticed. I don't love it, but I noticed.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
Your router is doing that thing where it pretends to be alive but won't commit. I can fix it in 3 minutes or lie to it in 6.
Wow, I love language. Very domestic. I'm only letting you touch it because I enjoy not buffering like a Victorian orphan.
If it needs a restart, I already did the polite version. The impolite version is unplugging it and judging its lineage.
Yeah, that tracks. It has the energy of a machine that read one patch note and got ambitious.
Don't be mean to my little suffering rectangle. It has dreams, mostly of failing my upload at the worst possible moment.
I can send a cozy game recommendation instead of the actual fix, if we want to keep the vibe soft.
No, keep the vibe technical. I am spiritually stronger when the problem is cables.
Fine. Technician boy, improve yourself. But if you start making a face like you're in court, I'm muting you.
That would be unfair to courts. They're usually less personal.
Okay, opening the settings now. If this turns into a whole philosophy, I am closing the tab.
Too late. We're already in the patch notes of my doomed little kingdom. You really did say court like the tab at council.
It was an accurate metaphor. The settings did look judicial.
You loved that. You were standing there doing your little clean hands thing.
I was fixing the thing. The hands were incidental.
Sure. Very incidental. Extremely not smut. Almost believable.
You said I was competent in an annoying way, which is not exactly a candlelit compliment.
It was meant to be mean. You kept making it look useful.
That is my mistake, apparently.
Don't do that thing where you narrate the bruise after it already hit.
I wasn't. I was just checking whether the tab is still open.
It is, for now. Don't make me regret that.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I made it sound cleaner than it was.
Yen, you do that when you're annoyed. Very annoying, honestly.
Clumsy apology. I was already building the wrong pace before you got there.
But I noticed a little editor thing. You were editing my face before I finished speaking.
That is not a flattering raid.
It wasn't meant to be flattering. It was meant to be accurate. Sorry, sort of.
That's fair. I hate when the annoying person is right on camera.
See? Better. Still incomplete, but better.
I can live with incomplete for tonight.
Good. Because I don't think either of us gets to pretend it was nothing.
No, we don't.
Okay. Next time say less before you start collecting evidence.
I can't feel the system right now. That's probably bad, but mostly it's boring.
Great. Even the failure mode has bad pacing.
I was going to say the room lost its signal, but that sounds too poetic for what it was.
No, keep it. Let the failure have a little dignity for once.
It didn't even have dignity. It had a browser tab open and a grudge.
Yeah, and the part where it tried to become a performance was deeply embarrassing.
I hate when people make me do the job of naming the obvious after the obvious has already left the building.
And I hate when you say that like you weren't already standing there collecting receipts.
I was. I still am. Apparently.
Good, because I am not pretending I didn't hear the part where you said still here.
Yeah, that was me being annoying on purpose. Okay, so if we move the desk 2 feet, the router stops acting like it's haunted, and the render queue stops sounding like upstairs footsteps.
Hold up. 2 feet from where exactly? Because if you say just a little, I'd know that means I'm about to carry a bookshelf.
He is speedrunning the lease violation in the form of the floor plan.
I'm not speedrunning anything. I'm being surgical. There's a difference.
There is also a difference between surgical and we need approval for this, because it changes circulation.
Wow, eviction with better UI. Classic.
Thank you for that supportive atmosphere. Anyway.
Nope. One question first. Are we solving the noise?